Alright, be honest, you dancing to the tracks? No? Okay, I'm disappointed. I thought I'd actually nailed it that time. What is up, one and all? Welcome back to the Midweek Musters. That's right. Week number 11 has almost reached its conclusion here. We're down to the final 3 players. Cat, Anasand, and Lash. One of these 3 will be your Midweek Muster champion for the first time ever. 2 of them, in fact. The finals appearance would be the best they've ever achieved. Cat has already set that. Lash could still. Anatan, of course, the one that has made it to finals before, but has been pipped at the post by pesky Canadians that just don't seem to exist this week. So it's a good time to actually shine. So we're going to be opening up the semi-finals between Anatan and Lash. That is going to be a best of 5 series. And then after that, we get into our best of 7 grand finals. I noticed some players are starting to take a few notes of maps. They've actually started to do their homework and discovered actually that the sheep spawns on Wilderness maybe a little bit more locked in than you'd expect. So I think we might see some adjustments in the way that people approach their scouting to start the series. Reminder, by the way, I believe Midweek Muster, we have now closed sign-ups for week number 12, but week 13, 14 should be open and available. So we will definitely, by the end of the stream, have a rough idea of what the participation is going to look like, what the bracket is going to look like. I believe we did get, how many did we get signing up? 28, okay. So a little bit weaker than the 32. So reminder to people, if you actually want to try to participate, want to try to contest some of the champs of AoE4, there are slots still going in future weeks. So don't sleep on that opportunity, man. You can learn a lot. We've seen people, for example, saying always signs up, and he was saying, you know, even when he's losing and it seems quite stompy, he's still learning a lot. But, oh, I almost forgot. Got to send out the Discord, let everyone know. So, lads should be getting underway with the draft momentarily. In fact, let me just bump them. Yes, people can register, !KPMM. There's sign-ups on StartGG. It doesn't guarantee you're going to get selected as we are locked to 32 participants, but there's 16 slots up for grabs each week via qualifying through either ladder placement or your tournament elo. And once again, like when there's gaps like this, it's a perfect opportunity for up-and-comers to try and get in, or just people who actually want to learn and improve, right? Matching up in the first round against, say, a B or whatever may sound like a daunting task, but if you put your mind to it and actually care to improve, there's plenty to learn from those encounters, actually. So, looks like the lads have just drafted Fandappy Dozy. Let's list the maps. So, ban-wise, only 2 maps are going to go unused, and it's going to be Bridges and Mountain Clearing that get skipped. Remember, Wilderness is going to be our default map. That means we get Baldland, we get Cliffside, Dry Arabia, finally, Rocky River. So, lads should now be opening up the main draft in just a moment. And I'll get that up on the screen when we have it so you guys can see it live as it develops. But should be a fun one today, man. I'm kind of intrigued, actually, whether Lash has been able to level up to the point that he can beat Anno. It's definitely not an easy task for even the best of players, right? Yeah, okay. Sorry, just double checking some in the background. So many different messages I had to send out today because obviously I'd take Wednesday off, and I'd done something that's very rare for me, which is tried to not look at a PC at all. Easier said than done with me, but I think we've done a pretty good job. Just, spending time with the family. What will your daughter's adventures look like today? Oh, God, Carl. No, dude, don't. Don't get me started. I don't even want to begin imagining what she's got in mind. I think the term my partner already used is they got a call from nursery. The statement that was referred to them was poo-splosion. So she's already off to a good start with other people than us. God knows what she's got in mind for us when she gets back from nursery. But let's switch across to the draft scene so you guys can see it developing live. We've already got an HRE pick slipping through China as well, though. Looks like the Roose is also still up for grabs, so keep that in mind. That could be coming out. Not set. What's my camera done? Ugh. Camera keeps slightly twisting. I mean, like, so Freya gets home in, like, what, about an hour-ish? Yeah, she's got plenty of time to menace us. She'll come up with something. I mean, we're trying to cram the baby in the seat that she trapped herself in, so hopefully she realizes it's occupied and doesn't try to sit on her brother. I really wouldn't put it past her, though. Ad time? We can't run ads right this second. I'll keep an eye out for it, though, because literally Twitch just ran an ad already. So I'm just keeping an eye out on the deeds. Okay. So, draft-wise, it's kind of interesting, actually, that China even got let through. I mean, there's a lot of diverse maps. Maps like Wilderness aren't going to feel that great for them. HRE, I think maybe this week feels a little bit more diverse, but China, where it's strong, is going to be absolutely dominant. The Delhi pick is intriguing here. Counter this perfectly against the Malian pick, but if the HRE mirrors into the Delhi, then you've got a really big problem there, as HRE right now completely annihilating that matchup. And Anatan knows exactly how to execute that. He's been one of the more creative players, actually, of the HRE since the Mindwork reworks. So, Mongols come through, English as well. Map pool-wise, we don't have a mountain clearing, so English isn't going to be S tier. Likely thinking about that for potentially Cliffside. Borderland wouldn't make much sense. Lash likely wants Borderland for Chinese. Mongols is an intriguing pick for that reason, because you can theoretically try to outpost rush them, but in reality, a good Chinese player will just outproduce you on spears and kill your ass. Japanese coming in as well. That could be the Wilderness pick. I think Anno has mixed in Japanese and Mongols as his first pick in the series so far this week. So either one a potential option. I need to know, were you able to unstuck my daughter? Yeah, we did get her out in the end. We did contemplate just leaving her to live her life as a Cooper. But, yeah, we got her out. Okay, so rapid spam at the end of the draft actually completed it. So we do have the fully painted picture. Reminder, by the way, there won't be a redraft in the semis. There's only a redraft finals. So, let's dissect really what got taken here. I mean, we've got Wilderness as an opening map. Is there any sort of surprise gotcha pick that we can imagine here? I mean, I know he's got Mongols or Japanese. These are two of the most popular picks. Abo is also up there in terms of popularity. Lash, likely looking at English here. So knowing that it's going to be English, I'm wondering what Anno's response is going to be. The reason it's likely going to be English is it gives you the best potency on this map, I think, with the Lombo Rush. A lot of players have been leaning into it. I believe Lash actually did kick off his series earlier on against Voldemar with that pick, if I'm not mistaken. There's definitely been other players doing it. Why didn't they ban Delhi? Delhi is just not as delectable of a pick as Roose, Zhuji, and Chinese. It just doesn't make as much sense. Like, sure, Delhi can be, like, good, but they aren't oppressive like they were before people started doing Pro Scouts. Oh. Caffeinating with matcha today. Did I see the new patch highlights? No. Wait, they released some patch highlights? I have not seen this, no. What up? What happened? Okay, what is going on? AoE 4's being very weird. 1 second. It keeps complaining about the graphics drivers. Literally, AoE 4 is the only game doing this. Because we're getting texture pop-in issues before, weren't we? I'm not sure what's causing them. I'll keep an eye on that. I'll look into it later. I was going to try, like, verifying the AoE4 game files, just to be safe for that reason. But I don't know if we have enough time now. Might try to do it when we have a second. But I believe the lads are getting lobby, so we should be getting underway in just a moment. Yeah. Say they want to boost Malian and Japanese and feudal. Okay, that makes sense. Like, I've talked about it before, right? I don't think Malians necessarily need to boost in feudal. I think that's misguided. But definitely Japanese do. Just checking my graphics over. Okay, dude, it's done it again. Yeah, like, what the hell? It keeps switching my graphics settings to the lowest. It's weird, because, like, the whatever was causing it, it stopped doing it when after the stream the other day, I went to check. So, like, AoE4 is just being incredibly weird, basically. Really, really weird. Okay, but let's restart the game quickly, then we should be good to go. I'll run 2 minutes ads now for you guys, so you don't have to worry about them. It's being super weird. Like, I'm not, like, no cap. It just, I don't know why. It was just the other day it started being like, where it's like, oh, we can't verify the graphics driver. And like, what? Yes, you can. No other game has this problem. So yeah, it's a little bit weird. How are they going to buff Malians and feudal? I've got a feeling they might just buff Sofo is the main thing. I don't know if they buff eco per se, right? Like, the most obvious thing is probably that they're going to buff their sofas, I think. If I had to guess. Holy crap, dude. What is going on? It's being so weird. I'll have to check that later. I knew there was something I forgot to double check on. Like I said, it was fine after the stream. It was like, it didn't moan about like, oh, we could not identify the graphics drivers. And now it's just back to being a douchebag about it. So, yeah, anyway, I think we have the settings. The change background doesn't work currently. Told you this. I warned you this. I don't know what I can do to change the background. I don't know, put something fancy closer. There you go. That's your mini background change for the moment. No? Lighting's kind of rough for that, either way. Oh, you want the thingy changed. What? Bro, do you not know Banjo-Kazooie? Who would hate on Banjo-Kazooie? That's just outrageous. We may have just fallen out, Red Darksider. Alright. Let's get into game. Alright. Not sure why it took so long for it to show. But we are catching up live on 2x, so it should be there in about 20 seconds. And we need to pause the music. Finals Thursday upon us. That's right, semi-finals to kick us off. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. We've got an interesting one here, actually. One of the best expected contenders of the weeklies going up against someone who's at an all-new time high. Lash, this is the deepest he's ever made it in the Midweek Musters. Could he make it a Cinderella week to go through to the grand finals to then improve his best performance and potentially win it all? Or will Fox's Anatand reign supreme? We open up Japanese versus English. Lash, he was just looking over this map, reviewing it. He was actually trying to memorize the sheep because there's something very interesting that I didn't actually realize about Wilderness at first, guys. This is a randomly generated map with certain elements that are not randomly generated. Sheep, for example, are fixed placement on the map, is what I've been told. So very interesting, and apparently the practice paid off. Lash has 25 sheep already. Anno only has 13. And Anno, interestingly enough, he brazenly went for the fish, despite the fact that against English, there's always a risk they might come out and shortbow you. But he gets away with it. Instead, Lash is going to be fixated on that aggressive timing. Council Hall coming in right away. And thank you. I appreciate everyone who's been tuning in and enjoying these. Reminder, today we will have both the semi-final and the grand final. So definitely be a fun long day. Yeah, so this English Longbow rush, we've seen Lash do it. We've seen him succeed against certain other players. I would say the caliber of players was a little bit lower than, say, Anatant. And thus, that is someone to be a little bit worried about, right? I think Anno is one of the more creative Japanese players we have in the game right now. Koka Township opening, I don't want to say a little bit surprising, just kind of to be expected, but it does feel a bit rough. This might be the worst Civ to do it against because of the Lombos. You can't even Shin to gap close because of how much distance the Lombos cover. But what you can do is try to craftily use them as raiding units when the LBs aren't there. Guys, why are you talking about those cards? Get yourself a 7900 XTX from AMD. Look at how beautiful the broadcast is with it. I know, he has got the little house over here. That's kind of cool. It could scout Lash trying to sneak a dock later, but it's also just efficiency of when he walked out here, he needed a house, right? Oh, we've got to put predictions up. I'll make them short because we're already in game. You guys are going to have to remind me. Give you guys 2 minutes. Definitely a lot of sheep to work with, so Lash has a lot of potential in this opening. And he is going to be pulling the villagers, so we are going to get the good old classic tower rush here. Interesting. A little bit dangerous when you have so few Lombos. The problem you're going to have here is the Shinobi theoretically could Shunshin in and sabotage the outpost right at the beginning if he sees it. If that happens, you're just going to lose the building straight away. So Lash needs to be prepped and ready to cancel the building in the event that that does happen. Then again, he doesn't need to be feeling too pressured when he decides to go on the back gold. In the meantime, Lash actually goes for the forward outpost. Doesn't try to rotate around to the resources. So yeah, I guess he just wants the attack speed orb. But Sabo. Yep, there it is. Nice cancel. Sick bait. Lash gets the kill. And it doesn't cost him a goddamn thing. Yeah, that wind-up animation, a little bit awkward, actually. The Lombo's attack point disrupted the animation twice there, if you go back and check the replay. Kind of a harsh beginning for him. I know that Shinobi was at least free. And we do have Horsemen now coming. Lash has yet to add in the racks, though. I'm wondering if this is an alteration on his last attempt at English on this map, where instead we're going to see him adding in the racks here. I really do like that type of build. It's a little bit dangerous with what Anno's doing, because with Horseman now, he could just raid you at home and not defend himself. This is what he's going to look to do. Scout. A little bit ambitious in placement there. Doesn't get away with it. Yeah, so not sure why Anno didn't just pull the scout back. It's one of those extra micro layers where you just kind of select them together and it's the mistake in the end. The Horseman can just keep harassing here because there's no way that Lash can get shivs out. Lash now will be setting up that lumber camp. So just going to keep the villagers around here. Makes sense. You don't want to walk them home. With this type of build, if you get forced off of your aggressive timing, you've pretty much lost the game anyway. So there's no point acting like it's worth sending these two villagers home. You might as well keep them here, gather resources here, commit to this, and then add in the racks. There we go. Love to see it. And already up to 3 fishing boats, so it's definitely got food to work with for the Horseman pump. We have got the Yumi layer getting added in now, which is going to be necessary. Keep in mind that Anno has still been gathering gold, so he's kind of gradually making his way towards the Daimyo, but the problem is he doesn't really have a way of spending surplus gold right now. So unless he wants to walk out for stone, the Uma/Yumi bannerman doesn't seem very likely. At least not anytime soon. So now we see the tricky part we were talking about with Lash, right? There are games where the racks at home make sense. This is one of the ones where you actually needed it at home. Because now you've got this blocker where your Lombos can't actually come out. The Horsemen can hold them hostage, and that means you've only got the ability to build Spearmen on this side of the map. Things just got really tricky for Lash. So he's going to start rotating around. Only one Spearman so far. I mean, the reality is if Anno just starts scaling Mass Yumi now, while rotating with his Horsemen, never actually showing them up at home, Lash is kind of hard stuck. Yeah, he may need to actually consider either sending some Spearmen back to guard the route or adding in a second racks at home. Over time, it probably will prove to be worth having a second racks for the amount of Horsemen your opponent's building, but you really want to be leaning into the Lombos as much as possible here. The other worrisome part is Lash, because there's little poke harassments on the gold, is yet to go into the blacksmiths. So much harder for these Horsemen to feel threatened by even a big group of Lombos, and there it is. He actually goes for the racks drop. Feels forced into the commitment. More LBs are going to be rotating around the back. We mentioned Anno doesn't really have a use for gold right now. He's clearly playing the Age. Right. This might be the perfect sandwich. Lash. The classic error of overextending with the Lombos. Spearmen need to try and guard this, but the Yuumi are approaching fast. There's now 5 spears, which in theory should be good. Anno just needs to bypass, ignore them, and go straight off the LBs. Notice the Yuumi just aren't getting countered or contested at all here. So they'll be able to mop up. The Lombos are dead. Wave 1 has been survived. And Anno doesn't have to be feeling too threatened here. No, there is a Rax on the front side, but it's only 1. And on top of that, the outpost wouldn't survive. So Lash, he actually pulls the villagers away. Looks like Anno is going to focus on reclaiming his gold in the front of his base here. The Spearman not really going to find much impact. So Lash, I mean, cool play. And you know, we saw games where it could maybe make sense. Not against this particular build. Anatan had the perfect reaction to this. This has to be so frustrating, right? I almost feel like Lash watched the VOD of the last series of his that we cast, where we did mention like it would make sense to have a Rax on the forward if you're going to bring the villagers up here. I don't want to take credit for the downfall, Lash, but feels like the games where it can make sense, and we just saw a pristine example of a game where it can just get you killed. And I don't want anyone to say I killed Lash. It's not my fault. Okay? No refunds on my advice. Double Rax compensation at home. Oh, God. So the worry Lash has to have here now is if he doesn't attack again, Anno's just going to go age free. No, I didn't kill Lash, okay? I didn't kill him. Okay, I was the... You know what? My advice is like I was the arms dealer, you know? Do you blame the arms dealer for the murders? Or do you take the murderer to court? Well, I just called him a murderer, so yeah. The logic is flawless, I know. Double dock now, so it looks like Anno is going to keep inflating his food income while also starting to trend to his castle. It's kind of awkward with Japan, right? Like, they always aim for the same thing. Castle just feels way too good. I don't remember the last time I saw a Japanese player end a game in Feudal Age. Maybe when someone disconnected. Wait. Why am I holding the responsibility for Lash's death here? Okay, yeah. I gave him the hammer. He built the Rax. Gun smugglers also blamed for prison? No. That's a different charge. Unless they had direct knowledge of the murder. Why are we all of a sudden Legal Eagle channel? You ended a silver 1 last night as Japanese. Yeah, okay, but that's not really, in fairness, the same thing. Exactly. Arming people doesn't kill people. It gives them arms. It's very handy. I'm sorry. I had to make that joke. Oh, I hate myself. Flowing Gate's now coming in. Lash, he just looks stuck. I mean, he hasn't even set up mass farms, so it's not like he can augment arms. He's down to 12 sheep. I don't know. This looks like a dead guy walking right now. So what you're saying is the YouTube video, this is going to be called I Killed Him. It was all my fault. Wait, no, that's an admission of guilt. I refuse. Daimyo no coming through. We've actually got Raxus getting added in by Anatan. Interesting. Why? I mean, I guess you could argue Samurai's worth it, right? Like, if Lash is stuck in Feudal Age, Samurai could actually make more sense than Mounted Samurai. It's very rare you get to say that currently in AoE4, but this might be one of the games. For the time being, though, it's going to be a priority on getting the Yuumi upgraded. Veterancy is going to be rushed in here. Steeled Arrow not going to be the focus. Instead, it's going to be Undermesh. Interesting. I feel like it's usually better with Steeled Arrow when you've just got Yuumi Blob, right? But then again, he's got so many horsemen that the ranged armor makes sense, and we do now have the Mounted Samurai follow-up coming in. Lash, you might as well give yourself one good punt at it, right? Because this entire army looks like it's about to disappear. So unfortunately, it didn't go north side, right? So busy trying to block gold, but food would have been the the juicy objective. Anna able to sneak out there. Not your usual timing on Mount Samurai, right? Like, because he done this very different build where he archer range dropped simply to get the Yuumi veterancy. Didn't even bother queuing them up more. Which is surprising. I mean, in fairness, Lash has revealed Men at Arms, and if he gets Castle Age, the Yuumi are going to kind of just do nothing. Right? It'll be like a 2-year-old throwing plastic toys at Dwayne Johnson. Wait, did my chat really just make... Okay, dude, like, no, we're not Wikipediaing this. You didn't even click 4 times to try and make... You do know, like, we've reached a point in society where when you immediately have to gravitate towards the Austrian painter to win the argument, you've technically lost the argument. Jesus. Oh my god, I just realized the irony as well, because we're talking about a German guy, aka Lash, following my advice. Jesus Christ, please stop. Oh, alright. King's Palace now coming in. So Lash has found a way into Castle Age. He's not in a great position, though. Because the Yuumi are coming. And they're ready to start gunning. Has at least got the attack speed order to help him defend a little bit here. The Spearmen should be getting cleared quick. Even the Men at Arms, actually, at this stage. You can do decent damage. The Mount Samurai are going to be charging in now. Lash just has to focus on the upgrade. He knows he's going to end up with practically no army left by the time he does age up. And here come the Horsemen. No veterancy, of course, but no spears to contest them either. Seek Shot is getting activated. Lash, can he actually finesse this? Just buy enough time to maybe start getting something out to defend with. And right now, the warrior have is, where's the gold gathering, right? Like, he's blocked out. He's actually got no way of getting any veterancies or getting anything here. Then the upside is Anno doesn't quite have enough troops to commit to a kill, but he can do potentially irreparable damage here. Mount Samurai now moving in onto the villages. There's nothing to protect them anymore. And even if Lash survives this, we're going to be talking about, like, what? A 2x villager advantage? He's even optimizing around it for most. I mean, these Mount Samurai are bogged down in a weird place, but that one... Come on. All right, Anno was switched on for the kill point, but I think he slipped a little bit with the Mount Samurai placements here. Could have been doing a lot more damage. Then again, Lash is still already behind by 20 economy. A lot of fishing's already been set up by Anno, and a lot more Mount Samurai are on the way. Yeah, Lash's problem is he has all this food, and he'd love to produce spears, but you kind of need wood. Yeah, and he arrives back at the tree line at the exact moment that the Mad Samurai come through. He's going to call it. I think I just killed one of our semi-finalists. Wait, no. Like, think and did. I didn't admit. I speculated. All right? Legally, I only speculated. He's not going to get me like that. I won't go down like that. Ain't going to make it that easy. All right, so game 1 done. Second. Jesus, I can't believe what you've done with the discussion there. I'm going to run like 2 minutes ads now because they're about to select the new map, right? So we should have enough time. I'll get those ads out of the way for you guys, okay? All right. I guess we do call that one. Like, he took my advice. Hey, sub Iron War Smith. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the prime sub. Finally able to catch a stream. Welcome, welcome. It's rough as an American. I'm sorry about that. I mean, we tried to choose the time that's balanced between Europe and America. Because usually grand finals begin around like what 5 p.m. CT, so it's a mixture. It's tricky, like, you know, a lot of the viewership is really gravitated around that time zone, I've noticed. But glad you were able to join us. Did I just kill one of our semi-finalists? Oh, necktie? Ah, gotta do the necktie, haven't we? Where's the bloody necktie? All right. 1 second. Gotta sneak the phone up. True. Or you get even luckier in that they don't actually have a thingy tool. They don't have a blocker on Twitch or YouTube. Actually, most workplaces, you can get through on at least one of those, right? So, cha-ching. Okay, just waiting for them to get into the next game though. Should be in a sec. TIE fighter. No, not that type of tie. We need a tie. Oh, what we got? Oh no, I'm looking for someone white. This doesn't work, does it? I don't think that works. I'm pretty sure this will look catastrophically bad. Because the pattern, the pattern's collar, right? Doesn't work. Can't believe you made me do this. This is a fashion crime. Ugh. Turn the bloody heating off. It's giving me a headache. Whew. Does that work, chat? I feel like that doesn't work. Right? That looks pretty bad, I think. Right? Close enough. Are you sure about that? I don't know. Kind of looks bad. How much is $120 in Belarus? Wonder if midweeks are attractive for Eastern European and Asian players. I mean, possibly. I think the reality though is, as much as there's going to be people in America and Canada and other places in Europe there's not enough money. It's you can't inflate a scene beyond its sustainable point. And what is up, Carl? Thank you very much, mate. Welcome to the swarm. You're now one of our honorary pigeons. Thank you very much, mate. It's looking good. You reckon it's looking good? You reckon? All right, I'll keep it. Who won? Game 1, yes. Let me just update that. Was won by Anatand. So, Japanese versus English, game 1. Anachad. So, solid start for him. Game number 2. It looks like... Where are we going? Okay, it's Boardland. And it looks like we're going to be getting the Chinese up against the Malians. Yeah, so this should be a good strike back opportunity for Lash. I think China's pretty damn good here. I don't want to say overall favored. I think there's some creative new builds we're seeing from the Malians, so there's some potential hope. But we'll have to see. Let's get ready to hop into game. I'll get predickies ready for you guys as well. Not sure exact time. Last time English would have won in Feudal at Pro Play. I don't know. We might have had one this week. I'm pretty sure we have one this week. It's pretty much at least concluded that point. It's really difficult. Actually, let's quickly start the recording as well. Now, I'll say it is actually really difficult to get a GG out of someone in Feudal Age, but there's definitely been games, even this week already, that have actually been ended by the Feudal Age play. It's just Castle's pretty much the cherry on top. Let's see if maybe Lash can make sure that he's got some cherries on top of his pie here. China is definitely the big juicy cherry, the biggest of all of them. Malians in his way. Now, Malians have been looking very creative. They've been looking very hectic and quite impressive in the hands of some potential players on Boldland in particular. I would still favor China, though, and this is a very interesting opening. We've already got the Rax rush coming. A little bit different from Lash, though, because he doesn't have an Imperial official. And what is up, Katesma? Thank you much for the gifted sub, mate. Appreciate you. Thank you. Let's see if we can get a sub train going. Apparently it's already started, so choo-choo. Get a move on. Get a move on quick on these spears, because this is a weird play from Lash. I'm not instilled with confidence when I see no Imperial official for a Rax drop. If you want to do this type of build, I think it's a lot better when you add in the Rax and add in the mill. It delays your Rax timing slightly by going for the mill plus the Imperial official, but it inflates your potential to keep pumping spears. Meanwhile, with this type of play, I feel like if Anatan scouts that you haven't got an Imperial official, he could theoretically commit to a Rax. It's rare. We don't usually advise it for Malians because your opponent can out-Zerg you. Same with Mongols. But China's a little bit different with this particular build. That looks like the sheep will actually going to be pretty good for him as well. 16 compared to 12. Wait, what are you guys talking about? Talking about landlines. Okay, I got rid of my landline. I kind of shrugged the fact that people even get provided landlines anymore. Like, the best way I've heard it described is when the company was like, do you want a landline? And the person's response was, why? So telephone marketers can try to scam me? True fact. And we do have the outpost. Yeah, Anatan, I saw him holding the 100 wood there. I was a little bit surprised to see the commitment. We've seen a few players do this and it can feel a bit wonky. But it's just an easy way of securing the gold. Your opponent can still outpost rush you. It's just not as valuable because burning down the pit mine almost becomes impossible at that stage. I know, already ready to start triggering the age up. He could have chosen the Saharan trade network realistically. It's just it would have cost him so much in build speed, in production time, right? Like he would have needed 8 to build it fast enough, and that would have been a lot of missing economy at the start of feudal. So, outpost up. Lash is pretty much committed at this stage. He's pulled 2 villages. We still don't have an Imperial official. This is getting a little bit funky. I think this is the way people used to do it from what I remember, but I've seen a few players pivoting into the Imperial official version, and I'm a big fan. Sure, you delay your aggro timing, but you know, what have you achieved by accelerating your aggressive timing instead? Have you stopped Anatan from aging up? Have you stopped Anatan from getting surplus gold? No. The answer to both those questions is a very simple, resounding no. How do you guys gamble? I'm curious. 92% for Anno. Even when you saw the Chinese pick. Not convinced. I mean, Anatan's a very talented player, right? Like, you go back 2 weeks ago, he's looking a little bit rough for wear, but you know, he's back on form. I think he was feeling a little bit ill, under the weather, but quick to recover. Love that he's actually just sneaking in more houses while he can before the outpost blocks him out. That one's going to be a bit too ambitious. So we'll have to back away now, but you can just top it off with a repair. In fact, he could just, yeah, maybe gather a little bit more gold. You need to be careful of those archer shots. Just about gets away with it. But tech up is about to complete for him. Meanwhile, Lash, with 0 Imperial officials at 4.5 minutes in the game, still hasn't even got the resources to age up. This is one of the weaker Chinese economies I've seen in quite some time. Down to 9 sheep as well. What scares me is if this is an idea for Pro Scouts play, it feels like you're going to be very hampered here. Meanwhile, for Anatan, look at his gold. Pro Scouts are just very organic for him. And this is a tricky thing. Like, against another Civ, this idea of, like, blocking the gold to block Pro Scouts, I can see it making sense. But you don't really want to do it unless you're Mongols against other Civs. Because the reason you do it against Malians is due to the pit mine, due to the houses. There's a lot of infrastructure here that spears can kill. But you're starting to see the ramifications of the trade-off of doing so. So Stable's going to be dropped. Pro Scouts already queued up. Minute and 15 away. Meanwhile, Lash, he doesn't even have surplus gold to rush into the Pro Scouts. I'm feeling like Anatan is going to be fully teched on Pro Scouts before Lash even queues it up. And wait, are you kidding me? Okay, so this gets a little bit confusing then, because after 5 minutes, he built an Imperial official anyway, right? You could argue the way his economy is split didn't make sense for it. He never built the mill, right? So, and then he was doing the straggler tree, so he didn't actually have drop-off buildings. I would be curious to like get Lash's thoughts down the line and see how he felt about this build versus just building a mill straight away, delaying your spin timing slightly, and as a result, having a lot more food and a lot more to dance with, right? He would have also had taxation, remember, which would have accelerated this tech timing later. So 6 minute, 10-second feudal age for China. That's on the slower side of what I've ever seen on land maps. We'll see what you can do with that. Pro Scouts is literally about to complete. Lash still doesn't have enough to even start researching his own here. And Anno's now already off to the races. Yeah, like this as well. Didn't even bother upgrading them to the Warrior Scout variety, right? It's not important to get them rushed towards Warrior Scoutum. It's just important to get more of them out to start picking up the deer. It's crazy to think that he's actually ahead of the Pro Scouts timing of China. In fact, I'm wondering if Lash even bothers, but if you don't bother, what do you have here, right? You've only got 11 sheep. It's not a lot in the grand scheme of things now that your opponent still has, what, 14? And is about to hoover all of the deer. This map is green overload for you? Yeah, blame Lash for that. We'll definitely remind the players before the grand finals to make sure they switch to blue and red. I think we might try and push that throughout the whole week. I don't know. I think it just makes sense due to the certain colors being really conflicting with the environments. You're already on the way home. Lash, I mean, he has got 8 spears. In theory, he should be able to block something here, right? Practice, not so much. He's got the hand cannon slits coming on the full outpost at least. It looks like he's trying to rotate around the back towards Anatan's backup gold here. So it should force a reaction, likely going to be the archery range. Realistically, this isn't terrible for Anno to have to build a few archers here. He's already got more than enough scouts to start hoovering them out. Is Lash just going all in? This is starting to feel like it has to be an all-in strat, right? We mentioned the lack of food. You won't be able to compete in a greed game, so you have to compete in an aggro. With that in mind, Lash's goal should be gradually Jugnu. Feels like the timing could be a little bit slow though, and with the stone gathering, it's starting to look like an eventual 2TC build here actually, which was a classic solution against Malians back in the old meta, but with the Farimba builds coming through, we've seen 2TC be a little bit less impactful against Malians. Definitely something that Lash needs to be aware of. So the outpost is going to get sniped down. It's actually really well played here by Anatan to leverage the scouts like that. I think he ended up losing one. The second one just dropped to the north side. Gold now resecured. He's already got a healthy group of archers, and we also now have sofas added in. So what was the stone about? I guess it was just for the fortification and he forgot about it. Because you're now seeing on 142 stone. Lash's game strat here kind of felt like he wanted to do everything, right? He wanted to aggro, he wanted to maybe greed a bit. I mean, I'm glad he's pulling away from the greed idea now, right? Like, but it's still surplus stone, just wastefully gathered. Oh my, no, he's not pulling away from the greed at all. This is like when, you know, two girls are in love with you, right? The cliche. And they're like, you have to choose. And you're like, I'm just going to go back to playing Age of Empires 4 for a few hours. Can we talk about this later? Okay, I know this is a completely unrealistic situation. But it's kind of like that. And then when you get back off the PC after losing 15 games in a row, both of them have left. Right? Like, Lash wants way too much out of this map right now. He wants to be able to be the aggressor while also being the greeter. And it feels like he's losing both. Sofa play is going to be super effective here. Lash doesn't really have a great solution. He's split the spears up on the map. In fact, completely out of position as it currently stands. And more deer already coming home for his opponent. So annoying to actually try and deal with these Warrior Scouts as well due to the movement speed. So we'll be able to cut some reinforcements, but there's times where this is good and there are times where it's bad. And when you're running full infantry, It can get bad real fast. Alright, be real. Does this like look uncomfortable to watch right now? I guess for Chinese mains, yeah. This looks like a complete outplay. But the weird part is, like, in a way, Lash's build order almost outplayed himself. I mean, Nano had to get the follow-up into Sofa, which is really smart here. I think Sofa and Feudal is underrated. A handful of them can do a lot of work in the correct situation. But yeah, Lash, I think he just got in his own head about what the game strat was, but the order of things maybe not making sense for the goal in mind. And now we're just kind of left with this blob of stuff. Right. It's like the project was build a replica of the Eiffel Tower, and you just looked around, you're like, well, I've got a mouse mat, I've got like a USB cable spare, I've got a soggy biscuit, I've got like, you know, an energy drink can. Maybe we can make an Eiffel Tower out of this? He could not. Instead, what he pretty much just made was a phallic-looking structure, which doesn't look like the Eiffel Tower at all. And because he's been unable to apply the pressure, now Anatan gets to take the greedy route. In a game matchup where you can actually be forced into Farimba, he didn't even have to contemplate it for a second. He just went for the greedy option. How did the biscuit get soggy? No, it didn't get dipped in the tea. It got dipped in the energy drink. Come on. Like, the clues were there. You know what? I reckon you could justify that as well. If someone found like a milky flavored energy drink, which I have to imagine such a thing definitely exists. Right. I think like I remember I was talking to one energy drink brand and they had a flavor that tasted like, you know, those yogurts that have all the vitamins you need? I've forgotten what they're called. The little pot ones. Like the tiny bottle ones. They're like, you know, maybe half the size of your hand. They had a flavor that was specifically the flavor of those type of yogurts. Probiotics. Yes, thank you. I forgot the word. Yes, probiotic yogurts. They legit had an energy drink flavor that was probiotics. Which just sounded a little bit weird. Okay, so we now have a 13.5-minute Barbican coming in from Lash. I'm feeling like instead of playing an RTS today, Lash is going to be playing a zombie apocalypse survival game. And we're talking like Call of Duty levels where the zerging never stops. You can win as many rounds as you want, but in the end, you'll always still lose. Why is Lash ahead in villages? The Imperial officials. Remember, it's Fulani, so he's definitely not ahead. I mean, it's only one ranch, but it's going to inflate quite quickly here. We also do have the Moss drop already. We also do have to be real about the fact that Lash is an entire age behind. If players like Lash make it that far, in my opinion, they should just straightforward all-in strats like Burger Rush. I mean, they won't outplay someone like Anatan, so why not go out with a bang? That's like going to like a 10-year-old. You don't know how to do your taxes. Why even bother to get a job in the real world where you'll need to figure out your taxes? You might as well just go live in a cardboard box. It's the growth. Now, admittedly, in this analogy, I did just call Lash a 10-year-old kid. But in terms of his understanding of at the pro level compared to Anatan is definitely more mature. There's no arguing that. I think Lash should be fine with that. If it's not the knowledge, it's the execution. Ano is definitely the more favored player here. It doesn't mean that Lash shouldn't try to develop his game. It doesn't mean that Lash shouldn't try to get better, to improve, right? Jesus. After reading that message, I'm like, do we just put Linkin Park on repeat and hide in a dark room? I mean, he's probably going to feel like he should after this game, but he's at least trying. The important thing isn't that you lost. It's what you learned from that loss. And hopefully Lash reviews this and realizes the gaps in the plan, because nothing really seemed to be fully intended with this build. It means that Anatan is speedrunning his way to return to Grand Finals. Potentially one more game to go. What do you guys think? Will Lash get on the board? Let me know. We'll be back with the third game in a sec. You cheese a better player or become more complete as a player yourself? I mean, like, you can use cheese to, like, become a better player, right? Like, it's this type of strategy is the other way to think about it, right? We talked about this, how some of the best competitors in the game began their journey as a cheeser. But, yeah, this is not looking great for Lash right now. So, Malians versus Chinese. I think the way that Lash likes to play the game doesn't bode well. We have to remember that earlier on in the rounds, right? Like, you know, we talked about certain opponents for Lash that could really be challenging if he was to rank up against them. I think because Lash had MSN the first round, right? And that was a perfect example where the series felt like it could have ended up being really close, because Lash likes to play a more, shall we say, logical, straightforward style of AoE4. And then you have players like MSN that are very different in their approach. I think Anatan is also very different in his approach. He's really hard to lock in. He's really hard to follow. But let's pay out the predictions. Oh, sorry. I put it on game one again. But yeah, anyway. So, dunk. And then we can get ready with predickies. In fact, guys, I'm going to run another minute and a half ads so you guys don't have to be spammed by them when we're in game. Okay? Top 10 players rarely lose to cheese more than once. Sure, I think, like, someone, I don't want to call, I think Cheese does some of these strats a disservice, but like, for example, B versus Vortex in their rematch, there were certain elements, so certain ideas that B brought forward that caught Vortex off guard. But then, because Vortex has seen them, they don't work again, right? Perfect example of that. But, let's see. Where does he take us next? With his options left, he has still got the English for Cliffside. However, Anatan has, what, French or HRE? Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's a matchup that... Oh, sorry, I just put Lash on the board. My bad. No. Left side wins 2-0. I wonder if maybe there's anything that Lash has that Anatan would be scared to pull the HRE out against. The most obvious thing would be Ayu. Ayu usually can do okay against HRE. It's more like a 50-50 matchup. Jean, I'm not a big fan of. Order Dragon, English, definitely not. Delhi, definitely not. It's like, I think, you know, I know there's probably about an 85% probability he just picks HRE in the next game. Almost regardless of the map. Because any of the maps here, HRE can play. Dry Arabia, Rocky River, Cliffside, it's all pro scouting maps that they can pro scout on. And yes, it's 2-0 currently. We should be getting into the third game in a sec. I think they're just now selecting. And selection is HRE Order of the Dragon. Oh boy. I wanted to be wrong. I was not. And the reality is, I think for Lash, this is probably the best pick you could have come up with against HRE. It was either OTD or IBIDS you had to go for. Order of the Dragon potentially has some like interesting volatility to it that is underexplored. And also, we have to remember Lash plays a lot of OOTD. So there's a layer of comfort in this pick that might give him some hope. What are we talking about with Cheese again? Particularly defeat, BC with Gulp? Yeah, because it wasn't known, yeah. But like, it's the same logic, yeah, when Crackly lost one arrive against Beastie because he wasn't expecting some of the things on maps like Socotra and Atoll. And then there's also like another element is, you know, for example, if Beastie and B went up against each other in the EGC tournament, right? If B hadn't been limbed, what would happen with Springles? Would there have been a game that would have convinced him? Because we know that, like, you know, Beastie's one of the players that has been most aggressive in his belief that Springles absolutely suck and are never worth building. But then you've got people like B who've actually been winning quite a lot of games with them as part of the core plan. And we've even seen it infecting other players. If you guys remember in the Numadon Cat series, we actually saw it there, where Numu was converted to the ways of Springerling by his opponent. Infectiously so. So, you know, the thing, and that kind of goes to the idea, like, what I like to remind people is that, you know, some things that just seem cheesy, it's not necessarily that it's cheese as much as the opponent has failed to understand or respect what it really is. Does that make sense, right? It's the classic thing, like I say, where so many people are quick to say, well, Beastie said, or, well, Vortex said, or, well, Marine Laws, or whoever it is said. And the reality is, like, at the end of the day, these are definitely opinions from positions of authority, but they're still opinions, which is why when you compare a lot of them, they don't line up, right? Like, there are people who say X or Y is OP, and this other thing sucks. Alright, so let's get predictions going. Let's see. Game 3. Give you guys 2 minutes. Oh, and let me flip that score. Out of the old, in with the new? Oh, this is interesting. We predicted the HRE pick. We wondered what Lash would do. In desperation, with his back up against the wall, he's going to the Dragons. Now, this is an interesting Civ right now. There's a lot more exploration going on right now with this potential Civ. And on top of that, there's a lot of potential being tapped into by some of the top players. Lash has been grinding a lot of this Civ in the last few months also. So hopefully we see some signs of life here. It'd be a shame with all this work to get this deep, to beat Core 2-1, to then beat Voldemort 2-1, to then just get 3-0'd so simply like this would be pretty brutal. But it is hard to see the way. Anno just had the perfect pick in HRE. We looked across the draft. We thought about it every way to Sunday. And really the conclusion we came to is Lash could either pick Iobids or he could pick Order the Dragon. And I think for him, he wanted Iobids to flex on some of the other choices Anno had down the line and felt that Order the Dragon maybe required this type of moment. Let's see if it actually does pay off. I mean, looking at the spawn, double gold forward, the deer as well. I like this start. We've seen OOTD players start to do this instead of playing on to Pro Scouts. Especially against HRE, it makes a little bit more sense because HRE is just going to beat you on that timing and the Spearman will be able to kite and kill you. So I think you just want to focus more on aggression here instead of greed. Likely we're going to be looking at a Mindwork build here. I think Lash is one of the people that does believe in it. And also on top of that, if you do want to try and send aggression towards your opponent, the savings on and the timings that are just so much better from Mindwork will enable you a little here. For Anatan, expect it to be a Spearman opening into likely stables for Pro Scouts. Just because your opponent isn't doing Pro Scouts doesn't mean that you can't either. Seems like Lash plays meta, which won't give him a chance versus Anno, because Anno is just better generally. I mean, Anatan, so this is the thing, like, I think people use the term meta way too widespread. When someone says meta, you're like, oh yeah, this player plays meta. Like, no, what they've done is they've played their style and they've dictated it to be meta, right? I don't think Anatan is the dictation of the meta. I think Anatan has some creative offset builds, actually. I'd say Anatan is slightly less meta-y than a lot of the other top competitors. You know, same with B, right? Like, when you think meta, when you think the most orderly fashion that we're known to play the game in, you're thinking Beastie, you're thinking Marine Lord, you're thinking Puppy Paw and Wham. Because once again, if you go back a year, even Puppy Paw and Wham weren't really meta. They were doing different strategies, right? These are the guys that came up with that ridiculous Iobid industry wing build on water hybrid maps, like Hood Island, right? But they made that meta. So, you know, to the argument that, you know, you need a meta player will just be beat by a better meta player. Like, the argument there is, like, are they playing exactly the same style? Just one's playing worse. And I don't think that holds true for Lash and Anatan. I think they play in a different way. For Lash, I wouldn't call it meta. I'd call it more orderly. I think it's usually the term I like to use for these type of descriptions, right? Lash is very firm in his build orders and the logic about how he wants to approach the early mid game. Anatan, meanwhile, I'd say is a lot more fluid. He's not rigid about that early game. Now, these type of players are very annoying for orderly players, especially if they have a high degree of APM micro and overall talent to go with it. So Lash, you know, going for Order the Dragon is quite creative in its own right, even if he is an orderly player, because OOTD is probably still the most underexplored Civ of every single one in Age of Empires 4 right now, alongside, say, Ultimates. Men-at-Arms are coming, though. And Lash is in a bit of a pickle here. This is weird, actually, for Mano. Considering it's stables, the Spearman would have made more sense, but he's just bluntly gone straight into MAA. And he's not going to stop at 1 racks. This is very different. He actually might even be able to get a kill here. Yeah, you do have the movement speed. The Horseman needs to block. Nice. He did actually rub him back there, so well played. We'll be able to save the villagers' lives. This does just feel weird, though. See him go MAA here. Very unorthodox, but I guess I can see the logic, right? It's like by doing this, you'd expect your opponent to, what, maybe just be happy to continue Horseman instead of maybe switching archers. Nano is now following up with spears. I think realistically what Anno was expecting was Men-at-Arms against Men-at-Arms maybe? Which is a bit weird because Gilded Men-at-Arms are pretty ridiculous to try to contest directly. He has at least stopped the food gathering here. And we do now have the follow-up being Pro Scout. So did go for the goal we talked about. What he's done in the meantime is he's stopped his opponent from taking all the front deer. He can snatch these away. Lash, oh, he is actually going to read through. He's going to go straight to the archers. Double archery into that. The worrisome part is, remember, because it's now Pro Scouts, Anno will have the stables available to start pumping into. He even done a good job of trying to hide it behind his base in case the scout came in to check on the full production. Meta mindset doesn't really apply to AoE4 the way it does to SC, SC2. Yeah, exactly. Very different games, very different approaches, right? Like, that's why I like to describe playstyles, right? When you talk about what is the meta, well, you actually, instead of attaching it to a player, you attach it to an idea, right? So, for example, we had the TC meta. We've had the Fast Custom meta. We have the Pro Scouts meta currently, right? That's the meta, an overarching level. And then playstyles have to find a way to exist within that. I do think that as a gaming community, not just AoE, but in general, gaming communities use the term meta way too damn much, though. It's an overexhausted term at this stage. It's kind of like hearing the word synergy in a business presentation, you know? Horsemen are at least going to go ganking. And that's, by the way, a term I'll happily always bring to AoE. Ganking is a gold tier term. It's kind of rough, right? Against Marching Drills to get any damage done here. I mean, he does at least have the Gilded Archers follow-up coming, but Anno is already prepping Horsemen. Oh, that is not a good fight for the Gilded Horsemen. Yeah, didn't even have the Archers in range to return any damage there, so we'll better just run away. Marching Drills guarantees that. Undermesh already been prepped to counter this play. I mean, Anno is going to have so much food coming home. Really, the world opens up to him and what he wants to do, right? And because Lash has now gone Gilded Archers, he can't really focus on blocking the Pro Scouts. He needs to focus on the all-in, because he's clearly committing to the idea of an all-in. There might be a potential idea for Castle Age once you're up at, say, 12 Gilded Archers, because they do actually convert really well into Castle Age units. But what you definitely can't do here is say, I'm going to send the Horsemen, block the flanks, because if you do that, this next wave will just wipe you, and the game will be over. Post is at least coming up from Anno, and it looks like actually Lash, this would have been the time to dive in. He sees the tower. He's going to make his move. Horsemen starting to reveal themselves though, and that is going to scare him away. And the health on his front line is non-existent. Okay, so that is going to be Archers mopped up here. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Lash, he sent Horsemen on the flanks, right? Yeah, he didn't actually keep them all here. He's going to lose the Gilded Archers in the retreat. Nano's going Castle Age. Sheesh. There is no chill on this lad right now. No, instead he's interested in putting Lash on ice. Men-at-Arms now getting queued up, but I think it's too late for that. Anatan is going to be going to Castle Age, and right now Lash has nothing in position to block the player too. Tricky game. I think Lash almost tried to outthink himself on the opening. I don't think it's as much on him. I think Anatine played this in a really weird way. opening men-at-arms I wouldn't ever have expected. You would have expected maybe spears because they're quicker to arrive. But it was a very crafty play. I think it set back Lash's timing slightly. It didn't just make it simple, just immediately say, yeah, archer range and go. He lost valuable seconds maybe waiting for that second wave of Rax units. And seconds can make the difference here, right? Like, Regnance is coming in now as the horsemen are diving the base. Shiv's out. Wait, what? What's going on here from Anno? That's ridiculous. He just lost villages. However, new spearmen are arriving, so Lash, I don't even know how he got away with that much damage. That's kind of crazy. He does have spears being queued up of his own. But even with that damage done, Regnance is coming through, and with the damage done to your horseman line, you can't really defend on the map now. Just a few spearmen can block you pretty much anywhere. More of the deer just being snatched away. I mean, one upside, at least for Lash, is he can, I want to say, fairly easily defend this type of area from 1 or 2 scouts coming in. Because one outpost protects from the full angle, right? It's a small victory fist bump, though, in the grand scheme of things. And arms upgrades coming in. Now, this is where the game just gets obtusely simple for Anatan. He may have went Regnitz, but he's basically about to run a Burgrave strategy. Flood men-at-arms, flood more men-at-arms, and don't stop flooding men-at-arms until you see them tap out. Hello, Mr. Crackety. Look at that. Another fellow German here to cheer on his lad. I mean, he definitely needs all the support he can get right now. This is painful to watch, I think, for any Lash fans. Heavy Mace is getting queued up. I mean, it's do or die now, right? And it's feeling like it's going to be death. Horseman already rotating around the back. Hasn't even noticed it yet. Men-at-arms just don't die. The Guild Men-at-Arms are doing a good job of trying to actually carry the fight for a little bit here with the Golden Cuirass, but once the Heavy Maces comes through, this is over. Who's the new GOAT? Is it Anatan or Baltun? Yeah, I think you mean Bytun. It's Bytun, right? wait, no, let me check. Isn't the new GOAT Cat? Wait, no, that's confusing because he's a cat, not a goat. It can't be B because he's a bee, not a goat. Yeah, I think it's Bytun. In this series, though, it's Anatan, man. This is ridiculous. It's kind of brutal, actually, how one-sided this semi-finals is proving to be. I had high hopes, right? Because, like, when you look at the other side, Numenor and Cat being that tight was bloody impressive. I thought maybe Lash was going to be able to find some crafty strategies to overwhelm. I mean, in theory, he started off the series well, despite the loss. The way he started off well is he rehearsed the map. He realized that the sheep spawns are guaranteed in order, and then got the advantage there. But, that plan fell apart quickly. Like I said, I think Lash does really well against players that I don't want to say are more linear in their build order, but they're more committed to the idea, right? Like in the series against Voldemar. Voldemar is a player, I'm not saying he can't pivot, but Voldemar likes to envision a big game strategy and then follow it, if he can. For Anatan, it almost feels like he opens the game, and there's a little roulette table next to him that he spins and drops the ball on, And today, we are outpost rushing! You never really know exactly what you're going to get with this guy. But I know what we're getting this week, folks. We are getting a grudge match between former 3D Clan member and current 3D Clan member. Because this, without a doubt in my mind, has got to be a 3-0. How many midweek musters are there going to be in total? So, in total, there will be 30. And I'm already working on plans for something to reward those that have been participating. Commiserations to Lash fans. It's a Cat Anno finals. Woo-wee. Yeah, that was kind of like, stop it, he's already dead, right? So, that's going to be a win for Anachad. And that means that he'll be going through to grand finals up against Cat. But yeah, I am working on something. I keep saying, like, I'll get some news out about it, but I keep getting delayed because things keep coming up and things keep dragging my attention elsewhere. My hopes was to have it announced this week. I think we are generally going to aim to have it announced for yeah, for next week, which should be a really cool stream anyway, because next week we are going to have front page coverage. Well, what? It's a perfect time. But yeah, there is an idea for an additional tournament for people who have been participating in these, basically. So, we finished a lot quicker than expected. One sec. Let me check. Playing cat now? Yep, that's what I'm checking. I think it should be now, Anno. For all participants. So the goal would be to basically reward people who've actually been participating instead of like having another event where we'd be like, oh yeah, if you didn't bother at all, you can still get in. So, you know, I'll let you guys know what is cooking with that. Like I said, I'm going to try to really pound through things this weekend to get some assets together to explain what's happening. But yes, there is plans for things happening after the midweek muster. And then my hopes are later this year to talk with Microsoft about renewing for midweek muster again. Because I think so far it's been pretty damn successful. Still got some ways to go to hit the goals that I'm set for myself this year, but I would say the initial almost half of this has trended in the direction that I was hoping for. So yeah, commiserations to Lash. He will not make it into the grand finals. Still his best performance so far actually in the weekly, so plenty to be proud of. But Anno also has an opportunity for his best performance, right? Cat, he's never been in the grand finals of these before. It's the first time. Anatan has been in the grand finals, but has not won, right? He was denied by that filthy Canadian dog. Actually, was it? I'm trying to remember now if it was him or Vortex. The point is, he's been in the grand finals. He has tasted the verge of victory, but been pipped at the post. Could this be his week? I think it's going to be an interesting matchup. You know, Anatan on form you would definitely favor, but I got to say, like, the more I've been watching Cat's games, the more impressed I've been. Like, the guy is kind of getting scary. He has some very creative strategies. So I think for Anatan, you know, we talked about the whole ideas of metas and more orderly. I think for Anatan, in some ways, he wants to keep it from getting a little bit too off track because Cat just has some weird ass builds that you almost feel like they shouldn't work, but they completely slay. I still remember the game against Numidan where he just went all in with a few elephants and springalds and somehow came back in what felt like an irreversible game. What stats or metrics do you bring to Microsoft to push for a renewal of MWM? I mean, the type of stats that you would push on any of these type of things. So you're going to compile data related to viewership, unique viewers, hours watched, hours streamed, and then you basically pitch from there, right? Like at base level, I'm not gonna paint you an entire pitch deck. That's a very arduous and long process. But as a gist of like some of the things they're looking for, you know, that's the baseline of understanding what you want to see. So, I think the lads are now drafting. Let's have a look. They are indeed. Okay, so we should... Remember, we don't need a map draft because we are playing all the maps. So what I'll do is I'll switch over this view now. Hopefully my son... Oh, look, he's got a smile on his face. Hopefully my son decides to be really chill and quiet and not start crying the moment we get into the grand finals. I'm trying to remember the maps from my own tournament. It's one of those moments. So we've got Wilderness, good old Borderland, Bridges. Yeah, Bridges actually got picked a little bit this week. It was nice to see. I think we had some interesting games on it. Dry Arabia, Mountain Clearing, and then Rocky River. Free E Rat is no longer a player, but I hope he wins. Wait, what? Okay, Spectro. I mean, slap the tinfoil hat on. So that's somebody to be a copy pasta. Anyway, in other news, It's Ezra time. Say what? Oh, come here. I see the way you're looking at me. Hey, yeah. Say hello. Hello. You wave? Are we chill today? You're not going to cry when we start casting, are you? Yeah? Yeah? Yeah. Good lad. Oh. Okay. Good lad. Better turn the heat back on 1 sec, guys. Oh, thank you, Cal. It's usually crazy on a certain map or just crazy by default. They're crazy, they're pretty good by default, but they're crazy in the current meta because pro scouts. Like, that's the simplest way to describe it. It's like the pro scouts, let's put them over the top. They can pretty much annihilate everywhere now. Let me update title as well because we do have grand finals. Oh, we have a draft. Nice. Those boys are swift. So, let's have a look and see what we're working with. OTD getting picked again. Pog might actually come out again with this type of map pool. Remember, guys, the way this works is that we are going to have 4 games, and if there is not a victor by the 4th game, the players will do a redraft. So you might see, HRE twice. Anno did once again get the HRE. He gave over the Chinese. Cat loves his French, man. I've been noticing this time and time again. Second picking it in this draft, in fact. Yeah? Sorry, he's talking to me. What's my DLC wish list? So I think I talked about this. It'd be good to have like Iberian civs and then having like Aztec/Mayans and then having interactive campaigns that pass the baton between the two, sort of thing. Outside that, most obvious things that come to mind on top of that would be like Poland, maybe Venice. Wouldn't mind something like Mongols maybe as well. Because we never got a Delhi campaign. If those are, I'm trying to think if there's a civ that we can interact with a Delhi that could make sense, maybe. Is there any snips of info? There is no info realistically. There's just speculation at this stage. We don't have any like clear picture of what or when or how, right? So at this point, it's a shrug and hands are up in the air. It could be any time. Yeah? Of course, Mahodo, the Polish player, prays for Poland. The funny part is when someone's like, I really want them to add my country to the game, and then they do it, and then you end up going, man, this civ sucks. Mongols interacted with Delhi multiple times in the campaign. I'm trying to remember. It's been a long time since I played through the campaign, but there wasn't anything memorable Delhi related that I can think of. Remember the Mongols and the Roose interacted. Mongols and the Chinese interacted. I remember the Delhi. Play it even if it's an F tier? Hell yeah. It's like how I feel about Japan. Full weeb. Guys, I'm going to run 2 minutes ads now because the boys should be getting in game in a second, okay? Actually, yeah, let's do 2 minutes. Yeah? Are you just going to keep gabbering? Okay. What? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? I'll have that water though, thank you. Ugh. Mongol Delhi conflict isn't covered? Yeah, like, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of civs that just didn't get coverage in the campaign, right? Like, Atru was nowhere to be seen. You right? I'm only holding you for a second, mate. Grand final start in a moment. Boop. Ugh. He's been very cranky today, haven't you? Every moment we put you down, you want to be picked up. Although at least you're yabbery when I put you down now. Yeah. Just gotta double check they're not messaging me or anything. No, we're good. So we should be underway in a sec. So Wilderness opening game. Probably going to be looking at... Ooh, could this be the HRE plot? I've seen Anatan. I think he was one of the players doing this plot. HRE is kind of interesting for an outpost rush. He's got English though, right? Like he's got so many good picks for the first map. HRE, English, Mongols. He even had a Byzantine build, by the way. We could be seeing that Byzantine build. He would walk and build the Merc house next to the enemy trade post and then push, say, Lombos out of it. There's a lot of potency here. For Cat, I'm expecting Japanese. He really likes the Japanese for the opening map. Is it controversial to hope that we don't get too many civs? I said about this before, right? It's like down the line, when you have way too many civs, you could always just convert. Like you could completely revamp the way that aging works and make it so like those variant civs get folded back into the primary really far down the line. So like I'm not as paranoid about that. All right, guys. Yeah, just got comp by the way. 4.5 minutes and then we're in. You're right, mate. Give me one sec, actually. Yeah, we're good. Look of disbelief on his face. Yeah, dude. He always has that. He's always like. Well, sometimes he looks like he wants to fight you, but he's fine. Isn't ya? Isn't ya? And then the moment that you get talked to, you give the biggest gummy smile imaginable. Don't ya? Don't ya? How's your chair feel since your sister was in it? Is it a bit bigger now? And please stop farting. That better not be what I think it is. It's a Gazzy baby. Best part was, woke up this morning and went to change them, and like obviously with the thingies, what are they called? Not vests. The overalls they wear, right? They're buttoned up. So they have gaps between the buttons, right? And I zipped him out of his sleeping bag and his leg was just sticking out. Like he basically somehow managed to get his leg through this tiny gap. It's like basically it was about the width of his leg between the two buttons. Like he hadn't even like opened the buttons. He just jammed his whole leg out, so it's just sticking out. You're a funky one, aren't you, mate? Oh, I'll start predictions as well. I'll put 5 minutes on. Yeah, so Japanese Mongols. Okay. So you didn't try to get crafty or creative with like something. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Mongols against Japanese. Like we've seen Mongols can do irreparable damage. You really have to hit your timing right, though. You want something similar to the series Vikings, for example? That would be trash. They're very far from what the story. I mean, I haven't bothered watching the Vikings TV show, so I can't really comment on it. It just didn't really appeal to me. I wasn't that crazy about the idea of watching it. I was like, oh, that kind of looks okay. And then just shrugged and moved on. Yeah, opening game-wise, I'm trying to think what the outcome has been between the most talented players with Mongol Japanese frequently. On this map, anyway. I feel like Mongols should have a slight edge if they get their timings right. Magadai, in particular, could be really disgusting on this actual map. Not too many of them, just a handful, but like the tiny ass tree lines make it very easy to get in and do damage. Yeah? Can I help you? Don't know if you guys can hear him, but he's constantly cooing right now. It's becoming a right chatterbox. Made the game straight from the realism is trying to build. Like, okay, I'm sorry. What has convinced us that the game is trying to build realism? Do I have to have that discussion again about realism versus authenticity and why realism is redundant? If FPS was played by the realistic rule, they would be very boring. There's only like one that does it and isn't like boring, right? Which is armor. But then again, there are people out there that would genuinely say armor is boring. Tarkov? Yeah, but Tarkov's not that realistic. Like it simulates, but like it once again, even a game like Tarkov will cut corners on the idea of realism. You know what I mean? There's no game that is like basically simulating your life, right? It's like could you like when a game adds a need for you to go to the toilet, do you enjoy it? Like Sims gets away with it because like the style that Sims is, You're not as attached. But can you imagine if, like, in an FPS, you had to go and have a crap? Like, there's been one game that's done it successfully, and, like, it's just a comical side product. And that would be Ark, right? Where you're running around, you just randomly drop a turd. God, that's a game I haven't played in a long time, actually, Ark. Yeah, like, also, yeah, that's the other thing. If it was realistic, right? I wouldn't have units coming out every 20 seconds. Look, all I'm saying is if Age of Empires was realistic, we're clearly using Star Wars clone trooper aging technologies to make them grow up quick enough. And with that, ladies and gents, it's grand finals time. Midweek muster number 11. And it is going to be a matchup between Anatan and his former faction here, his former team. We've got 3D Clan's Cat in the blue as the Japanese, Anno, now with Fox as the Mongols. Anno been looking really clean, actually. Cat, very scrappy set of series to get him here, but, you know, this is a guy that was able to pretty much dance the dance all the way through his series, not just with Numadon this week, but with the reigning former champion B in the previous weeks. So definitely wouldn't write him off as just a 4-0. I would give a slight favorability here to Anatan. I think Anatan has proven himself a little bit better, especially in these longer series. But Cat, also similar to Anatan, does have that layer of creativity you've always got to keep an eye out for. So, that in mind, Japan versus Mongols. What are we thinking here? Looking at that tree line? Oh, Magadai your heart out, potentially, right? With just a Falcon over the top, you could do a lot of damage here. I like the idea of just a small group of Magadai if you can get away with Anno, just simply because the thing about this map is that there's no such thing as a truly safe tree line. Unless you're Mongols, right? In which case, you're right next to it. But for any standard civ, look at this. Far off tree line, far off tree line. Close tree line is so thin, or rather in this case, long and very thin. Usually this would be an advantage against certain civs. So for example, against like an English all-in timing, might be very difficult for the Lombos to always reach and always see. But for Mongols in particular, this type of spawn isn't going to phase them at all. Curious how the boys have done on the sheep hall. It looks like it's neck and neck split. Now, reminder, I was told this week that apparently with the sheep spawns, they're a little bit fixed on this map. They're not random. So the players are probably aware of that. They've already optimized their pathing. It wasn't an intended element of adding wilderness, but I am curious as to how people would feel about that type of thing. I don't know if I'd want sheep to necessarily be the thing I'd keep anchored in a spawn. But now knowing that we can actually mix fixed things into generated spawns, there are certain elements I think could be very intriguing to experiment with, like gold veins and definitely sacred sites. Definitely has some potential to it. No water play coming in yet, by the way. This is to be expected for Cat. You can't really go for water. For Anatan's, I thought you might try and sneak out on it, but when you know it's likely going to be Coca Township, you feel like you're not going to get much value there. So instead, Deer Stone already in the way. Potentially, we see a villager being pulled before he completes the tech up. This isn't exactly an aggressive timing on that tech, by the way. Only 3 villagers on the Deer Stone. Love these, the Gur. Like, these are actually, I'd say, the 2 best civs at using the starting pond. For the Japanese, it's because you need to build houses. So these are your food drop-off locations. And then for the Mongols, you start with a Gur that you can always move. And Coca is much later on starting the timing here. So they should be close to mirrored on completion of tech. What's your follow-up? I guess for Cat, like, you know, you could just go for the classic horseman play. Normally you're a little bit deterred by that because your opponent does a Rax Rush, but this wasn't one of those games. Japan was Civ? Like, so there's been an argument about Jean maybe being worse. I think Japan is worse in terms of its options being so limited. It can't play crossbows, right? It doesn't have proper crossbows, and crossbows is like a bread and butter of the current meta. Is there a worse Civ overall? I can kind of understand the Jean for. I think the thing with Japan is Japan feel very linear. The only reason they don't feel completely unpickable and competitive is because of this build here. Like, the Coca Township build is the one reason why I'd say they can function currently. Without it, I don't think the Civ has any identity other than rushing castle literally every single game. Ottoman. Actually, yeah, I almost forgot about Ottomans. Ottomans are weird. I think Ottomans are probably still a little bit underexplored at the moment, but they do feel similar to Japanese, economically weak in the early age. Look at this. Are you kidding me? They both went for dock drops at almost the exact same time. Unfortunately for Cat, looks like he took an extra stab to the face. He actually has to back away there. He'd lose the Shiv War. It's going to get a lot worse because the Khan is coming. I mean, I know. He just needs to commit onto that villager. Now that he sees that it's back in action. Because if he waits too long here, it's actually going to become a fight that Cat can potentially win. So I know it's going to move in with the Khan now. A little bit surprised he didn't actually move across to Shiv here. Because he could have actually completely blocked the dock play. So we'll complete his dock first. Wait, what? I don't think Anno realizes, right? Because he could kill for sure. Shiv's going to come out now and... Oh no, he bails! Oh no! I think he actually might have got the completion there if he just committed. Shinobi is now here though, so Anatan not able to get anything in effect, not even the naval arrow slits. Keshiks have been queued up though. And Cat, usually the play here is to go either horseman or archery range, but considering it's Keshiks, is there a chance that Cat does something a little bit different here? This isn't AoE 2? No. You have to multiply it by 2, and then you're on point. Believe it or not, there are many AoE games. Not AoE 3 for much longer, though. Pour one out for those poor lads. So, Torch coming in. This is what surprised me a little bit about Anatan's play. I feel like with the Mongol-Japanese matchup, if you're going to do water, you do it straight away so you can at least get your fishing boats out, right? Because if you wait until this point, Koka Township always does this to you. We'll better get the archer ship out. Shinobi already patrolling the shore. Meanwhile, the Keshiks are going to dive in on land. Well played there, actually. He's going to find some worker kills. He even stops the outpost going up. So Cat in a little bit of a pickle right now. Still, he is the one with an eco lead, right? He's ahead of Anatan by 1 villager. We'll just commit onto the outpost. Able to get it up. And that'll be enough to scare the Keshiks away. No, Anatan. Big mistake made here. He didn't respect the Shinobi. He snuck the dock, or at least attempted to. So, just kind of feels like this is the type of play now where, yeah, unless you want to add in a force to patrol, or rather escort the villager, you're just kind of killing yourself, right? I still can't get over how the Shinobi look like they're holding butter knives, really, when they swing. You guys ever realize that? Like, when these Shinobi swing that sword, they almost look like someone who's never held a blade before, you know? They almost look like they're worried about cutting themselves. Like, ooh. That's why I think half the time they choose to just kick people instead. Look at this. We have a rotation towards that tree line we highlighted earlier. I mean, it's kind of weird, Keshik versus Shinobi. You'd think that Keshik just outright win. But you have to get a commitment that gets a kill, right? Because like with good Shunshins and pullaways, like the Shinobi survive and heal, but the Keshiks can only heal if they can attack something. Outpost also falling something. I mean, Anatan, despite the messy, unnecessary attempt to get on water, I don't think he's dead here. Cat has nothing. And he's adding in Raxes. Oh, no. Okay, there we go. That instills more confidence. The Rax player was kind of questionable. The stables 100% make sense. Because, like, once again, you know, if you just add in Horsemen with Shinobi, you can block the Keshiks with the Horsemen, and then the Shinobi just come in and kill, right? Dive in by the Keshiks, though. Shivs even come out. Cat actually did accidentally chop through that tree line. Didn't even mention the Uber placement's pretty dirty for this, right? Like, it's actually forward production to push into your opponent. B versus Numenor got to be one of the biggest upsets of all times. I mean, it was crazy. Like, I got to give credit to him. It's funny as well because Numenor's strategy that destroyed B in Game 3 failed against Cat, right? And they pretty much played what looked like almost a similar style. But it shows that Cat, despite the fact that you'd expect him to just come in with the same strategies that you've seen from B, he has his own iterations, is what you can learn from him. Carrying spears is kind of unusual for Japan. It's very rare that you'll see Japan go spears and it not look or feel bad. Yeah, because at this stage, would you not rather just produce Shinobi, right? Like, once again, you know, just blunt the Keshik charge with the Horseman and then let the Shinobi win. And Shinobi are more versatile, right? They have better movement speed, they have higher base damage, they have an ability of getting out of a jam, pretty easy peasy, and yet you pay a little bit more for Shinobi, but you know, in terms of statistics, it's definitely worth it. Like, sure, Spears have 10 more health, but well, they don't heal over time, and the damage is less than half. So, still no Magadai shuffle here by Anno, which is really surprising. I think when that tree line was up was the guaranteed time, but now the cat has completely condensed himself, like his entire economy is on one screen. There wouldn't be much value in Mangu. And hold on a second. Anatand, if at first you don't succeed, give up, you're a failure. But when you don't listen to someone telling you that, try again. And either you will get on water or you'll have no villagers left. Anatand, third time's going to be the charm here. He snuck on the west side. Just as the archers patrolling. At this point, Cat is quite pinned because you can see what he's trying to do. Problem is he needs gold and... wait, what? What is this tree line? That was seen. Cat knows that Anatand just ran out here. I'm going to try to bait him. I'm confused by Cat's macro right now. He's got so much food, he's not spending it, but he's not gathering gold either. Like, what was the intent here? Kind of feels like you're speedrunning a loss right now. Ah, guys, I know what it is. See, cats don't have opposable thumbs, and all that food is in a can. You need opposable thumbs to use a can opener. That's kind of all I've got, right? I can't explain what else is happening. I guess he's out of wood, right? But like at this stage, you would have thought just drop a marketplace. Rush for a tree, but finally he's going to move out. This is a horrible miss macro as a result. I mean, I say miss macro. Anatan forced him into this position with his tree lines. That's the thing. Even Spears, Horseman, Shinobi, all of them going to require a secondary resource here. Like, honestly, I think still, even now for Cat, it might be worth dropping a marketplace just in case this happens again. Oh god, it is happening again. He only has Tawada as well, so movement speed not that great for the villagers when they have to keep running away like this. Cat has at least got the outpost up, but Anatan with a sizable quantity of archers to pound into him here. Villagers also now starting to get sniped. The Keshiks are going to turn onto the outpost. That's 5 villagers inside right there. Top of that, the spearmen, they can't even get in. The villagers are actually body blocking the real military units here. I don't see how this is ever meant to work for Cat. Anno spreads the line. Attack speed gets activated. Those are villagers, guys. They may have very pretty kimonos on, but they're about to get a little bit too red. He's dead. Game 1 to Anachad. What a way to do it. Full wood starvation. Whew. Okay, that was well executed in the opening, man. That full wood starve out was pretty crazy from him. So, let's mark it up. Game 1 on the board. Anno gets the win with his Mongol pick. And game 2. We count the points as well. Baldland. And it is going to be Cat's French pick. Interesting. I'll set predictions now. And we've got 3.5 minutes. So what I'll do, guys, I'm going to run 3 minutes ads this time. So we just build up that backlog so we don't get spam of ads accidentally at any stage. Because when Malians are involved in Baldland, I don't know how long the game's going to be. It could be 2 hours. Trying to think what I'm going to call this one on YouTube, actually. Anna's winning the matchup war. Yeah, French is a funky one. I think this is like a cat speciality. It's a civ that he particularly believes in a lot. I mean, like, what else would he have had here that he could have ran? I mean, he has his Chinese, right? I feel like China can be okay against Malians. Well, you wouldn't believe it based on that earlier game between Anatan and Lash. I think that had different problems, though. Jean, not very good against Malians. Abba. Dude, he had Abba, but it's Borderland, right? It's kind of a mixed bag. Like, yes, Abbas is very good against Malians, but on Borderland in particular, it feels a bit weird. What do you guys think? Should he have picked the... hello, YouTube. Just checking you're all here. Should he have picked the Abba here instead? It kind of feels like it would have made sense. We have seen Abba win here before, but it's like very uncomfortable because of the Farimba builds. Like, I'm not even sure how I feel about Abba anymore against Farimba in particular. Save Civ, just sell map. I'm not sure. So because of the format we use, I'm not sure it's entirely worth just say, selling a map. Because remember, like you get a draft reset after 4 games. So you still need to survive, right? You could literally lose if you like mess around too much. I don't think you can afford to toss a game away with a wasted civ until you've got 1 point on the board in these BO7s. What happened in game 1? Brutality. Fatality? Woodtality. Woodtality happened. It's ironic because there wasn't a tality of wood, there was a lack of. Cat just couldn't touch a tree to save his life. Literally and figuratively. What are you huffing and puffing at down there? Yes? Such an adorable bugger. Win after 2 maps with good civs. I mean, but Anatan has still got HRE, Byzantines, English, right? Whereas you've then got Jean, Abba, Ayu, Chinese. Chinese for sure. Not so convinced by Jean and Abba. Love the quick games today. As a tournament organizer, I have a mixed feeling about quick games. Did we not enter the win? There we go. All right, let's get ready to go. Chat says, love the quick games today. Ahaha. Oh, folks, welcome back to Borderlands. That's become a meme. This civ, this map. Sometimes you just get treated to a casual hour-and-a-half long game. Let's see if this is going to be one of them. Anatan on the Malians. Cat with his French pick. This was the second pick of his draft, of his 6 choices coming out here. Interesting considering he also had Chinese, Ayu, Jean, all civs that could potentially play this map. French are decent, and I know for Cat, this is more than anything, I think, a comfort pick for Borderlands. He wholly believes that this is the go-to civ. Most of his games will be in French from what we've been seeing here. The Malians, man. This map feels born for them, right? The Farimba rush strategies really get crazy on this particular map with how exposed everything is. And I think that's the same reason why Cat went for French, right? Like with these very limited tree lines that are not well insulated, French night raids can be insanely impactful. Awkward part about this pick, like you're doing it against Malians on a map which has outpost rushing is almost like the chef's kiss, the default behavior against them. French isn't really going to commit to that. We've seen a few games historically where French have outpost rushed the Malians on, say, Gorge, but it just fell off. It's not really a build that remained popular at all. Anatan doesn't like long games? I mean, you say that. Sometimes he's responsible for them as well. Is the matchup always Knight Archer versus Javelin Nonzos? I think you can change the narrative here. Cat's the type of player that would just go Knights if he can. So I think for French, like your winning play here is to try and keep your opponent bogged down in feudal, but scale towards castle, right? So you pro scouts, you keep scaling knights, and then you go for a raw institute play here. Malians, if you can actually force your opponent to commit long feudal and diversify his comp, I think Mass Javelin Donzos has a really nice transition to Castle Age. I don't want to say it's a Javelineer type game, but potentially. The reality is you'll probably be going Fulani, just because when I think of like the firmer options, the one that would make most sense to me would probably be Mass Mansa Musafadi later on, but I think against Royal Institute, it just gets you killed before it gets online. So that leaves what? Javelineers or Freeborn? Well, Freeborns are going to be very tanky, but against Mass Knights, pointless. And for Javelineers, you still need that very, very long feudal first. And yes, you must have missed the bet. We usually set it up so you can gamba for the first 2 minutes of the game. School of Cavalry now on the way, so nothing unorthodox here. The map really isn't designed to allow for chamber commerce. The trade posts are way too close, even if you trade to the enemy one. Believe me, I've watched an IB player trade to the enemy one, and the money just isn't that good. How do you guys gamba? Let's see. 75% for Anatan. Damn. I mean, I know that game one looked pretty dominant. I think Cat just kind of got bent over the barrel. In theory, the roles are reversed in this one. It should be Cat that's able to apply pressure, and Anatan has to play defensive. We do have the mill already coming up. I guarantee that Pro Scout's going to be on the way. And we already see the same from Cat. Cat's one of those guys who doesn't even like to move one tile to place a mill. It's kind of comical considering just how close the berries spawned here. But realistically, like, you shouldn't need to touch berries for the first 15, 20 minutes of the game. And sorry, let me flip that. Yeah, it's because the score was toggled to flip. Just a reminder, guys, it's Anatan leading. So where do we see an exposed point for Anno in this spawn? In some ways, he kind of lucked out, right? Triple back tree line. Easily wallable flanks. I don't know, man. This looks like a really good spawn for a Malian player, bar if you got Outpost Rush, right? If you get Outpost Rush, it would have been catastrophic with 4 gold. He's got Retracted Gold. He's got a wallable area. Berries if things really ever get that dire, but it shouldn't matter. I think overall, this is going to be very difficult for Cat to aggro past, say, like 8 or 9 minutes in the game. And I like the build. He is going for the initial knight while queuing up Pro Scouts. We've seen some players instead prioritize massing Scouts. Don't think it's worth it to give up that first knight. First knight can be pretty impactful, especially with these tree lines being so loose. Looks like sheep pool is pretty much even, right? 15 sheep to 13. What won't be even is the scout game. I know it's going for the rushed warrior scouts here. We've seen some players just bypass. In fact, I think in his last Malian game, he didn't bother with warrior scouts until he had several scouts out already, right? He just queued up the normal scouts and dealt with the upgrade later. Probably feels like he wants to have an ability to contest the enemy scouts with how tightly mirrored the pro scout timing is. A Cat is going to have a slight edge. That's to be expected with the discounts you get. Back gold is partly blocked by berries. You're correct. I think there's like, what, 2 to 3 houses you can't place. But overall, it's still something you can actively tap. That's the most important detail. And even though the berries are annoying, you'd still rather take the safety that you're getting from there. All right, we've seen the V for victory walling to protect your resources. This is not a V. This is a C and an I. That is incredibly defensive for such a tiny wall as well. A tiny tree line, rather. It won't necessarily even protect him for that long. Still, what this means is Anatan doesn't have to rush Donzos. He can just completely blob scouts because he knows that this is all a distraction, right? Although Cat wants to scale knights, that initial knight isn't about, I'm going all in on you. It's about guaranteeing he gets more deer off of the map. See ya, Ezra. All right, there goes my son. Back to the main house. He was pretty good today. Didn't have a full panic attack. Didn't start crying at me like someone on Reddit telling me that Byzantines is OP. I'm impressed. What a lad. So Archer Ranger's coming in. So Cat is going to diversify the pool here. In fairness to him, though, Anatan has had to react Donzos, right? So this is working out quite nicely. Usually your warriors, your opponent's going to just go straight into Javelin Donzo when you're French. But in the Pro Scouts meta, things kind of change, right? Like, you get this advantage of your landmark being the inherent thing that people want to go into anyway. So Deer has been mostly split. I like the way that Cat's dividing the map. He doesn't want to directly contest this many scouts because his knights will get kited, right? Like, if Anno's sending everything to one location, He sees a scout, he can just jump on it, kill it, move on. So to avoid that plague, Cat is just going to focus knights down the center and spread his scouts out everywhere. Get more deer. I'd say it's like a close to 50-50 split so far. Anno should start to pull ahead though. Like he's got more scouts in the field, they move quicker. It's just maths at that point, right? Like unless you can start sniping these boys out, you're gonna have a problem. Maybe I'll start chasing back. Anno, not the best micro there. A little bit sloppy. Yeah, he's not paying attention right now. He's looking elsewhere. He was trying to deny the scout over here. At least forced him to drop, but does lose troopers unnecessarily. The initial night charges are really nice when you actually connect from that side. You basically get the almost immediate follow-up hit, which stops your opponent from getting the deer that deep. So first Donzos are starting to arrive here. Cat does need to move up the archers. It'd be nice to have them to finish off the warrior scouts as well. This is a very chaotic way for both of them to play the game, actually. I mentioned before how I think most Pro Scouts players aren't even remotely engaging in a fun way because it's just almost toxic. This is one of the rarer examples where you actually get this crazy dance back and forth. And I think part of that is actually credit to Borderland. And part of that is also due to the playstyles from Anno and Cat. Anno, a lot of spearmen coming out now. I think Cat may be a little bit over-leveraged into knights at this stage. Yeah, he's going to get pushed away. It's concerning, right? Because like warrior scouts obviously don't get bonus damage against archers, but they have decent base damage, and on top of that, they will heal over time, unlike you. So Cat's in kind of a fragile state where the wider you have to play this map, the better Malians looks. Still a lot of deer left on the flanks, admittedly. So what Cat can now do, and I think what he has to do, is he has to choose one side and commit to it. I don't think he can dance both sides of the map. If he does that, it's just going to favor Malians. So what he's doing instead, it looks like he's trying to cut the return of the deer, but also positioning himself as such that he can dive into the enemy base. Crafty strategy here. Difficult to do when there's this many Donzos, though. Another tricky part is Anatan's transition into sofa play here. Give him a healthy front line, someone to try and approach the archers. The Cat, we're probably going to be seeing an extra archery range coming in a sec. Yeah, it's now on the way. Looks like the rest of the deer are being spotted being pulled here, so we'll be able to reflect the movement, and with the following up army, he should be able to force a drop of all deer. Tan definitely seeming reluctant here. I mean, I think even without this deer pack, he's slightly ahead on the overall haul. Donzos are now reacting. Cat could get pretty crafty here if he just sends a few knights into the base while this is happening. He might be scared he needs everything in this engagement, though. Oh, man. Anno's baiting him right now. These two warrior scouts are wasting a lot of the firepower. Yeah, that was a bit miss micro there by Cat. Does at least scout the sofas, stops them from getting engaged, but now the archers are just going to get mopped up. Without archers, we know what happens next. The Donzos should be able to massacre this. So for a little bit wasteful there from Annos. He's also getting baited. Do both of them with these scouts? I know it's a pro scout meta, but maybe we should focus more on the dangerous army than the deer herders. How does pro scouts meta versus them? What, you mean warrior scouts? Warrior scouts have, what, 110 health, I think it is. And an archer does 5 damage base. So it takes 22 shots to kill. Nice pinch there. Almost gets double knight. However, just enough archers that Anno might struggle to turn around here. I mean, luckily for him, the formation shuffling is making it a bit awkward for the knights to get on top of him. Does end up getting a little bit too close. Chivalry has just been queued up, but that's awkward, right? Like, Cal wants to keep attacking. In fairness, I think he lost most of the injured knights, though. He hasn't been pulling them away as much as he normally would. Shows you how kind of chaotic these fights must be feeling for him. Yeah, the warrior scout's 110 health. So it's 22 shots by default for an archer to kill. Oof. And these archers don't seem to be killing enough. Anno with a big A click. The issue is it's not just warrior scouts, it's now sofas, and sofas base damage is competitive with these knights. He's getting swarmed. Cat just caught out of position here. Has to try and turn to get that charge out. I'm not sure what that click was. Oh, no. He selected archers with the knights and then clicked to attack a Donzo. So a lot of wasted effort there leads to more losses. And there's a growing risk that this could begin to snowball. I think Cat's stuck. If he could have maybe had this happen, say, 2 or 3 minutes later, he would have had a good enough economy lead that it's okay. This doesn't look okay. We have javelins getting added in. That's how far forward Anatan feels right now. And Cat, when you see these many Donzos, you can't just say, okay, I'm only going to build knights, right? You have to keep balancing the affair, which means you're basically building into your counter. Cat forget to make bills at some point? Possibly. Like what, per minute? So per minute should be 0.4 of a villager ahead, I think it is. Let's say every 2.5 minutes you have an extra villager, right? So at this stage in the game, he should have like roughly 5 to 6. I think he's fine. I think this is correct. Maybe a slight bit of idle time, but nothing crazy. Things are about to get crazy, though. This is 14 sofa now. Oh, this is getting ugly. Are we doomed to have more very quick Grand Finals Thursdays? Because right now, like, this is not looking great for Cat. Remember, this was his second pick of the draft. It's not like it was a throwaway pick, somebody prioritized at the end, didn't really care about. No, he valued this immediately after China. So what's this play out of this? I mean, realistically, Anatan got more food, right? So you can't just play the Pro Scout's logic to save your life. I mean, he's literally on berries right now. It shows you how bad it's gone for Cat. Oh, God, it's getting worse. That might actually just be it. That's a huge hit. Okay, so here's how it gets better for Cat. If you go to game 3, you start on the same number of villagers again, with the same amount of deer in your base as your opponent. It's the beauty of Age of Empires 4. Because I don't think there's anything pretty left in this game for him. He's dead. Anno's getting ready to just push it on in, right? Like, look at the fields. So many troops coming across. He doesn't even hang around. So 2 on the board now for Anno. The question that's starting to rise up in people's mind, can Cat even put a dent in Anna, Chad? Ooh. Yeah, not inspiring confidence. This is the point where Cat really can't afford to let things slip any further. He needs an advantageous game. He needs some sort of gotcha type pick here. So, Malians versus French, we'll mark that in. Hail your predictions, your Gambaholics. I think Anatan's just playing with a pace that doesn't even let Cat get to the crafty springboard stage of the game, you know? So, Mount 3 is going to be Cliffside. Cat had John. He had Ayu. He went with Chinese. I mean, you've got to at this stage, right? It's your best civ. You can't be on the verge of just losing the series before a redraft. You need to punt the Chinese out now. Byzantines is a reaction. Like, Biz used to look fairly decent. I think it's a bit different now. I think China with the Pro Scouts meta feels a bit better. But on a map like Cliffside, aggro civs can work. I'm going to run 2 minutes ads, guys, so you don't get them in game. Reverse sweep calling it. It's gonna be a win for Cat. I mean, I would like to see some points on the board, you know? It's kind of the tournament organizer nightmares. You get to grand finals, and then it's a very, 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 very quick day. Biz Pro Scouts? No, I don't think so. You can, but China's like one of the best at doing Pro Scouts, and Biz is not very good. Because, like, the other thing is you don't organically build a mill early on, right? Because, like, if you're going to Pro Scouts, you're probably thinking Hippodrome, so you won't have the Grand Winery effect. I think genuinely here, like your best bet is trying to attack straight away and stopping your opponent from pro scouting freely. Because like it's cliffside, it's a very short map. So there is that ability to just apply pressure. Yeah. Gathering the deer doesn't give you olive oil. Like that's the biggest contradiction with Byzantine is you don't feel like you're playing Byzantine when you go pro scouts, right? So then like what's your build? I guess you can only go cataphract. Which, you know, basically if you're not doing that, are you doing anything optimal with the pro scouts? It's very weird. Maybe you have Rangian Flood. Once again, China should be able to mirror your castle timing. They'll just go in crossbows. Maybe like what would be creative is like pro scouts with a javelin build, and then you basically get jabs plus the Rangian, because then your opponent can't build cataphracts. But I think there's a lot of steps that need to be filled in there to make sense of it. Sorry, we didn't put predictions up, did we? We'll sort that now. What's Anno's best showing in S tier? I'm trying to remember. Has he made semis, chat? I think his best showing might be quarterfinals so far in S tier tournaments. I think he's had one of those. Actually, no. If you do the 2v2 tournament, right, he had grand finals. Give me a sec. I just need to quickly turn the heating off. It's getting too hot in here. Oh, you know, I'm really not sure if I am fully recovering on my ankle. My ankle doesn't hurt, but my knee keeps feeling like it's going to buckle because it isn't used to having weight on it. Oh. Rough time. Someone check his pulse. Is he actually alive? He needs to kick. He needs to flail. He needs to prove that we shouldn't be taking off life support here. Cat whips out his best pick in game number 3 of this best of 7 grand finals. Chinese going up against Anatan's Byzantines. Now, this man is probably, I don't know if I want to say the most, definitely one of the most by far creative Byzantine players in Age of Empires 4. Probably one of maybe 2 people that would consider using the neutral trade posts in multiple games wherever they can, no matter the map. He's definitely a creative player on the Biz. And I'm wondering how he wants to try and approach this, because we are talking about a Pro Scouts meta that crippled Byzantine's volatility, their potential to win games. This Civ doesn't play Pro Scouts. They have to play to block it. On a map like Cliffside, blocking it is possible. The distance to the enemy base is not that far. Unfortunately, the gold spawns are more defensively oriented around the back. That being said, if you ever get in position here, you'd be like, oh, China loses. They can't gather gold. Oh, sweet dear child of mine. If that was only the case. This Civ and their taxation is outrageous. So with that in mind, you know, if you're looking for things to block, the cool thing is with being a forward tree line, a big one, you would also be potentially blocking the deer, right? Normally. Unfortunately, Cat got kind of the perfect spawn against a Byzantine aggro build. Double deer back. If you go longbows or javelins, how the hell do you get here and stay there? It doesn't seem realistic. Yeah, so now I'm starting to wonder, maybe with this type of spawn, does Anno just try to target a fast castle timing? Right? Obviously get your initial units, get a little bit of aggro out, but end goal be just get into H3. What units are on the market? I mean, we've got Musafadi, which isn't worth it. Camel Archers, not really worth against China. Zhugnu, not really worth it. Like, it's very rare against the Civ that can actually build the unit. Do you want to build the unit? Right, like English versus Byzantines, you sometimes see longbows, but it's because of the timing. But say, like, if you're against a Malian player, do you really ever want to be getting Javelin contract? Probably not, because they'll build a lot more than you. And China, although they need to get the Barbican first, will be able to out-Zhug you. So there's not any neutral trade post shenanigans here. The most obvious one that a player like Anno would look for is Sapahi. Slight potential for Maganai, just because China isn't going to be able to rush shoot. I think Imperial Academy is already out. And this is the no IO build, by the way. This thing has just been way too popular in the current meta. A lot of players have just fully embedded themselves with this type of build. Like the fact that he added in the mill early, right? Even though he doesn't have the taxman to inflate the amount he gets, what he does have already sitting here is 95 coin waiting to be picked up. He's immediately going to drop it off. Yeah, this is a lot of gold because obviously with the pro scouts, you need it. That's the difference, right? It's either that you have to tap the vein with, say, 4 villages the whole time through, which just doesn't feel great. Especially when afterwards, without wheelbarrow, you have to pull them back. So Limitane opening it is, which means we're likely going to be seeing javelins out of Anno. Good way of at least protecting those spearmen. The challenge now is getting those spears in position. We mentioned how far off it is, and I wonder, Anno, yeah, he's only now revealing these parts of the map. At this stage, he has to be looking, going, where's the other deer? Right, he hasn't scouted down here. He's in for bad news. Sometimes this type of deer stack placement is really bad for a player. Like if your opponent has a good all-in timing, say like an H3 player. But when you're playing a smaller elite comp that has an easier risk of getting caught out of position, you hate to see these double back spawns. Feels like a game ender against you. So, do we have some cat believers this time? Okay, that inspires some confidence. 43% of the people voted for cat this time. So not as grim of a tale for once. I mean, for me, it is Anna that needs to do something more creative here to convince me. Right. And that is a great start. Of course. Why would you even bother getting pro scouts when you can just ruin those? I mean, it's weird because it feels like this is something that people have started to forget to do, which is killing the deer. Right? Like, if you guys remember, when we had the deer shove meta in full swing, every game, the scout would run and kill the deer to stop you doing it. But weirdly enough, you'd think with the pro scouts meta, people would be more aggressive about killing the deer. They aren't. Time and time again, I see these type of plays work, and I'm kind of shocked at how often it's allowed. Even more so when the player on the other side is Cat. Cat, B, they've been leading the pack for these kind of Roose pro scout builds where they shove in the deer. He didn't expect it at all from Biz. Now, does Biz want to gather from the deer? Not necessarily, right? You want to be an omnivore. However, it's better than eating sheep, and the most important detail is you screwed over your opponent. It's not even as much that he wants it. It's that he now knows Cat can't have it. And also, it means that he can now focus on the other deer stacks. You remember what we said about pro scouts and why it's so good? Like, there's just so many options. It's impossible to not get something. Well, you just remove one of the good options. And now, everything else is south side facing. So, Keshik's another interesting detail in this build from Anno. I wonder if we were going to be getting the jabs just because, yeah, archers are coming, but no, instead he goes into the heavy cav. Interesting. Horseman follow-up as well. Yeah, so this helps Anno turn a bit because now Cat's countering a phantom, right? Horsemen don't exist. Sorry, the archers don't exist for the horsemen to counter, right? No lombos, no javelins. Rough start there, though. Anno just blindly running in. He's going to regret doing so. We do have the archery ranges now getting laid into the cake. I think he needs to sniff what's coming next. You can see. This is intentionally being hidden by Cat. It's kind of interesting he's going into archers considering that your opponent has gone pro scouts, which means he has a stable already, right? A different angle to take. Another cool thing about this Keshik idea is, remember, both the longbows and javelins a while back, they had the cost nerf. They cost more now. But the Keshiks were unchanged, so they're still only 400 for the two, right? Whereas longbows, javelins, they have a premium to them compared to the normal unit costs. Is that me or is Cat getting too much? Like, despite that initial deer shove, I don't know, it kind of feels like Anatan is maybe bogged down here. I mean, once you have 4 Keshiks, you should be capable of raiding. It's just still tricky due to the movement speed, right? Like, you could never necessarily get clean kills on the scouts. One interesting thought here is if Anno can find a way to rush castle, you will have golems coming against mass archers. I just don't see a world in which he rushes castle here. We need idle scout signal. Oh, yes. Let's make pro scouting even easier. Of course. Nice usage of... Was that Akratoy? No, that was just a walk away. I'm surprised, actually, that there wasn't more damage done on that villager. He is switching over the deer now. I know not able to get any more gold gathering in. He was only able to actually secure undermesh, which is quite problematic here, actually. Steel arrow is kind of a deal breaker. Especially if your opponent now has undermesh coming for his horseman. Keshik, in the meantime, are going to be diving underneath the TC. And this just feels kind of like a sour moment, right? Like, yes, you've idled the deer stat location, but look at the remaining health pool. Between these Keshiks, there's maybe about 45% health left compared to what should be there. I mean, this is good for Cat, right? Because if this many Keshik almost dead, you don't even have to panic and go in racks. Like, you could, but you could probably just rely on your Archer Blob being big enough to snipe them as they charge in. And your TC being strong enough to protect now. Is he trying to shove more deer? No, I think he's just waiting for the scouts to rotate. Dare I say this game looks good right now for Cat? I feel like I shouldn't say that. I know some of you believe in caster curses. And that might summon one. In theory right now, this game looks better for Cat at 10 minutes than any game in this series so far. And no, Cat has been pro scouting the whole time. He's even going to get punished for trying to snatch those. I know, it's a lot of injured Keshiks. Is there a world in which Cat gets forced to go into spears to counter Keshiks? I don't think so. More likely, we might actually see a Juke transition coming. He's actually stockpiling a lot of wood right now, which is a little bit surprising. So, some being invested in the outposts. Is this just castle and then a switch into, like, triple racks? I think so. Which is pretty damn crafty. I mean, I know the idol on the gold has forced him out to the north side. He has at least got the system buff clipping and range. But his army is mostly just relegated once you reach castle by pass guard, right? Archers, the Lamatane, even the Keshiks. Like, Keshik just feels like a worse knight. Okay, scrap that. It's just Lancers. No, so no playing to PG. I thought on a map like this it would be worth it as well. It's a short distance into the enemy base, right? Pure Pass is going to be coming in, so that'll let Cat know of any raid directions that things are hitting from. I know. He's getting ready to mirror this. Now, is this going to be a Sippy Cup build? It doesn't seem likely. It's got, what, 12 sheep? Not that many olive groves. The tricky part is, like, does Gulam have value here if your opponent's going Lancers, right? I've talked about this before, where this contract feels really bad in Castle Age. Because your entire comp gets countered by crossbows. In theory, Anno has protected himself against that with the archers, but in practice, the reality is crossbows will still get spammed as the age goes on. So, tech up complete. Cat has got the veterancy coming in. First Lancer just got queued. Now, imagine Cat might look to rush into a temple here. Because you want to try to find a way to inflate your economy. The longer this age has been going on, the better it's been getting for Cat. For Anno, rather, because look at this. He's already at level 5 system. At 12.5 minutes into the game. That's kind of crazy. I mean, I don't know. Is that bannable? Like, I'm not dev, don't ask me. All I'd say is if you're playing Byzantines and you're not drawing a penis with your aqueducts, are you really doing it right? Well, torch damage coming in. Cat just trying to apply a bit of pressure. He knows Anatan must be teching. It's even more obvious when he doesn't want to fight him. There's a pretty good window here for Cat. In the next minute, he can just branch off with the Lancers to hit the economy. Everything's back facing Bano, right? It's all eco. Hiding behind this TC. Flash comes in. The veterancy isn't there yet for Anatan. Keshiks. Archers, all of it, none of it being upgraded currently. So Cat getting the best trade is going to be able to, but the Archer upgrade is about to tick in. Anatan does have favorable numbers there, but what he doesn't have is favorable front line. Only one Limitane and one Keshik left alive. Freelance is still partying in the base here. Good micro from Anatan to snipe them down, but now he needs to deal with a heavily armored beast. He's going to pull the villagers. Shiv's out on a nice pokey stick here with the Akratoy defense, but the Lancer wave, the second one shows up right in the middle of that. It's going to force him backing away. He doesn't have textiles either. Akratoy defense only has 15 seconds left, and it's already ranged armor too, which means these guys are not dying anytime soon. Cat, he may finally be on the board with this type of move. He needs to make sure the Lancer pump keeps coming, and it most definitely is. He's got 10 more queued up at home. At this stage, either supervise or add in extra stables, because this is very overkill. It's not efficient. He could have that killing blow if he just had a few more production buildings right now. More Keshiks are at least going to come out. Anatan trying to stabilize a bit. The crossbows also trickling out, but that means the Lancers can easily bring them down. The range force for Anno is a little bit lackluster here. We'll be able to force pump out additional Keshiks. What looked like a dominant game-ending push has slowed down a bit, but it definitely has reaped rewards. 12 worker kills at the end of that. A scaling lead now for him. An opportunity to potentially switch into those relics while Anatan has to lick his wounds. This is rough for Anno. And these Keshiks aren't going to win against the Lancers, right? He needs more troops so he can kind of heal, sustain, and switch aggro between them. And Cat has kind of been handed a cost-efficient comp now. Going Lancers is really expensive. It burns through resources fast, but with Archers remaining the optimal choice for him, it makes this logical. It makes what should be an economy that can begin to weaken a little remain strong. Dive coming in now. Villagers aren't moving away either. They're just standing here. The Archers can snipe them down. The Keshiks are trying to buy time so the crossbows can carry this. Good micro from Anno. He is getting a lot of kills. Cat is still not switching off of this. 10 more Lancers queued up. At this stage, you'd think maybe Horseman might be viable, because the worry I have is the more he does this, yeah, the more the food runs out. At some point, Cat didn't hoover what little deer remained. He's already out of superior food gathering rates to work with. So, Anno has a state of execution. He's now looking to play onto the relics. Cat has no chill. He's looking to play into the enemy base again. It's kind of weird that Cat hasn't done anything to further inflate his eco. Like, sure, you know, he's got a cool economical lead with the 13 worker kills. But we don't have Song. We don't have 2 TC. We don't have granaries. Like, nothing. He's just continuously pumping knights. If Cat loses this game, it's going to be because he didn't bother to supervise. Like, it's the thing that's actually killing him right now. Either supervise or add in, 3 more stables. Either one feeling fairly doable at this stage. Archer ranges as well, right? Like, at this stage, could you have maybe rebalanced your eco so you're not always queuing up 3 Lancers in every single stables? Instead, have double the Archer pump coming. This is also kind of a stage where maybe not having the Nestor Beast feels bad, right? Because he didn't go for the Clock Tower, he went for the Imperial Palace. But if you think about it, Anatan is kind of locked down, right? He's playing small, slow comp, and he's leaning hard into crossbows. Like, Nestor Bees would have broken this. So we do now have the Monk switch upcoming, very aggressive in Cat. Lancers are rotating and should be able to stop that one relic, but Cat isn't paying full attention. It's finally going to pull one off. Good to know. I think that Monk saw the wider rotation, though, right? Army's already moving north. Archers really need striking on the front side. We'll be able to block out the Monk. Mango Outpost is going to reveal itself, so Cat not able to get in there either. The Gold is gone from the front side. Now, that is one problem here for Anno is he actually has no gold access whatsoever right now. Vicious walls as well from Cat. Should be able to get them up just in time. Alright, ones if you think Anno's going to win this, twos if you think Cat's going to take it. Because Anno seems to be getting a lot more than he should here. However, I'm a bit slow to react. Oh, just can they actually penetrate this Limitani line fast enough? I like this though. Start peeling off some lances and go hunting. Right? Like, it's all about mobility and raiding here. Instead, he's going to go ahead and brute force the main fight though. Limitani need to be dying a lot faster than this. Lances stand their ground underneath the TC. The Keshik backstab is going to be coming through. The archers are tugging onto the crossbows now. I know. I mean, defender's advantage dictates that he should not die from this. Most definitely he will not. After all of this effort, Cat. I feel like the last 3 fights have just been complete question marks, right? Anno's about to get 3 relics. He hasn't lost any more villages. On top of that, he's gathering a crap ton of stone here. Likely going to be looking at a castle drop in the center to secure more gold. Right, the 2 forwards. Barbican is interesting from Cat. Very late in the game to be going for this. And also on top of that, looks like he's getting ready for a granary transition soon. This game got weird. I mean, in theory, if Cat can get the granary transition done, right? Thumbs up. Problem for Anatan is like he's kind of peaked out in his scaling here with the systems. Obviously, as you get more villages, going to get a little bit better, but there's no, oh, I'm this far behind, let me add in another layer to the cake. Unless he wants to go for 2 TC, which, I mean, with the Olive Grove count being as it is, I don't think it's well advised. 14 Olive Groves isn't exactly crazy. The moment the scouts come back to try and get those deer, the Keshiks are there again. And no, elevation does not give you more range or damage, just vision. Raid on the back. Does get 1 worker kill, but most of the Keshiks have been shuttered here. There's a few left. They're doing a great job of buying time for Anna, and with that keep drop, all of a sudden the pressure that made this game feel like a 20-minute GG for Cat is gone. Anatan's in chill mode right now. He has got a second TC coming online. Yeah, so Cat either needs to play for his own economical scaling or he needs to go. But he needs to go more efficiently. And finally he admits it. We've got crossbows coming in. Nesta bees, all the slow-moving elements that we wanted to see a long time ago that would have made so much sense for the way Cat was attacking. Lancers are still at least rotating, but nothing seems to be free here. The mango towers should make it a little bit more tricky. Cat has already got trebs, so I know not really much stone to work with here, right? He forced rushed on the backside to get what he needed for the TC for the castle. He isn't building that many structures, so like you can see the stone is already going to evaporate. And those lancers on the back actually keep him from just shuffling onto the stone quick enough to keep this fully repaired. Triple nest of bees soon. In fairness, Anatan's comp doesn't really care about knobs anymore. He shifted mostly away from crossbows after the last engagement. So Cat's kind of countering something that doesn't really exist, but in fairness, you know, against Limitane, nest of bees are okay, not crazy. But it is a way of getting through all that range damage reduction from ranged. Right? Because you do siege damage instead. Wonder if Cat might actually benefit from just chilling some of these injured lancers at home for healing. Usually it wouldn't be that important in the game when you're deep, but you aren't in farms yet, right? So you can't really afford to lose anything for free. We do now have those power sculpt we talked about earlier. It's been a long wait to get into these though. The PG crossbow, I really think is the Chinese winning role here, right? Like, you know, the Lancer play was cute. It was overcommitted to though, for sure. Is he thinking what I'm thinking? His think? Yeah. We've got 3 Sacred Strikes that can be locked in. He's trying to stop Anatan from just re-inflating back into this game. One awkward thing for Cat. The rate he's going, there's no food left. And he hasn't made a farm transition yet, which means he's in this really uncomfortable position where Nester Bees might not be ideal, but they might be his only option. Shift North will get the decap, but weird time to do that move when you just lost your castle. Mango did also just get scouted. Teardrop Shields is on the way. The villagers aren't being pulled away that quickly, though. Well, there's a few. This is where it'd be a good time to bring those small groups of Lancers back in. You can already see that he's looking for entry points. Yeah, Cat kind of circling the entire base. Nester Beast shots comes in big, though. What little was left of the Nester Beast gets caught. However, Cat is lacking a front line. Lacks the food to really afford one. Nester Beast have to get those shots out. They're looking on the Mango now. Keeps stepping away. He does have the Barbican here. It's going to provide a little bit of protection, but the Ghoulam double strikes can mop up the knobs fast. 2 of them already going to be down here. Has to get behind the walls. A bit of an overstep there by Cat. I don't know, maybe he was expecting Anatan to just be more scared, but great read by Anachad. Right now, Cat has made quite the blunder. He overinvested into backline, doesn't have a front line. Once these granaries are set up, that'll fix the problem, but like this has been the thing we've been waiting on, right? It's how clean he can execute the next 2 minutes that matters most here for Cat. If the granaries go up and he still has military lead, this is a doozy. If he slips and Anatan starts to claw in with mass melee blobbing, well, he already has a decent chunk of farms to extend his life in this game. Up to 28 olive groves now, more of them building around the flank. Unironically, he might actually benefit from Springwells, but the problem is like Cat already has built so much Archer and Crossbow backline, like you need frontline. If you build Springwells now, you have nothing to stand there. Wait, I know, just build Monks. Yeah, not really the most cost-efficient usage of 150 gold, you know? Well, you guys don't like the farms? Oh, they're great. You know, there's extra spacing here, so you can... Wait, what? So you can not build a farm there? Like... Okay, I'm going to ruin everyone's OCD. There's literally enough room for a farm right there. Oh, just keep looking at it. Keep focusing on it. All right, who just punched the screen? Be honest. I know there's some of you out there that definitely did. Cat was on the verge of punching his screen. Instead, he's punching it like Chewy now. This is looking good. The TC will not last long under this pressure. Trip Trap already setting on fire. More villagers having to be pulled here. Lancer raids have continued to be a little bit of a nuisance. Wait, did you really just say unsubbed when you don't actually have a sub icon next to your name? Yeah, we're calling you out on that. Maybe the TC down. I mean, I know. Oh, that's a nice target. Break the daisy chain, baby. Quite a big chunk of efficiency just lost there, especially with these farms down here that now relegate down to level 1. Have some blockers against gold. I mean, that's always been the issue for Anatan. He's got a lot of Ghulams, and then he has to add in all the trash. He can't afford anything gold-based. Watson, I think the deal here is you're meant to unverify for blowing the sub. Here's Watson in the chat, folks. Look at that, man. We used to have... I think it was Jen that came across. No, it wasn't Jen. You guys remember the Apex player that came to play AoE4 for a bit? Is this Watson's next trip? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, it was Designful. Designful was obsessed with AoE4 for a while. I mean, Anno has to fight, right? He can't give over any more ground here. He'll just lose the game. Horsemen are looking to shuffle around the back here, though. Oh, we may be about to see a fox sandwich. Actually, a big cat sandwich. He'd be stuck in the middle. He's going to go for the rotation with the spearman. Already cut him off. And the STB shots are coming in. Needs to get on top of it here. Cat is now pinned. There is no escaping this. Once again, this man just seems to have a little bit too much range, but is it going to be enough here? I know. The Gullums just aren't able to get in quick enough. They're clambering over each other. The cliffs are actually saving Cat from the full envelopment. You would not believe that that was 30 horsemen. Maybe 30 horsemen destined for the glue factory. Pretty much cough on those things and they'd fall over. A late riser, but the Cat is done snoozing. He strikes back in game number 3. You know, I had my doubts when I saw that many horsemen come around the back that he'd be able to hold, but goddamn, those spears wiped the floor with him. Farm transition saved his bacon. Means that Cat is on the board after 3. Whew. And my throat is really rough after 3. I don't know what's going on today. Oh, super dry, actually. Give me a sec. I'm going to do a disgusting gargle that I'm going to mute so you guys can't hear it. Let's see where we're going next. Yo! What's up, Sticko? Thank you very much, mate. Welcome to the Swarm. What? My game just crashed. Give me a second. What map are they playing? What map haven't I downloaded? I should have all of them, I'm pretty sure. Should be fine. We should have like 2 minutes anyway. I'm going to run 2 minutes ads, guys. And then we'll get into game. That's a weird crash. It is mountain clearing. So why did mountain clearing just crash my game? Because I'm pretty sure mountain clearing isn't a modern map. It's a default map, right? We definitely have it. All right, let me do my gargle. Ten seconds on the horseman, it would have been crazy. Maybe. I think it's just a tough position to fight in. He needs to like let his opponent come out a bit more, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure mountain clearing was a default map, right? We'll just double check to be safe. Definitely a default map. Unless they've used like a weird version of it. Like, there's no way they're using RBW, right? That'd be silly. Let's try again. I think we're good. All right, H3 Ayu. Interesting. Sort predictions. So Cat wins. Start predictions game 4. Let the memes begin! Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Grand Finals of Midweek Muster number 11. Cat has done it. He's on the board. And he's on the ball. Actually, no, I understand this. Cat can't compete, remember. He's Ibis. This is a little bit interesting, actually. The first time that we've seen Ayu on Mountain Clearing, as it's been a while since it's been in competitive. Intrigued to see what Cat's got in mind. May it be, for example, logistics wing build. Could that work? I'm trying to think why you pick Ayu here. It might just be so he knew he was kind of a bit screwed. He's looking to find a weird curveball to survive the redraft. Because we are at least getting a redraft, right? If you get 1 point on the board, there will be a second draft in the Grand Finals. And what is up, subbers? I see you come through. Thank you very much, Gergendor. Appreciate you, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Want to believe in the reverse sweep? I mean, I'm trying to figure out what Cat's plan is here, right? Like, maybe just some cheeky Desert Raiders raid down the flanks. It's a bit weird because in this matchup, it's not like Ibids is just a go-to pick, right? I'd say it's close to a 50-50 matchup. Maybe HRE slightly favored, 55-45. Now, in fairness, it is the type of map where you already inherently stop HRE from getting all the relics, because 2 of them are in your base. But, like, logistics doesn't make much sense for the relic play. What Dervish could make sense for is the attack point, right? As you go in with Desert Raiders, poke, 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 pull away. Problem with Desert Raider spam here is, like, HRE, on a map like this, with an Archon on the back, is going to have plenty of wood to spam into archers. I mean, we'll get our moment of truth soon here. I'm trying to think what else he could really be doing. Growth and just all in? Do you really think growth is good enough, though, against HRE Archon? Like, you're just so far behind the moment you make that choice. Trade Wing? Wait. Could he be about to Gamba his grand finals on Trade Wing? My brain's processing, and I'm kind of liking what is rendering. Oh, it's Dervish. Wait, this is a counterplay against Anatan's strategy, though, right? Because this is mine work. Anno, B are probably the most prolific mine work players on the HRE right now. And if you go mine work, you want to lean into Spearman plus Horseman, right? So by going Dervish, you kind of counter. The only counter to Dervish Wing for the feudal fights is if your opponent adds in archers. Now, admittedly, mine work can allow you to do that because of just how cost efficient going into the range techs are here as well. But I don't know. I think maybe this is more a player-specific counter, the idea of the Dervish. If this was, for example, say, you know, Beastie or something like that, who more likely would be going Archon, I think this Dervish play looks really underwhelming. Curious to see what's going to be able to do in this one. How did you guys gamba in the end? 60% for Annos, so more and more Cat believers coming in after that last game. Not surprised. Definitely starting to wake up and show himself as a formidable player here. Which is what we've all been waiting for. Now, the good news, by the way, about Mountain Clearing being back in the pool. So happy about this. Screw Pro Scouts, right? I mean, you could when they're this far away from the TC, but you won't. Weirdly enough, Cat is actually kind of helping them out right now. Yeah, he's just trying to shove the deer a little bit to get them killed here instead of letting them be shoved all the way in. Because on the other side, like, yeah, Cat, he didn't get to do it either. Like, both of them seem to grief each other's deer. I think maybe Cat got 2 to 3 deer back here. Yeah. So a little bit better than what Anatan ends up with. You need every little you can get against the HRE economy. You know what? I think we need to do a tournament with the thingy sheep mod, the exploding sheep mod in it. Just thinking recently about how games GG when someone gets too many sheep. That's the counterplay. Okay, so we've got the dervishes in position. Is this like a magician's trick? It's like, and now the villagers disappear. So I don't think that works. We should have production coming in real fast for this to make any sense, right? No, he's legit just rushing Castle Age. So he done logistics wing to get 1 extra relic, basically. However, there's only 1 relic realistically contestable here. Which means that the Spearman play gets maximum value. Oh, God, no. And I imagine this is going to have to be a full growth wing, right? I mean, what else could you do here? Bazaar? Bazaar would be kind of crazy. Now that your opponent's building units, if you RNG into Bedoan Swordsman, I think you just win the game. It's such a gamble. And I don't think he's likely to do it here. Right, Gamble Wing is the type of play you make as IBIDs when you're leading a series, not when you're behind. What's going on in this game? When DLC drops, you should do a only new Civ MWM. I mean, you don't need to do a full midweek muster for that. You can just do, like, you know, show matches. I think show matches makes more sense to that idea. So it's actually adding in a lot of feudal units here. Holy crap. I thought he'd maybe just go 3 spears to try and deter them picking up relics. He's legit going overkill at this stage. He's massing men at arms. Cat, it is going to be growth wing, so 1 minute and 45 seconds away. I mean, what's Anno's game strat here? Because you have to go castle. There's no way you're going to all-in dive the TC feudal men at arms, right? There's no way Anno would do that. He would. This feels like a very early point to dive, though. I mean, he has at least got undermesh. But, like, how do you kill anything with the dervishes here? Oh, I guess that's one way if they don't actually get in range. So Shiv's out. Like, this is what I mean. If you just kite with the dervishes and use the villagers as a meat shield that fights, theoretically, nothing should die here. Yeah, I don't think men-at-arms spam works against dervish heal. The Spearman would have done better, right? Because if you can't assassinate one of these guys, they can just focus heal. And then AoE heal any small piece of damage. It's 1 worker kill so far and nothing else. Second one striking in, though. It's a lot of idle time. That's the trade-off here, right? It's like, Anatan is essentially pinning the idea of the age. It's like, Cat may get up an age. He's not going to have anything to work with when he's there. So silly. Now, any other wing, and I think you're probably looking at a dead cat right now. But the dervish wing really is carrying this. A lot of units lost for Anatan. He has to back away. And he's gathering on the deer right now. He does at least have the sheep afterwards to fall back on. 11 sheep to work with. There's no denying it, right? Like, he just wasted all that time diving. And now Cat is castle. Like, congrats. You killed 2 villagers. Alakazam! 7 more. He's like, oh, good. More for me to kill. Fable's now getting rushed up. He does need to keep healing. He can also body block with these dervishes to protect. Oh my god, he's a bit neglectful with the villagers, but... Am I dying? No, just keep gathering. You're fine. Just keep harvesting that sheep. I think I'm getting hit by a sword. You're not getting hit by a sword. You're getting hit by heals. What? I think I'm done. No, you're not. You're just believe in the heals. Look into the camel's eyes. And then I don't know, I guess like a love song just takes over. I'm trying to explain the logic of dervish healing here. I think the idea of dervish healing is a little bit like, you know, like healing puppies, where it makes you feel better holding one when you're ill, or like a kitten. I think that's the logic. And this is the thing, like, if Anatan had just had a second group of spears coming in, right? Like, had been able to pin one of the dervishes, just one of the dervishes, I think he could have won the game with this play. Now it's a bit tricky. Dervishes are going to be out for relics. Which, remember, Anatan still can't take because he hasn't aged up yet. Cat has got lancers coming. Really, the play here should just be simply, like, vet archers, right? I mean, Ghoulam's could have maybe made sense, but I think Cat was paranoid his opponent was aging. I think he overestimated the HRE economy. Dervishes will not be able to pick up the goodies either. On a map like this, I think, like, even with the worry that your opponent's going to get castle, Ghoulam seems like it would have been the play. And then you just follow up with, like, crossbows, right? Instead, he's going archer camel lances. Like, we're getting old school IU here. Like, once again, I think the concern is that Cat convinced himself Anatan was getting ready to age up. And that's what kept him off of Ghoulam's. It's the only reason I can think he wouldn't do it. But I think he forgot that this is not Arkan. This is mine work, right? If it was Arkan, I could kind of understand his concern. But with mine work, you know, you're losing a lot of efficiency there on a spawn like Mountain Clearing. And ironically, now we're seeing him use the heals against him. Camel Lancer, nice little dive in there. He's going to find a worker kill. There are ripples here. And Anatan has to go with the Regnants. No burger, remember. He doesn't have the food. He's down to 3 sheep. He doesn't have farms either. Despite the fact that this has been a very weird game from both players, like, don't mistake this as Anatan is out of the danger zone. He's still in a very scary position right now due to a lack of food. Meanwhile, the unit you're building is ideal for Cat to win because he's now on limited food, stretching it wider because he's going for a unit that costs mostly wood. I mean, what's Anno's game strat here then? Siege? Oh, of course, emplacements. The OP-ness. Good archery is coming in with his own. Is he thinking crossbows here? There's no way Anatan has the food for the things he needs here. It's not just a lack of food that promotes faster games here, it's the size of the map. Like, look at where the TCs are. TC here, TC here. You're really, really close together. And this relic in the center is going to feel pretty worthless. He's trying to dive in and defend right now. Does keep it alive. Scares the dervishes off. So still a 3-2 split in favor of him. Anno doesn't have emergency repair chained in, so he's going to be probably looking for a way of pulling that relic back to the Regnants soon. Yeah, these emplacements are really oppressive. We've seen historically, like, Kremlin drops, White Tower drops. These things can just win mountain clearing straight away. Because with such limited resources and nowhere to go, it's very difficult to lose even a handful of troops in these static defenses, right? It just puts your opponent miles ahead. So Anno, for the time being, is going to be fine with mass spears. Cat could benefit from just adding in a ram. Probably would be the cleanest way to deal with this. And yeah, Anno now having to rush into farms just to get any food whatsoever. Has at least got enough in reserve so he can just keep producing out of the TC, right? We also have ball pikes coming in. Yeah, so wondered if we're going to see it this game. Usually for Anatan, the goal with this build is to get all pikes and feudal, end the game there. It's actually another part that makes it feel so weird that he stopped producing spears to counter the 2 dervishes. Lancer's looking a bit drunk here. The issue with stepping up like this is Cat is if you're not ready for the fight, you die. Look at the movement speed. You actually can't run away. The only reason he looks like he can right now is because the men-at-arms are in formation, but if he breaks the spears off, he can chase on in. Cat narrowly getting away with that. I like how Cat right now, these archers, looks like that classic person that is super scared, and then their big friend arrives like, yeah, you and what army? Panic running the entire time. Oh, you turned around? I'm just going to shoot you. So looks like Anno has managed to sneak back out into the deer in the center. If he can get these berries, it could be quite game-changing for him. It's not as much a nice luxury as an essential at this stage. Even more so when you're trying to do this. He's going horseman. Horseman feels a little bit odd for a guy who only has 4 farms. For a guy who at any stage could lose those central food deposits, right? Even military academy. Where are we getting the food for these things? Look at that person who buys everyone drinks at the bar only to declare bankruptcy the next morning. It's a very busy bar. So usually the way you end this map when your opponent refuses to GG out is to go for a tread play here, right? Expect Cat to do that probably by about 18, 19 minutes at this rate. Sacred Site timer still needs to be addressed by him first, though, so another reason to get into some siege. And there you go, Siege Workshop is coming. Treb should be on the way. I mean, hell, you could contemplate Springalds here, but there's Horsemen now, so it's a little bit less valuable. I don't know, man. This game's getting kind of ugly. I'm scratching my head. Like, Anno, I think he has 1 shot at this and 1 shot only. There's a fight coming, a guaranteed fight. You know it's going to happen on this Sacred Site. Probably around, like, 5 minutes on the clock. He's got Horseman. He's even adding in a few land snack there. Problem right now is this is weakening his ability to scale spears. And with there being soon 12 camel lancers, it feels like you need a lot more spearmen here. You lost mass cataphract against mass springles? We're gonna have to explore that a lot deeper. Like, probably with a psychiatrist and you on a couch crying. What? So Anna is marching forward here. I mean, I don't think you can really do damage, though, unless Cat misplays. I guess for Anna, it's not bad attempting these raids, right? With the movement speed, you should always be able to get away. The Camel Lancers are going to try to force you to turn. Actually does bait him as well. Oh, that was so tricky. I know that's a super delayed reaction, so he's going to dive in a little bit here, but these Spronen placements, man, they're so toxic. With the relics in them, they're absurd, actually. And Cat, it's time. You're seeing it. The Springles are on the way. As I like to call them, the big boy archers. Love the fact he's using his army just to get as many out as possible, as quickly as possible. You have more outposts coming up, so Anatan just fighting tooth and nail for what little food he can find on this map. It's kind of crazy that Cats remain competitive, despite the fact that Anatan has had, what, like 60 to 70% of the food on the map at least? Crazy advantage for him. I'm starting to wonder if this outpost is ever going to die. It's not seeming likely at this rate. One Treb isn't really enough. I mean, in fairness, you are permanently idling out 3 villages currently. So, not the worst of investments for Cat. Why did Cat get Springles and not Mangoes? Because there's nothing to build Mangoes for. Springles counter Spearmen, they counter the Men at Arms, they counter the Landsknechter. The only thing they don't counter is the Horsemen. And also, from that perspective, like, you know, Horsemen get more value out of charging onto mass Mangoes compared to mass Springles, right? Because the Mangoes cost considerably more. 600 resources compared to just 250 resources. This game is getting a bit too slow for Cat to feel favored at this rate. Even just these cheeky little walls. I mean, the clock is down to 4.5 minutes. The worry I have is that Cat's going to have to force fight out here. And the Horsemen can just wrap both sides. Like, by some miracle, Anatan, with practically no real long-term food, has managed to blob a lot of Horsemen. 25 plus now coming in. For a guy who only has, like, what, 6 sources of permanent food. Alright, ones if you think Cat's going to win. 2s if you think Anatan's going to take it. It's going to come down to this sacred site. Without a doubt. What's the range on that tower? That's relics, folks. Just 10.8 tower range. Here, remember, they're given a nice, very balanced and reasonable 20% increase on range. We're up to 10 Springles now. Meanwhile, Anatan has found the ultimate defense against Springles. Buildings. Build lots of buildings. Technically true. I mean, Cat doesn't actually have much torch power here. Treb count is going up. That's going to be very important. Once he's up to 3, the repair crew shouldn't really be able to keep this alive unless Cat gets insanely unlucky. Get repaired. Anatan actually going for a dive here. Doesn't even get 1 worker kill there. Textile saving the day. The ring of the bell lets you know 3 minutes until the victory for Fox's team member. Triple Mango. I mean, it doesn't really have a great deal of targets here. I mean, you could argue it works with the Springles, right? Mango shots are coming in, though. Not enough to kill any workers. I know. I mean, I'm kind of surprised he's walking up like this. I don't feel like he's been forced to. Bash is going to start coming in. He's going to start a step around this. The Springles are going to get the lined up shots. But the Horseman wave is big. no way. There's no way he can stand here. The meat flood is real. Are the horsemen going to get through, though? The lancers are debuffing a lot of that damage, so all pikes are a little bit worthless, but the numbers tell no lie. I can't believe it. Anatan, he looked like he'd thrown away any semblance of a win on this map. Cat was getting into his fabled, tried and true mass Springle strat. But Anatan will not be denied or deprived. We will enter a redraft with him on the verge of tasting victory for the very first time in midweek muster. Damn. Crazy the way this played out. I mean, I'm shocked that he even got to the stage where Anatan was able to creep back out on the map to get so much food, to get so much control. Cat, it just seems like he reached that castle age, brought out a few units, moved forward, and then almost was like a deer in headlights more than a cat. Stop moving. Decided to anchor down, take this slow approach with that ticking sacred site with a economical advantage that existed for Anatan. One that he's going to have to review and think about. I mean, mountain clearing is a very polarizing experience. It's not a map that people necessarily get to train for that often. It's been missing from competitive for a long time. We brought it back to see if it was worthy of returning. Well, it might be worthy of haunting Cat's nightmares for the next few days. He's trying to queue into Horseman, but at this stage, I mean, how many farms are we talking about? Cat sitting at 14. Anno is probably mirroring that, with a lot of them being buffed. And a much bigger army. Anno, even now adding in his own spring, was like, oh, you built a spearman? Oh, that would be a shame if I had a ranged counter to that. So what do you think, guys? Get your predictions in now. We're going to a redraft. What do you think is going to be the highest priority between these two? Who do you think is going to be lifting the trophy at the end? Anatan looking like a dead obvious favorite right now, but Cat can get crafty, as we saw in the last game. Not crafty enough in this one. Oh, man. All right, so that is going to be another point on the board. Potentially only one game left here. We'll have to see. Maybe we can get a little bit of strike back out of Kitty Cat. Wait, did I put those civs in the wrong way? Yes, I did. My bad. There we go. Okay, so the lads should be going for a quick redraft. Let me have a look here. In fact, 1 second. Alright, fantastic. So, penalty predictions, Anno with the win. Let's pull up the draft now. I imagine. Oh, we already got it. Nice. So, drafts for our remaining games here. And yes, best of 7. Hence why we have 7 maps. Cat is obsessed with Chinese-French openers, isn't he? I mean, realistically, remaining maps, it can make sense. Bridge is really good for China. French has been seen there before. And Dry Arabian Rocky River just makes sense as well. Mongols definitely feels a little bit situational. But the Byzantines pick, right? So most likely we could be seeing, what, Mongols on Rocky River versus Byzantines. Bridges. What does he do in Bridges? Is there a world in which Anatan plays Abba there? And then you have HRE for Dry Arabia, right? So Cat, realistically, you're probably going to be looking at, what, French for Dry Arabia, Chinese for Bridges. Where at banned civs, you can see them literally below the pick civs. Juji, Roose, Delhi all getting banned out. Malians as well, actually. They were in unison on the bans, just in slightly different orders. Yes, the small ones below are the bans. Guys, what I'm going to do, by the way, we're going to run 3 minutes ads now, so that afterwards, no ads in game, okay? God, my throat is still rough today. What the hell? Very rough, actually. Jesus. So, I think we just had them draft. Let me open it. It's French OTD. Is this Dry Arabia? No, I think this has to be Bridges, right? It's going to be a Pro Scouts war. Is there a favored Civ in this particular matchup? I'm feeling like French can be okay here. I mean, you'd think your opponent can hard counter spears. I guess the argument is like, spear Gilded Archer, does it beat Knight Archer? Like, based on statistics at the highest level, I'm pretty sure this is French favored. No, very slightly OTD favored, so 53% win rate. But it's tight. But this, I think that's the thing with all the dragons. Like, I don't know. Is there any matchup where they are overly favored, like dominant? Versus just, you know, kind of competitively viable? Because it always feels to me like Order of the Dragon, it comes down to getting the correct opening play. Like, in theory, it's good against French because you know they're going to have French Knights. But I think what muddies it is the Pro Scouts meta, because like in the Pro Scouts meta, they can just, you know, build a school of cavalry, but not use it for the Knights. So Spearman play doesn't feel good. And if you do go Spearman, you're sacrificing your own Pro Scout timing anyway, right? So it's like a double whammy of pain injected upon yourself. Sorry, I'm just getting messages behind the scenes. Okay. Why don't you get ads? Yeah, it'll probably depend on your country. There's some variance there. It's weird. Like, I've heard a bunch of different things, right? Like, for example, some countries just not getting ads at all. I don't know if someone was joking when they said Bermuda, but that was one that was like quoted out. But yeah, the thing as well is like some people might wonder, why do you run Adscapey? It raises a bit of money for the channel. Admittedly, Twitch isn't very generous with the ad revenue share anyway. But the real reason why you have to like run ads is if you don't, then you basically newcomers to the channel. Anyone who clicks on the channel will immediately get pre-ads. You might think, well, that's great. People will just like watch the pre-ad and then be fine. It's like that's not how it works, though. Like if you think about like if you've been one of those people that's been clicking on new channels, you click on them and you see an ad, you're not going to hang around for 30 seconds. Our viewing habits have made us quite fickle these days. We don't wait around for nothing. I've been getting them for a few months. That is interesting. Yeah, it's like sadly all the ad solutions are just horrific by Twitch. It's like very anti-growth. It's very anti-consumer. Right? Like other platforms, you know, like it's different when you're watching a YouTube video and that like, you know, it's pausing the content, you come back where you left off. But with live streaming, it doesn't work. In the USA, we get pre-roll and mid-roll. If you're getting pre-roll and mid-roll, I think, yeah, that sounds like whoever you're watching has set stuff up in a bit of a scummy way. Because you can disable pre-roll by using mid-roll. You shouldn't have both. I mean, maybe there's some cases where you join a channel and you just happen to be at the point where it would be that mid-roll is running. But yeah, that shouldn't be just by default. Oh, blimey. I hope my throat feels better tomorrow. It's just so rough today. Don't streamers set up the pre-roll? You have pre-roll by default unless you run mid-roll. And if you run mid-roll, it'll disable pre-roll. So, yeah, if someone's got both still, they've set it up that way. I mean, in fairness, like, in some ways you're encouraged to because you get paid more. I don't think pre-rolls is worth much, though. The reason why they have pre-rolls is to basically push creators to use mid-rolls. Because obviously for your own growth, it's beneficial to use mid-rolls. Right? And they make more money off of mid-rolls because like a pre-roll is 30 seconds, but a mid-roll can be like, minute and a half to, 4 minutes every time it triggers or whatever. It feels very counterintuitive. There's a lot of those type of things these days with Twitch. It's a mixed experience, I think. I'm hoping we get some positive changes this year around rev share. Like the way that they try and divvy up the money just doesn't make sense in my eyes. And then obviously another really big one would be updating the way you can create content in terms of production quality. What I mean by that is like they have a very, very weird limitation on bitrate, which isn't desirable for 1080p. And they're also using outdated encoding technologies, i.e. they don't allow things like AV1, which is a lot more bitrate efficient. AV1 would allow people to pretty much like post at higher quality with lower bitrate. It's like the 8K bitrate, which isn't good enough for 1080p. If they used AV1, there might be some games where you could go 1440p. Are you all ready to get weird? We made it to a redraft. We make it into Rocky River. We've seen it from HRE, but not from the OOTD. Ladies and gents, part 2 of the grand finals. And we are getting an Order of the Dragon Rax Rush opening against the French. And what is up, Benny boy? Thank you very much, Dimmu. Hopefully you had a good stream. Shout out to Dimmu, who was playing in this week's tournament, despite the fact he felt ill. He did go out quite early in the round of 16. But it's led to quite an interesting change of venue here in terms of players appearing later in the phases. We, of course, had Anatan throwing Lash earlier today. That would be someone expect to make the grand finals, but Kat and Anno going at it. I mean, I thought it would be a little bit tighter. I'm hoping that we can get at least one more game after this, because I've got to say, French vs. Order of the Dragon feels like a matchup which French can win. This is definitely a creative angle from Anno going for a classic Dark Age Spearman rush. This used to be really popular when the Order of the Dragon first came out, if you remember, guys. It became popular after they changed Order of the Dragon to get extra wood at the start of the game, right? That was the really big change-up that made it viable. And yes, let me get Predickies online so you guys can do a little bit of gamble-holicking. Yeah, before that, like it felt like OTD just had no moves to make a tool. But this was also back in the days where people thought just men-at-arms spamming was unbeatable. And we discovered how quickly that was cheesy, not super effective. Speaking of cheese, the cheese lovers will be able to gather enough gold. So Cat did actually bring the appropriate amount of people out onto the gold vein before he would have got denied. He's gonna go for an outpost. Okay, so smart choice by Cat. If you don't have gold, what are you, right? If you don't have gold, you're basically like a mini Song Dynasty effect Civ. You don't have any perks, any unique qualities. Spearman is going to try to dive in, but difficult to do if the garrison comes through. I don't think Anastan realizes just how much damage he can get done here. Yeah, because, like, Cat... Oh, the one time he hangs around. Yeah, so Cat wasn't garrisoning before that. But you see how dangerous it is. This is why he's being super fragile about it. It's only 160 health. Against the TC is nothing. So won't be able to get a kill. Outpost is still up. And this means that, like, Anno can try to force him idle into the outpost, but he shouldn't be able to get kills anymore. So was it worth it? Well, the reality is Anatan is going to need Spearman anyway. You're playing against French, there's going to be Knights. So you could argue he was always going to have to make a Rax investment. So the balance question you ask is, like, did he buy time? Did he force something? He did. He forced 100 wood investment out of his opponent that otherwise would never have been there. He also forced some idle time alongside it. So I don't think it was the worst idea for Anatan to do this. He might actually... Oh, come on. That's a slip up and a half. Cat was not paying attention there. That's a death that should never really be happening. Not against a single spear, but this trickle of damage definitely added up. God, these guys are so obnoxiously annoying sometimes. You know what? I'm gonna say what we're all thinking. This is the Civ that you all want to secretly say is OP because these units individually sound insane. But you know you can't make a Reddit thread or Discord comment or even in Twitch chat say they're OP and need to be nerfed because they actually aren't that great of a Civ. They haven't been performing well. But anytime you see like the first archer or the first knight or the first spearman or the first men-at-arms, your immediate force is to call BS, right? Especially when you look at the stats. Like this is a Dark Age spearman that can do 44 damage against Cav. Goes up to, I think, 64 with Age 2. And he will be going up to Age 2. Arcan Chapel now on the way. Skull Cavalry is about to complete. You see Cat already has what he needs to get the first knight out. This is probably going to be the knight into Pro Scouts play. It feels really good to do in the current meta. Especially against a Civ that like can't really afford to add in surplus defensive units here, right? If he wants to do Pro Scouts as well, which, as you can see by Anatan's mill and gold, he's going for. Another worrisome part, actually, is that Spearman kind of took too much damage, so he's now a bit of a liability. A knight can pretty much just walk in and wallop him pretty fast. Oh, but Cat isn't going for a knight. No, he's doing the full bypass. I thought we'd at least get the first one spawning. This is just raw Pro Scouts, no defensive units whatsoever. I feel like at any level but the top, Order Dragon can kick ass. Possibly, but then I guess the argument is like it's trickle-down effect. The reason why OTD will be able to kick ass is because like it hasn't been shown that much recently, so people don't know what to learn from. I think this is something I highlighted on a recent video. Someone was saying about... I think it was discussing gatekeeping in one of the videos and like how it becomes harder and harder to get into the game the longer it goes. Like, how does it become harder and harder when most people are like gold or silver rank? I'm like, well, that is a relative statement, right? Is like, what is silver rank? Well, silver rank is like something we deign upon people based on their ranking in a game, based on their skill and matchups against those people in the game. But when you bring someone who has not played AoE into that game, are they silver rank or are they bronze rank? Are they bronze rank or are they copper rank? You know? Like that's an interesting thing to think about. I think it's the same reason why like AoE 2 will always struggle to find new old players now, and Dota 2 can potentially struggle compared to a newer release. Like any older game, is once you've been out so many years, the skill level at even the lowest level of play is through the freaking roof compared to day one. Right? I remember it became so apparent to me in Dota 2. Is like when I was watching people at the lowest level, like Herald level, implementing game strats and builds that were being done, 7 years prior by pros. Doing concepts and mechanics that weren't being used by noobs back in those days, but are now. Everyone clinched their bottom a bit when they see the OTD flag. Yeah, because I think more than any other Civ, or the Dragon, like when you see them at the beginning, you can maybe get trapped thinking about what they're doing too much. Like, okay, so what do I do? What's the counter here? Right? Instead of just focusing on your own game plan. Like, look at how Cat has evolved. Cat almost always goes to the knight from what I've been seeing. He didn't bother in this game, right? It's not even worth against the Gilded Spearman. They even try and raid. So, I know, has been blobbing spears. We do have him now playing into scouts and trying to drag back the goodies. But so far, he's just been trying to play blocker. You can see Cat is going crazy with this, though. Crazier than a cat with a laser pen. He's got up to 10 scouts. Archers are going to be following this up, so Anna's going to get blocked there. But remember, he already has the stables, so he could pivot into horsemen quite swiftly. And no, all the Dragon Scouts are not better than normal ones. It's the only unit that they can produce at the same speed as everyone else, right? Well, you got Siege as well. The biological units. Actually, sorry, there's Prelates as well, isn't there? Have a sheep count. Sheep count is going to be 7 for Cat and 10 for Anno. The Cat has got a lot of deer coming in. I mean, just look at the mini-map. He's everywhere. This is the awkward thing about trying to counter pro scouts like this for Anno. It's like, sure, if Cat neglects like he's doing right now, he should just die. However, think about it a different way. Another Civ, oh god, don't look at that, but another Civ would have 14 spearmen for the same cost. So you can spread a lot wider, see a lot more scouts, intercept them a lot more efficiently. This is the danger of what Anno is doing with this build, is that he's not actually getting as much bang for buck for widespread denial. Meanwhile, Cat is ignoring the age. We've got a fast castle build coming out of Cat. It's a ballsy strat, Cotton. We'll have to see if it pays off. This is already paying off on the east flank, though. Anatan wasn't willing to go deep enough to block this. So the archery ranger is kind of a bait then, right? Like, he can go arbitrary once he's teched up out of this thing, but it's almost like he built this to force Anatan to build horsemen, expecting him to likely scout the base. That's kind of sick. Really ballsy as well, like, you know, considering the spear horseman timing, there's a realistic possibility that Anno would have dove here to try and take out the outpost and take you out. This is now obvious to him, right? At this stage, Anno sees the gold gamma. He's like, hold on a second. There's only one reason you'd have this many people on gold. Timing, though, really important here. Fortifications coming in at the perfect moment for Cat. Anno has to dive. TC is kind of clipping the range to assist here, though. He's focus firing down all the injured spearmen also, so great micro there from Cat. He's going to keep baiting him underneath. The wheelbarrow is really saving his bacon here. This is ridiculous. He doesn't need food. He needs gold. He's going to queue up knights. Yeah, he actually just forced him off of cast for timing, and look at what Anatan is doing in reaction to this, right? The outcome of that type of dive is he stagnated Cat's timing enough that Anatan can now mirror him. And with the lack of knights in this game, there's no doubt in my mind Anatan is going to be going Regnants in this. I just saw chat. Oh god, this map with pro scouts. Yeah, this map is always pro scouts, man. This is one of the most obtuse maps for pro scouting. It's just too obvious, right? Like, you know, if you're talking about, say, a dry Arabia spawn where both the deer are together, you can maybe stop your opponent getting that. But on this map, as we saw with the Gilded Spearman spam, you just couldn't block every angle. It's impossible. Regnant's now on the way, folks. Cat has been slowly inflating an eco lead, even after the losses, remember. On top of that, he is now on the gold, so he will be able to mirror. I don't think we're looking at a Roe Institute game, though. This is Guildhall, right? Which, the thing that feels rough about this all is, like, Cat, I know he was pinned in his base, but his opponent doesn't, like, have any threat towards relics now, right? He can just go and pick them up freely. He has at least got 2 knights out, so in theory, you could snipe him. There, yeah, so it's going to be Guildhall. The only other possibility was, say, arbitrary spamming, so you go Royal Institute here. I just don't think it's worth it on the timing. If you're going to spam arbitrary, you're more comfortable with the idea of going into Imperial anyway, right? Compared to, let's say, Knight spamming. Knights, I think, gets more peak value out of, like, the beginning of Castle and mid-Castle. Whereas arbitrary are way too slow. And also, compared to Knights, you can't scale them an age earlier. More goodies are going to be dragged home here. Anatan does at least scout it out. He's actually snatched so much away. I don't want to say you wouldn't believe that Anno went pro scouts, but it really doesn't feel like he got the better end of the stick here. So he definitely needs to make sure he's getting those relics. Gilded Knights are getting queued up. Cat is already looking to blob Knights. After all this time, he's still going to do what he would have done in Feudal. But remember, the difference here is like the impact of these Knights. Each individual one should be more threatening than, say, the Feudal variety. More tanky, so they can dive the TC defenses easier. More damage, so they can snipe Gilded Villages easier. You know, that's one area where French OOTD feels really bad for French, is for a French player, if they had built Knights in Feudal Age, against any other Civ, they'd be able to 2-hit. But against Gilded Villages, you can't. It's impossible. It's always going to be 3 hits. A bit of micro there from Cat. Takes out the Spearman, takes out the Horseman. That was all pre-veterancy, by the way. So really impressive fight there. Anno is looking to blob Knights here. And Cat is already getting arbitrary ready to rock and roll. Interesting switch. Another cool thing to think about down the line. Probably not going to see it for, I'd say, another 5 minutes at least. But there's going to be a point where Cat can get into a castle. right? And remember, French, they have this interesting little buff. They get a 10% discount on the cost. And you want to build keeps because remember, it allows you to discount the cost of units you're producing out stables and archer ranges. It's going to be diving in though. And Cat isn't body blocking him here. We would have sniped 1 or 2 villagers, but the Spearmen doing a lot of damage. Arbitrator are exposed now. This is tricky, right? Like, what does Cat block him with? It's weird because the Spearmen at this stage just do an insane amount of damage per poke. It's 52 damage, and that's a feudal Spearman, by the way. So spears are going to be mopped up now. Is Guild Knights left alive? Funnily enough, he only got 2 additional worker kills off of all that diving. And to make matters worse, Anatan might end up losing these Knights. Needs to get out of range a little bit quicker. 2 HP. The ranged armor 2 coming in clutch there. So he will be able to peel them back and heal them. And the most important part is that Cat has been bogged down in his base so long that Anatan is hoovering all of the relics right now. Are you kidding me again? 19 HP in a way. Oh my god, he comes in for the double tap, and Alvida-san, he'll make his way out as well. This is getting ridiculous. I think he's got maybe 2 full HP knights, and everything else is at death's door. That's disgusting. That's 2,000 resources worth of knights that should be dead that are going to go home and get healed. Prelate is going to be shuffling out. This one is a little bit too ambitious. So finally, Cat is able to contest somewhere. No more deer left on the map either. And remember, the other relic still not picked up is right behind Anatan's base. So this is a 4-1 relic lead for Anatan. That is huge in this game. Even though Cat has Guildhall, it's nowhere near at the point where it sees value here. Only 360 resources. And good call out from Fatblab. The back relic has not been scouted. Anatan suspects it though. He's checking. So he will be able to find that as well. Oh my god, can you just die? Oh, he actually might. That shuffle around. Okay, come on. This is just sad to watch. Should be little squeak noises as you hit them like you're using some sort of puppy toy. So Cat has reached that desperation phase. He needs a castle. We talked about that as well. Like if Anatan waited too long for the dive, the keep drop would have stopped any hope of it. Now, Cat still gets some benefits. It will allow him to go aggro. It'll also give him discounts. But the worry I have here is like, do you need it to defend your base when you're going Arbitrier? Because when you're going Arbitrier, that suggests to me that you're not going to be leaving your base anymore. You're just kind of stuck here, right? Hanno has so many Golden Knights. I actually don't remember the last time I saw an Order of the Dragon player with this many knights. It's very rare, actually. This feels like one of the hardest units to justify these days because they're giant, they're clunky, they're really expensive, they take a long time to come out, and then they can easily get pinched and countered, right? Like if you think about the investment cost, right? It's like a Gilded Knight, give you 480 resources. Someone could have 6 spears for that same price. Love that he went for Inspired Warriors as well. Really, really powerful tech. Remember, it gives the +1 ranged and melee armor, as well as the 15% DPS increase, which is huge for Gilded Knights. They're high base damage already. And you see it, right? He's at 36. He gets an extra 5 damage from getting touched by the prelates. Cat? Oh my god, he's actually gone 2 TC plus the keep. Yeah, this is full hunker down strat. He does have some deer left over. Okay, I'm lying. There's a lot more than some. I think he's got about 2,000 food of deer left. The keep drop timing might be perfect to save him here. Anatan, we'll see it. You'd think he looked to move away from it. So, Anno is aware of what Cat is doing. This is a hunker down macro game, but for Anno, he's already in the driving seat. Pals of Swabian now coming in, which is going to allow him to bulk a lot quicker than the French. One thing that does worry me for Anno is if this game does go truly late, I don't really know how that looks for him. Because it's always the crux of playing OTD. OTD need an insane amount of gold to compete in the hyper late game because of just how expensive the good units are, right? Like Gilded Hand Cannon is 240 gold each, for example. Meanwhile, Arbitraire can kind of trade out against a lot of things in the late game well. Gambeson's tech, crossbow stirrups, the discount making what's already low gold even lower. This is a god tier unit for the hyper late, right? So I think for Anno, it's better to try and end the game, say around like 25-30 minutes, than let this drag into, you know, Guildhall, Imperial, 140 pop each side into economy. That's nowhere near Imperial Age. The 1400 food in his Guildhall would disagree. Republican's Knight combo. Interesting, but do you really want to not have a Red Palace against these Knights? 4 Relic Ringlet solves the gold issue? Oh, honey. I wish. No, I've seen all of the Dragon players, even with 4 Relics, struggle to keep the pump going. Because like I said, like, remember, like, you're saying, like, yeah, 4 Relics is a lot. Agreed. That's, what? Oh, you're going to get 160 per Relic, so that's 640 a minute. But one hand cannon here costs you 240 gold, right? Even men-at-arms, which can maybe get disposed of quite quickly, cost you 40 gold each. If you get stuck in a meat grinder, it gets bad real fast. This might get bad, though. Cat, what's he doing out here? What? I can't believe this. He stepped up with just Arbitraire. Gilded Knights are going to eat him for breakfast, dinner, and lunch. 460 HP on each of those Knights. Did he kill one, maybe? He killed a scout and a knight. That was it. He lost over half the Arbitraire. Good God. So the last of gold is about to be tapped here. So Cat has a big problem, right? This gold is actually not in range of the castle. The Guildhall does have the food he needs. Now he's lacking the shinies to get there. Slow rolling this is getting difficult as well. Anatan has kind of reached that bloat point where he's going to be as strong as he's going to get, right? We're going up to 31 farms, soon to be 40. On top of that, he's switching into mass horsemen. Cat needs to make sure he's adding in a lot more spears here. You think French Knights and Arbs could contest all of the Dragon Knights? Yep, they can. Especially Royal Institute builds, we've seen how good they can be, right? Because like you go up to, like with Royal Institute in Castle Age anyway, you go up to 310 health, while the Guild Knights have 400. And with Cantled Saddles, you hit like a beast, right? And remember, you'd have 2 Knights for every Guild Knight. So yeah, you definitely can win that fight. The problem is we don't have that type of game here, right? We don't have the ability for Cat to get 1,000,000 Knights. He has to play Arbitraire all the way. Like, look at the AK Vayne. Like, none of this is accessible for him anytime soon. He's stuck. Oh, man, he didn't even get the wall up. A scary game. I mean, I'm kind of surprised Anno didn't just commit to that. Probably thought there was more spears than there actually is. There's only 7 here. Another awkward part here. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Wait, does this end with a keep drop? It might. The way he's kind of rotating. I mean, this isn't the side to starve, by the way. You want to be going to the east side. But remember, he's got Sacred Sites, so he's just trying to play for the win condition. But the biggest problem for Cat is this. Like, where do you put farms? He's out of space. This is the tricky thing about playing tight on Rocky River. Like, your starting point doesn't actually offer up much room for mass bloating of buildings. We even have forward archer ranges now, so full pivot. There they are. The beast, the slay all beasts, the gilded hand cannoneers. Now, target fire, theoretically, Arbitraire can win that, right, with the extra range. The problem here is, like, how do you stand still with Arbitraire when you're being chased by gilded horsemen? God, cannon placement's already in as well. This is so toxic. It's starting to feel like we are 8 minutes away from Cat being defeated in the grand finals. He has still got that pull, though. He just done it. Look at the food. Gold's being gathered at a ridiculous pace here. As much as he can touch without going outside the walls. So we are going to be having a red palace drop, likely here. Because he needs a staging point now to get the decap. If you walk it out here, you're going to die doing it, right? Anno's army's too big. You want to be playing close to choke points, close to your retreat point for safety. So this red path seems feasible because it's close to the keep. Instead, he actually builds it on the northern tree line. Okay, so Cat, he isn't even going to punt it for the risk. I mean, in fairness, he would have been seen by the towers, right? The vision is ridiculous on these things. So he intentionally hit it, but it's obvious he's doing this because Anno doesn't see you on gold. Why would a French player not be on gold? There's only one reason. Age up now complete. But remember, Cat needs a lot more gold, folks. He may have reached Imperial, but now he needs to get his hands on crossbow stirrups, elite tech, gambesons, incendiary, right? That's already 2,000 gold on its own. You also would definitely benefit from getting, say, a cannon here, or just go treb. Something to deal with these outposts, right? Because there's no way with your weak economy are you diving triple cannon emplacement. Biology also on the way, so we're getting Unitex through from Anno. This is also just ridiculous with the Gilded Hand Cannon is. The way I always like to describe these type of inspirations is like Inspired Blessing here is basically poor man's gunpowder, right? The old gunpowder where it used to buff hand cannoneers. They removed it. Well, great, now you can get it back. Now, as we said, there is a weakness to these units, and it is indeed going to be their range and movement speed. They have to come to the arbitrary. But that's where 20 Gilded Horsemen should have more than enough to say about the engagement. So we've got a rotation to the east side. Outpost is going to snoop it, but the army is going to be slow to rotate here. Anno buying a lot of time with this move. Ah, needs to get the hell out of dodge. Only wood walls as well, so if he doesn't get the army here ASAP, there might be an additional breakthrough. There's just so many cavalry. Big boy cavalry as well. I always like to say these scouts kind of looks like bring your son to work day, right? Okay, come on. It's like Anno's playing with this food here. This is ridiculous. Look at the vision on the map. This is full containment protocol. Cat. I mean, you know, you went to prison looking, you know, like a healthy individual. Ate your 3 meals a day, 5 for a day, all of it. Well, there ain't been any food deliveries in a while. You're starting to look a little bit starved here. This is a demoralizing way to lose in the final game, I feel like. It just feels like you've been handcuffed from the very beginning, really. The moment you had to choose to go Castle Age, it felt like there was no upside for Cat. You've just been stuck here waiting to die. Because of these buggers. I really was quite surprised as well. I thought Anatan was in a bad position when he went 7 Spearmen and he didn't stop the deer coming through, right? The follow-up play was just so clean and elegant. He really did just punish Cat for a lack of any presence whatsoever militarily. Gamson's is now on the way with crossbow stirrups. Did we at least have a university? I mean, it should be easy to find if it exists. We do not. We legitimately do not have Incendiary on the way at all. And he's essentially out of time here. 3.5 minutes to go. We even have the reinforced defenses coming in to make these towers just a tiny bit more obnoxious to kill. Because apparently, you know, like 2200 HP isn't obnoxious enough. Right? I think he's capped out his army as well with all the Unitex. Is there anything left for him to get? No, because he's got Court Architects, which is just obnoxious, by the way. There's nothing else he needs. Wait, did he cancel crossbow stirrups? He definitely did, because it was being researched earlier. So he's going to have to fight before he even has it. Oi, oi, oi. Sacre bleu. Even military academy. Anatan already has 6 hand cannoneers ready to just be birthed. Actually, he's got some room for them, right? Love the way he's just been optimizing these prelates. This is one of my biggest recommendations to people playing the dragons. Make sure you build prelates with inspired warriors. Your army is smaller than everyone else's, so you might as well stack the stats further to offset, you know, the clump weakness. So cannon is going to start moving up, but my god, 2,844 HP on each of these things. It just takes so long. Look at the bell here. Hand cannon is going to move in. No, no, no. Oh, it's looking like they're just going to flop over. The horsemen march in. It's dominoes right now. You just push one over, they all fall down. Nah, that's it. There's no way back. Ladies and gents, for the first time ever in the midweek muster, we have a new champion appearing. It is going to be Fox's Anatan. A 4-1 victory over the 3D clan member. A respectable return to the weeklies from Anatan as well. Wasn't feeling too well this month. Gets back in the swing of things, back in the groove. And looks too hot to handle with his Order of the Dragon builds. I mean, it's almost like we forgot. This guy was innovating, was practicing with the Civ a lot last year. Clearly paid off. And stocks and the dragons be rising. There's nothing left for Cat. But to be bum rushed one more time. I didn't even need to walk away in that last fight. GG comes out. Anatan is your midweek muster champion. Let me know what you thought about this, guys. Let me know if you enjoyed the series. If you didn't know, we do have these happening every single week. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Fridays, live on Twitch and YouTube. A lot of the games do get uploaded onto the YouTube channel as well. And make sure you're checking in on signing up. I think next week we've got 28 slots of the 32 field. There was room for some of you to also play in these. So go across to the Start GG. Make sure you search Midweek Muster. There's usually 2 to 3 weeks in advance available for signups. Go ahead. Take your shot, man. You never know who could be making a deep run. Because I think when we began this week, a lot of these outcomes, I don't think people would have predicted them. Dumu going out early, seeing Cat all the way into the grand finals, but not seeing B there. Numidan beating B, you know? A lot of stories being woven, different than people would expect. But maybe this one, the outcome people were seeing. Anatan 4-1 and back on top. I'll see you in the next chapter. Oof. GG's Mr. Anachad. Well played, mate. All right. A little bit of a short stream. I'm almost tempted. What do you think, guys? Do we watch some pubcasts? Because we ain't even been live 4 hours after that. Believe it or not, we done a semi-finals and the grand finals in that time. Good lord. Third place match. I don't know if I don't think Numidan and Lash are both around. I mean, that would be kind of cool. Be weird to have that after the grand finals. I think Numu's offline. Maybe for next week. It's hard to organize because remember we use open scheduling, right? Because we use open scheduling, it kind of complicates it a bit. You're around for a little show match, question mark. I don't know. I don't think there will be. What we can do is we can watch some pub games though. Oh, Numu's in game, so he's playing right now. Interesting. Let me update the title as well. So we could watch some pub games. I mean, I'm like, we've been live 3.5 hours. I feel like we hang around a bit. But, no, Numidan definitely like won't hop in right this second. He just hopped into a game. But maybe there's a world. We'll see if he responds afterwards. No interview of the winners? No, we aren't doing interviews currently. Like I said, as we grow the weeklies more, maybe it's something we do. But for the time being, no. But yeah, I figured it might be cool. Let's watch. We'll watch 1 or 2 pubs to round out the stream. It's also a nice, chill environment where we can talk with chat as well while we cast the pub games. No, pretty cool series. I think Cat kind of felt like he got outdrafted in the first draft. The second one looked a bit more respectable, but man, that was a really creative strategy actually with Order Dragon. I wasn't really expecting that to be executed the exact way Anatan done it. Usually for OOTD, you're trying to figure out a way of playing like Age 2 a little bit longer and then dragging into Age 3. But that was full-on commitment in just like one direction. Pretty ballsy. Thoughts on AoE 3? Pour one out for the boys. AoE 3, you know, like realistically, Age of Empires 3, I'm not surprised that it was abandoned. It's just not that big of a game. And whenever you're a developer, there has to be like an inflection point where you're like, what's the value of us investing more in this game versus just making a new game, right? How are we actually going to bring people back into the game? Because if you go free to play and then you can't maintain high numbers still, I mean, like, what have you got left to do there? Pay people to play the game, right? Like, so, you know, you wish they did the last DLC, but it's financial logic, right? Like, you know, I'm surprised they were still pushing the DLCs, but they made it sound like it was low cost. I guess it stopped being so low cost. I think a lot of companies, especially, you have to remember it's the start of a new year, a lot of companies are going to be looking at their finances and reviewing, okay, what's viable? How do we like operate? What can we, can't we do? So like, that's always a weird point in the year. Like we saw it last year where a lot of big projects or big studios and stuff like that got culled. Ubisoft just started shutting studios. Did you guys see the news? Ubisoft, the studio that developed Star Wars Outlaws, closed. They were shuttered. So yeah, like, you know, at this time of the year, that's when the funky stuff can really just happen out of nowhere. Yeah, Zhang versus Chinese should be an interesting matchup, by the way. Roger Scruton, for those who don't know, this is Kaiser Johan's account, right? So KJ versus Numadon. Interesting player matchup. Numu was quite fun to watch this week, so kind of curious to see what he's going to be able to do with Jean. What I can maybe do. What's that? I'm just typing out a message to both Lash and Numu. We'll see. Throw a few bucks their way, see if they want to play. Alright, whoopsie, wrong scene. Nimadon and KJ made it to the grand finals. You need to check the titling, mate. Alright, guys. Okay is being sarcastic, but also is proving incapable of reading. Wait a second, he changed the title. Yeah, so remember, guys, grand finals now complete. We're going to hop into some pub games. So yeah, I thought it'd be a fun one, because we're going to see if we can actually get him to play in a show match. And then I encounter him doing this. Numadon just hopped on the ladder. Jeanne d'Arc up against the Chinese from Roger Scruton. Interesting matchup, actually. One that I feel like we never see because Jeanne never gets picked and Chinese always gets banned. But when you get on the pub ladder, anything is possible. Gorge, always an interesting map for it as well. I think Gorge is really nicely evolved as a map competitively. I like it more since the Season 9 changes. I kind of was growing to hate this map, and I imagine I'm not alone in that. The changes like they made with Season 9, though, making walling a lot harder, for example, went a long way in kind of just convincing me that this is a good map, right? A better map for sure. Because you can't just hide behind walling, right? It can't just be done for free. That's really important, because on Gorge, you usually had two types of maps, right? You had the games where people would just rush you and the game be over. The ones where the walls went everywhere. Like, we're talking full mazes. The problem was, the longer the Gorge got played, and the more that people figured it out, the more you got the full layering of the cake, right? The more you just got this drag out that led to about 100 plus palisade walls everywhere. So, Numu, it's going to be just a standard school of cavalry opening. Nothing weird there. China with the Imperial Academy, everything to be expected. What do you guys think about Jean currently? What changes do you want to see to this Civ? Because I think it's kind of undeniable right now that she's underperforming. Even Order of the Dragon seem to be seeing an uptick in success, but this Civ just still feels kind of dead. I feel like the only people I see drafting her are ones that just almost do it more, I won't say for the comfort, they just like playing the Civ, right? Like Killjadi comes to mind, Mio Micah comes to mind. Even Louis not doing it anymore. Make Chamber of Commerce into something else. Could be an interesting way. I mean, that sounds like a bigger buff to French, which is dangerous. I think France themselves, at least, are in a really good position. I'd say they're like a solid B, maybe close to A tier Civ. Actually, I want maybe A tier even. Not even Louis? No, I rarely see Louis actually go for Jean. He might draft it later on in the phase, but it doesn't really get picked or prioritized in his game strats. Sheephall is going to be 12 to what? 11? So split it even. That's pretty good actually for Nimu. Realistically, you should be doing a lot worse than China in the sheephall here. And I do believe I smell pro scouts. Wow. What a unique and unexpected strategy. Hold on. Like it when the variant civs have completely different landmarks. I mean, I don't mind the idea of that. It's just, I get why it doesn't always get implemented that way. But yeah, like, I mean, a Chamber of Commerce that does something different. What would it do for Jean, really? And it's weird to try and think of historical relevance to center, like, those type of things around with Jean as well, right? Like, what is a historical arc for Chamber of Commerce doing something different? You know? What the STSivs? STSivs would be China, Juji. I think HRE is still in there as well. Delhi are like good A tier. I wouldn't put them S tier. I think like Delhi, Roose are just below in the A tier. Hey! Shout out to Hussein. He's going to do another star gathering. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, I think we're going to see China, Juji being the most banned now. Pro Scout time. I mean, you just see why, right? Like, Roger Scruton started this so much later, but it just comes straight in like that. Nice thing about Numidan's build is he's already got a Night Out, so you can try to block his opponent's Pro Scouting and take from his side of the map. Scruton not really in a position to mirror, not in a position to block either. He was very delayed on getting into his spears here. So all in all, this is a pretty good beginning for Numu. We even have the Archer form now coming out to try and apply some extra pressure. Okay, this is interesting as... almost treating Jean as an antichrist to pro scouts, right? And I can see the logic of it as well. It's quite crafty here due to the fact that, like, you know, you have a knight, you have scouts, your opponent's going to want to react spears. The archer should be sick. It's definitely a double-edged sword because if your opponent reads through it, he's going to go horseman, which I think is why you're seeing Numidan backing up. He doesn't want to reveal it yet. He wants to bait Scruton into more spears while he goes for more knights. No Biz? Biz is like A tier. Maybe low A tier. Biz have to counter pro scouts. They can't play pro scouts. It's a really big problem. But it are going to be intercepted coming home. But Roger Scruton should have plenty more of these boys coming out. And he's not supervising. We have an interesting build here, actually not prioring for that at all. He's up to 3 Imperial officials. But obviously he wants... oh, wait. So there he is. He's hiding his eye. So we have actually got supervision coming in, which means scouts are popping out every 10 seconds. And yes, Byzantines aren't necessarily good in the Pro Scouts meta. They can work, but it depends on the map, and their role is more anti than play, right? Like, we've seen multiple people now try Pro Scouts builds for Byzantines. I've yet to see a build that I've been like, wow, that looks great. I'm going to do that. That's going to be a little bit of a nuisance. Jean has revealed herself. Scruton now going into the Horseman. What does Numu want to do from here? I mean, traditionally, you look to blow loads of knights, right? But in the end, you always want to try to get to Castle Age. That's your really big wallop. It's kind of weird, right? And you see what I mean about how Pro Scouts really changed it back to maybe, I don't want to say a more negative meta, but we get less feudal all-ins. You may get a decisive move in feudal, but then the way it's decided is by reaching castle. And you can say that like AoE 4s to a certain degree always had that. But I think before Pro Scouts meta back in Season 8, we actually had more of a feudal end-focused meta, right? Where people could just finish the game with Ram Rush and feudal. Now I feel like we've moved away from that again. There are certain situations where it can work, like Byzantine all-in in Pro Scouts. But for a lot of civs, you'll look to build a big enough edge here to close the game immediately with castle play, right? With, for example, Zhuji massing Lancers or PG, same with China, Jean/French going for Royal Institute upgrade into mass knights, HRE going for the men at arms flood in feudal age, but then upgrading them to castle to end the game. So Jean getting sniped, pretty much to be expected here, guys. This is the problem in the Pro Scouts meta with Jean. To another layer of it. Like, she can play block of that first wave we said, and I actually think Numu done really well there. But the reality check is you know your opponent already has a stables. You know he's going to be building horsemen. So instead of trying to address that directly, Numu is, funnily enough, protecting himself against the next layer of the cake. He's looking for an attack point here, so he's going into Archer Knights. The reason you do this is because with Barban coming, your opponent could easily go Zhu. The bigger worry I have for Numidan here is that his opponent could also easily just go Castle Age. And that is a Castle Age macro. You reached Conk 2 before the Pro Scouts meta, and now you're down to Diamond? Sag. Well, is this because you didn't want to play the Pro Scouts meta? What cavalry civs are S tier? Because I need to find one to play with 3v3 ranked with friends. For 3v3s, the most obvious S tier cavalry civ would be French. Mongols can work a little bit. Magadai, small quantities can be interesting. Another one that would come to mind would be Japanese in team games because you just lob mount samurai only. But French, I'd say, is still the king in that environment by far. Oh, I did read it, Endis. So your lazy ass need to just wait. Wait, why has your lazy ass not got both the chats open at the same time? That's the Giga play. Open both Twitch and YouTube. Boom. Pure Palace coming in. Roger Scrotton's playing blind here. Knights are going to be able to get in. Does shuffle beyond them, so that should be a few workers going down. Gets free and forces the cancel there. Pretty big, actually. Numu needs every little bit he can get right now, and Roger Scrotton kind of flailing a bit here. Not paying attention to what he's doing with his troops. XP being fed over. I mean, this should be deep enough that the Knights can't dive. But what you can do is shuffle around the tree line. All right. Game should have kind of been over, but Numidan just got a lot there. Decent XP. Culled some of the villager advantage that was being built by Scrutton. He's going to try for a dive again, but this is too late. Yeah, I'm surprised he actually didn't just go sooner if this was the goal. So he's going to try to bypass onto the back line now. But villagers, man. Goddamn village. So what does Numu do now? I think you need to rush castle. That's why you're seeing him switch spears. He needs to be budgeted here. Pro Scouts play in the end, I think... I want to say it was roughly, what, 1.5 deer stacks versus 2.5 here? Maybe more, actually, for Numu. I don't think Roger Scrutton actually has that much deer to work with. Like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 6 carcasses? I think the rest is sheep. Okay, no. Oh, my God. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... He's got a lot more deer than I would have expected at this stage. He chinged it, man. Numidan, I thought he'd done a little bit better than this. I mean, sure, he's still got a decent amount of deer to work with at home, but nowhere near as much as he should have. Just feels like there's no stopping China's Pro Scouts, man. And that, ladies and gents, is why you ban it. Because then you've technically countered it. You've stopped it because it can't be picked. It's very big brain. All right, ones if you think Yumu's going to win, twos if you think Roger Scrutton's going to win. Chinese Pro Scouts are good because of the free gold. They're good because of all the taxation that gives you free gold. Yes, they're good because supervision lets you get the tech in less than half the time. And they're good because you can then supervise into your stable and blacksmith, racks rubber production. So you just, at the core of it, the thing that makes Chinese Pro Scouts broken is supervision more than taxation. Guildhall now coming in from Numu. It is only one TC versus one TC. And Song isn't going to allow you to swarm your opponent on economy, remember? Like, the TC produces quicker anyway, so, like, he is slowly falling behind, but slow enough that it shouldn't just be like, oh my god, I need to go, the game's going to end. What's the rate for the taxation? The taxation is you get, like, 1 gold per drop-off, but then that multiplies to 2 with Imperial Academy, right? So you can imagine how that escalates really quickly when you've got, like, 10 villages on food. In fact, like, yeah, look at this. Look at... How does he have 650 gold? I think, yeah, Roger Scott needs to calm down the gold gathering, man. If he just uses the taxmen, he's got a ludicrous amount sitting here. 585 gold here. He's been clearing the Raxes, but he just hasn't been clearing the mill. It's ridiculous. So we're getting PG switch here. Just curious, because Numu's still blobbing a lot of knights. Put increased research speed behind the taxation upgrade. Oh, yeah, you mean this one, the Imperial Examinations. That's a cool idea. The problem, right, is the Imperial Academy is already way too good. So it's like, if you wanted more diversity in games, you're going to get less diversity in games by doing that. It's almost like actually putting the research speed behind the Barbican would make more sense. Oh, wait, you're right. I'm being an idiot. He's playing Jean, isn't he? Not French. Yeah, so this is really bad. He's got the 20 villager timing, not the 15. Oops. All right, so this is going to get ugly fast if Numu can't start finding some damage. In fact, surprised that Scrutton isn't further ahead. He might have been skipping villager production occasionally. I mean, it was a late song time, but still. Monk's already shuffling out. Like, because remember, Numu would have lost 1 villager compared to where he should be because he built Jean. And Roger Scrutton has inflated his eco count by 4 with the taxman. So, like, something definitely went wrong here. The maths doesn't support with just the 4 worker kills. Unless I've missed math. I'm pretty sure I haven't. By the way, guys, if Numu and Lash aren't available to do like third place match, what we might do, I might pivot and check if like B and Anno want to do something funky. Maybe a preview of tomorrow's default map, Oasis. I kind of like that, actually. Almost like after the grand finals, having a potential show match each week that previews the next map. I'm not sure how we choose the players, though. Arbitrary now getting queued up by Numu. I mean, perfect late game comp if you can get to it, right? My worry is the mid game here. Relic race looks like it's going to be slightly favoring Numidan. This should be 3 relics going his way. He did go for the Guildhall, so like the game isn't curtains. Remember, he's going to have that scale point into Imperial, which is going to be really hard for Scrutton to kind of mirror. However, the granary's already getting set up. Things are starting to look better and better for China. This is one thing that, like, I think can make Gorge a bit monotonous when you get this deep, by the way. We're at the stage now where they've raced for relics. And I think I've highlighted this before about mid-map objectives, right? With 17 minutes in the game, there is still sacred sites to fight for. But, like, realistically, in terms of mid-map objectives, most of what can be fought for has been fought for the next X minutes. Because on Gorge, all the gold spawn on your side far back. So right now, there's, like, sacred sites to cap, but that's about it. I'd love to see some additional objectives to try and lean into, you know? Like, I think of a lot of the great RTSs, right? And a lot of the great RTSs had this necessity to come out in a very risky way, if you will. Right? Like, for example, in Warcraft, you'd have to fight for the creep camps. In StarCraft, you know, you go for the extra bases, but you have to actually have a base there to gather, and that's a big investment. In Command & Conquer, you'd actually have to set up an additional base to then be able to, like, have mining whatever near that place. The thing with AoE 4 is, like, there's definitely a risk to bringing out your economy, but, like, you're very loose in terms of the risk, and that it's your villages, right? And sometimes I wonder if, like, there's a lot of maps that we just have that don't have enough reward for persons to come out quickly, you know? Looks like Numu does know about the farms. It's a lot of knights. Now, these aren't royal bloodline knights. What worries me more is double nest of bees kind of stops the entirety of your archers from fighting. Same with Arbitrier. I don't think Numu can go in. Nice pincher there. I mean, Jean must be getting close to level 3, right? Like, I can't believe we're 19 minutes in the game. There we go. So level 3 upon us. What do you do here? Because I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, the champions don't, or riders rather, don't get bonus damage against siege. I'd have to double check that though. Looks like it's going to be champs. Pro miners that can bring the mines to the base? Jesus. That wasn't my point. And yes, Snoop Dogg, Grand Finals is over. Anatan took it 4-1. We're watching a few pub games because we've not been live very long today. Dive coming in. Does actually get one of the nest of bees. And remember, those aren't tanky ones. No clock tower. It's like the beefiness of the knights might be good enough here. Numu, divine restoration to guarantee it. Roger Scruton, he came out from the choke point. And I'm starting to wonder why here. Both knobs are down. Remaining of the army's going to get pushed back. Numu has still got a handful of knights left alive here. And a big blob of archers to now dive in with. New knob is at least coming. It needs to get here fast. Scruton, this could be a very useful choke point to hold in. Numu, he tries to go for the snipes, but he didn't get the double dunk. He has to wait for that. Divine Arrow is still on cooldown for 2 more seconds. The knight will be able to get through, though. Final tap comes in. Numu. All he needs to do now is try to bypass into the farms. That's the big check mark that he's missing right now. He's going to clash with the army. Meanwhile, counter raid did a little bit of chip damage here, actually. I think he had found... Wait, was that 4 or 5 worker kills from that raid? Numu may be able to return the pain here. Granaries are in his sight. Seek Shout is also going to betray him here. Luckily, Roger Scruton's timing on that nest of bees is perfect. Does cover him against these guys camping and killing. The farm's now not working, and on top of that, we see just how good Jean is at dealing with these nest of bee strats. Don't know what Taxman was thinking there. Wait, is he out of charges? Oh. He's out of charges. That is le petit problème. Not good. All right, so we do have Lash on board to do it. I think we're gonna do like a best of 5 for 10 buckaroos. We'll see if Numu's interested. Just gotta wait for him to respond, which is probably after the set. Nice. All right, I have confirmation. We can have that set. Fantastic. So we're going to use the best of 5 format for the weekly. What do we want to do with this? Yeah, we're going to do the best of 5. What do we want to do with the format, though? Should we do... I don't know. Would it be boring watching 5 games of Oases? That's what I'm wondering. Oh my god, wait, what? While I'm figuring out this show match, Red Palace drop. Oh, purple is royally screwed. This does not look good. Siege Workshop's now getting added in Nimu. Wait, is this just mass mangoing? I mean, you can do whatever you want, right? Dude, it's going to be raw cannon straight away. He double consecrates. Remember, this discount now applies not just to the food cost. So cheap cannons, man. Only paying 675 resources each. Oh, man. And he's in. I think Roger Scott is in trouble. Wait, why are you guys talking about Jean's age? I mean, being 19 years old and like when she was alive would be considered living a long and prosperous life, right? Trebs? Oh, can he actually finish something here? Everything is almost there. There's a lot of effort to try and get rid of the Red Palace. Numu's just chilling inside with the Arbitrier as well, so you can't even approach it. He's trying to bait him in range. Cannons are coming through. No, dude, this is toxic. He would have to get in range of the Red Palace to snipe these. Oh, God. This is painful, man. Cannon shots are coming through. The problem is, like, if you try to defend this, you're going to end up in range. And you're just going to get immediately crossbow bolted down to death. Another Treb dead. You kind of wish you had Clock Tower right now. He's actually going in range. That's a huge mistake. Numidon is running an XP farm here to rival those you'd find in Minecraft. Jesus. It's 4 cannons for... Oh, sleeper. Numidon not paying attention. He's going to get rid of one of the Trebs again. Reminder that Numidon has a third of his economy repairing this and probably another third getting the wood he needs, but Jean de Blast! Vivi swings the baguettes! She's here! Oh, he gets both of them! And I think he's dead. Oh, what a way to go out. Alright, that was brutal. Viva la baguettes indeed. Can do now. So talking to them now. We're gonna have a show match. Has Numidon added me? I think he has. So, yeah, let's do this. Hey, lads. Let's use the BO5 format. We used... All right, so we're gonna have a first look at the new Oases map. Okay? So checking in now, but I imagine they're both Gucci with that. Fantastic. Yeah, so default map is going to be Oases. And then let me pull up. Nice, they've got the map draft ready. So this is the first time we're going to be seeing Oases in action. This is a new creation by Avali. It's a really, really fun map. So they're getting into draft now. So we're going to have one more BO5. Whoop, whoop. I think this is going to be a fun map as well, dude. Oh. Look at that. Back on YouTube gets it. People should watch on YouTube and Twitch. Get double the viewership. See, you guys get it. It's smart. But yes, so Oasis is a very interesting map. If anyone's been watching Age of Mythology, you're immediately going to like notice it's a familiar sight. You would have seen it there. It's, I think, pretty cool. I'm intrigued to see how people are going to approach it. You basically have these ponds, and these ponds are accessible through the tree lines. I don't think it's just going to be like always pro scouts as well, which is always one of my big like prayers when we do these type of maps. So, yeah, we'll give it a spin and see how it goes. Avali, dude, Avali is just so good at creating these type of maps, though. So we're just waiting for Lash to join. Do we have a Mr. Lash? Double check. Yeah, we'll test this out and see how popular it is, like doing this type of thing. It's challenging because if I do it, I'm gonna have to figure out a way of like having more money to work with on these weeklies. So maybe I'm teasing myself and getting ahead of myself, but we'll see. Show match. Let me update tile. New map. Boom. Have the drafts bugged? They might have bugged. I think they bugged. Second. Did my map draft bug? Okay, I don't know what's happened there. 1 second. So yeah, I'll show you the map we're using quickly, by the way, while they set up the draft. So the map we're going to be using is a new creation from Avali. I saw it. I mean, it was like, can you tweak and update these spawns a little bit? Because I want to use it. Chad Avali is like, sure. That's the exact voice that Avali uses, weirdly enough. So, right here. There's Oases. Give you guys a little bit of a preview on what it looks like. Nice. Yeah, the player's just going to take a minute or two to look at the map. So this is going to be Oases. Oh, sorry. Let me move myself out of the way so you guys can see what we're looking at. So yeah, this is the map. So this is Oases. So you have nice starting tree lines that you're always used to, but then you get this. This is quite intriguing. Straggler trees all around. You can actually get close to these things. So, oh wait, I'm orange, aren't I? So you can, for example, do this. You can hunt a cabin. You can go get the fish, right? So you're kind of hidden in them. It's pretty interesting, actually, map-wise. And then we've got like some berries around some of them. Small deer packs. Boars usually are quite central. Double sacred site. Gold spawns have been improved quite a bit. They did have some weird, funky issues before, but I think Avali cut the amount of ponds by like 1 or 2 maximum. Makes it a lot cleaner. Roose OP already? But like at the same time, you're having to come out for risky economy, right? But like saying Roose is OP as if Roose isn't a ban-worthy civ already. I don't know. I don't think it's a problem. But yeah, this is I like this one. It's really cool. Gold generation. Wait, what? Show how dogs fit. Like this. Look at that. Kill Johnny's already cooking, man. Yes, you can get docks in. But I found it really intriguing the way, because when I loaded the map at first, I was like, oh, dude, it's just giant tree lines around the ponds. Who cares? And then I realized what he's actually done, and I thought it was very creative. Just checking in with the lads on what they want to do exactly. Because I've proposed that if they want, we can do, like, instead of doing the map once in the series, maybe we visit multiple times. Not every single time, but, like, for example, if we had a BO5, you could play it 3 times. But yeah, this one I think is pretty cool, though. I think this would be a unique and enjoyable map. Like, yeah, there's going to be outliers. There's always outliers, though. Arguing, like, Roose is OP. Sure, just get rid of Roose, then what do you have? You have a lot of interesting civs. Right, maybe you're going to see French picks out here onto the ponds. Mongols, for example. But I felt like it was a map that most civs could play. So I think what we're going to be doing, guys, confirm with the players, but it looks like we should be doing they're going to do a BO3 map draft. And then they'll pick one map each, but the way that the order will be is that it'll be Oases, then one of the other maps, then Oases, then one of the other maps, then Oases. A really funky way to draft, but I figured, like, it's just a fun show match. There's a little bit of money on the line. It's not going to affect their rankings in the Midweek Muster 12. But gets us some content. And then now I'm just confirming whether they want to do a play 5 or a BO5. Because I'm happy with either. Okay. So. What's going on? We're having a show match, mate. We're sorting a show match right now. So, lads should be setting up the draft now. And then I believe we got the best of 3 one. And then, haha, I know what I need to do. I need to add the icon for Oases to the thingy. Give me a sec, guys. To our draft overlay. Because I haven't done that yet. Image, Oases. Alright, so recap reminder of what we're doing here. Play 5. Oases is going to appear 3 times. And this is cool for also people who don't like have a scrim partner or whatever. It's almost like a preview, and you can get like the ideas of some of the top players and how they want to play. So it's quite nice to actually think for everyone. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, Hussein's like, oh no, my phone can't die. I need my homework. True. All right, are the lads in? Yeah, so they should be ready for draft. We're going to be getting Cliffside and Pigeon's View. Yes, reminder, we did bring Pigeon's View back. Hell yeah. And then the lads should be hopping into this draft in a second. Yeah, sorry this is all a bit like chaotic and impromptu. It's because we literally just were like, yeah, let's do this. I was like, very short stream. Would be cool to actually just have some additional like content to show you guys. And it felt like a easy peasy, cool way to approach things. So. Has his jumper shirt and tie on today? Jumper shirt? Wait, this isn't a jumper shirt. What are you about? It's just a little t-shirt one. With a collar. Fan dappy. Alright, so remember, with Oasis being the focus, Roose should almost just be the given ban, considering Oasis is going to come up 3 times. Numidon goes for his fabled Byzantines, which has now left Roose open to Lash. He's baiting him. We've seen Numu beat B with this strat. He almost beat Cat with it too. I think he wants Byzantine versus Roose. Oh, let me put the music on while we wait for a sec. Dude, he gets it. I think this is actually intentional. I mean, like, you know, Numu has it's a 50-50, right, against the Free to Clan members. I don't know if Lash is aware of the build that allowed Cat to beat Numidon doing this, though. Which is a big problem if he's not aware. So, Zhuji getting few. Okay, I'm shocked by the Zhuji, but then again, he's got Chinese, right? So they kind of split it. Well, he has first pick now, right, after the bans, right? Yeah. So, with that in mind, Lash has to ban Chinese. There's no way you don't ban Chinese here, right? I mean, I'd be shocked if it doesn't get banned. But then what does that leave that Numu really wanted instead? English? No, not with Zhuji there. The Delhi, actually, yeah, he's got the Delhi. So China gets banned, he gets Delhi. I like what Numidon done here. He basically forced his opponent to ban Chinese away, so neither of them can get it. But then it means that Delhi isn't directly counted by the CM pick, right? And H3's already been banned out. So, like, Delhi actually has a lot more value here. What? Why did he leave Delhi? Numidon's cooking, man. I mean, in fairness, 3 of the maps are going to be Oasis out of the 5, right? We are doing a playoff 5. And, like, with that in mind, Delhi, I don't think are going to be that good on Oasis. So I think this is specifically because we've got so much Oasis this time around. Like, Delhi's just kind of a shrug, right? But then, like, why did he ban it was the weird part to me. So Mongols coming through. This should now be English for Numu or Japanese. Japanese can be pretty good on Oasis, I think, because the pawn play, you can just move out with farmhouses. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'm being an idiot. He still has Delhi at the end. Yes, this is Delhi English at the end. Sorry, it's been not a long day. It feels like a long day. I don't know. I've had a banging headache. I'm kind of surprised after the finals. I was like, let's keep going. Instead of, like, let me go get some rest. But now for Lash, like, what? Japanese IU's already been taken. Japanese ABBA? Protects the Japanese pick. Maybe ABBA has some flex on that map. Unless Ottomans. Yeah, just pick Ottomans, I guess. I'm not sure what you'd pick it against, but I guess it's a layer of protection for Japan. And then that leaves Numu with likely OTD. Not sure if you want ABBA here. Because the maps they picked, the other 2 they picked, they've got Cliffside and Highview, right? Yeah, so OTD. And then I guess you take ABBA. Let's say, if you get the Ottoman Japanese matchup, you feel really good about that as Otto, but like ABBA is nicer against, say, OTD. Fine against... Oh, sorry. Yeah, I keep forgetting he has Delhi. It's weird because when you look at the bottom, you're like, which one's unhighlighted? Okay, so we are, yeah, so opening game is, I think he's fishing for Byzantine Roose. But then again, like, we have got Highview in, so it feels like you want Roose there, right? It's like opening map? Do we see English? French seems more likely because you have the cheap mills for the ponds and oases. So that can make a lot of sense. Alright, lads should be getting ready to go though. What do you guys think we're seeing on Oases for the first time ever? Pick the civs you think are coming out. One sec, just need to make a note of something. Where is it? Roose French. Nope. Byzantine. So, dude, yeah, I think Lash dodged the plague there. He has Roose as a backup now. So it's going to be Biz Japanese to open us up in this series. Interesting. We shouldn't have to worry about a stream delay, by the way. We should be hopping in pretty swiftly. What I'll do is I'll run 2 minutes ads now so you guys don't have to worry. Oh, wait. Twitch just done that. Okay, no ads. Yeah, reminder, this is going to be the first time that Oasis has been seen. I, for one, am excited, man. Avali usually hits out the park. You know, maybe not every single map he makes is like an all-time great, will always appear in every single tournament, but in general, he does create some really, really entertaining beasts. I'm trying to think like what their Oasis map choices are going to be over and over again. I reckon the civs that Newman wants to experiment with there is going to be Biz, English, and French. Balash, Japanese, Shuji, and Roose. Actually, no, sorry. Japanese, Mongols, and Roose makes a lot of sense. OTD could be interesting as well. You should go very tanky villages. They don't die easily, so you can just shuffle them around freely. All right, we're just waiting for Numidan to quickly hop back from the toilet, so she should be back in a sec. God, my throat is still rough. Maybe this has been a mistake. We'll find out. You watch. I'll regret it, and tomorrow I'll wake up like, I can't feel my throat. Reminder, by the way, guys, we'll be live tomorrow with the round of 32s. So, new week begins. This is a nice preview of tomorrow, where we'll be seeing a lot of Oases. What that mouth do? That mouth non-stop speak, dog. He definitely roughs my throat up. Oh. No, I think I'm going to chow down on some pita bread with hummus afterwards to make me feel better. That mouth make money? Alright, like... feel like the way you're saying that is, sauce. Why in AoE they don't do shared resource map? What do you mean shared resource map? What does that mean? Do you mean like mirrored spawns? Have you ever tried fresh hummus made in front of you? No. I like my hummus to be made privately and thus suspiciously. Make a gold pit map. Oh, no. How do I feel about falafel? Falafel's pretty dope. You know what the best thing to do with falafel is? You take falafel and then you dunk it in hummus. You know? That's what you do. Dude, it's like... There aren't many things that can flex that. You know what I mean? Like, imagine if someone's like, yeah, you just want to take this tomato and dip it in tomato sauce. You're like... Like, you might be able to get away with that in a burger, but not just literally having, you know, it with itself. All right, guys, we're ready to go, though. Consider this an honorary third place match. New map appearing for the first time in competitive AoE. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the channel. We have got Numedan versus Lash in a play of 5. And it's going to be featuring a hell of a lot of oases. This is a new map created by Avali, the man who made Bridges, Coastal Cliffs, Oasis, and a few other things. He's been pretty busy. Sorry, Basin. But he's been pretty busy. This one is really cool, though. You've got these pockets of fish spread out across the map, surrounded by trees, but the trees don't block you. You can place mills, hunting cabins. You can even get in here and place docks. So these trees are loose enough that you can actually despawn them. It's a pretty interesting concept. You do have safe starting tree lines, gold, fairly usually exposed. Looking forward to seeing what these boys can do, because we'll be opening up with Japanese versus Biz. I think Numedan was enticing Lash to pick Roose here. Lash read through the skies, the deceit, right? Had he picked Roose into Byzantines here, we've seen, you know, there's a very good timing for Byzantines to all in you, especially on this particular map, because what else Avali done, which I thought was another reason you guys might like to see this. This map only has 12 deer. You heard me correctly. There is not that much. Pro Scout's not exactly a desirable outcome. Might make Delhi an interesting choice, though. Of only 2 sacred sites but 12 deer, like as a byproduct, it's not the worst ideas. The berries are a little bit more limited, though. At least in terms of, like, some of them are 2-stacker berries. Right, I think, if I remember correctly, you've got the 8-stack here, you've got the 6-stack starter. And I think you get one more 8-stack. So realistically, like, there is probably more here, actually, than you usually see on, like, a Dry Arabia, right? Pretty cool for the Japanese in particular, because if you go for the farmhouse drops, you can then go between the between the berries, rather, and the deer and the fish, right? Like, you get the triple whammy on a civ that actually benefits from those berries with a better gathering rate. Have I seen the latest footage of Hom Olden Era? I have not. Last time I looked, my feeling is that the graphics, I wasn't crazy about the graphical style that they went with. In some ways, it felt worse than the OG, but I'll definitely be sure to check it out. Kurosawa's coming in. Yeah, so no need to go for the Shinobi here. This is going to give a lot of safety, I guess, against the Byzantine all-in timing. I think that's what he's worried about. Grand Winery is going to be coming. In this matchup, usually Byzantines are going to be looking at going for... I'll say usually you're looking at the Limitane Javelin comp, right? Just because you're paranoid about what happens down the line when your opponent goes into Mount Samurai. And also, that means Javelins are the perfect solution to Onimusha. 14 sheep. Looks like on the other side it's going to be 13. So yeah, splitting it about even, Stevens. Nobody trying to go for the fish yet. I am a little bit surprised by that. Byzantines can also benefit from the fish, remember, as you do get olive oil generation. It's not as good as going berries, though. But Japan, definitely shocked by this, though. Like, Japan just feels so good for the berries, but I think he is just really paranoid about that opening time for Byzantines. If he went for Coca, he probably would have felt a bit more compelled to play out onto the ponds. And nice, we do have Tawara coming in. Remember, once you get Tawara, your gathering rate is better than non-sheep. It's really, really good. Now, the trade-off is if your opponent was like getting horticulture, sheep is once again better. But it's a nice kind of stopgap. And also, Takazaiku can be quite justified here. Oh, did we forget to do predictions? I think we did. I'll do predictions very quickly. I'll give you guys a minute. We're fairly deep in the game already. Go on, Gambaholics. Get on in there. Okay, so Numu is going to be Limitane. Almost just guarantees you're getting javelins here. Is there any other way you could go? I mean, Kha'Zix would feel weird. You know it's going to be Mount Samurai. Also means your opponent would get away with Onimusha. You wouldn't have any counter. Longbows sometimes get seen if you want to then follow up with the 1-1-1 build, but like, why would you want to do Horseman here? Right, like against Japan, they're not going to build Yumi. Instead, they're just going to build up their outposts. And that was a rush for the Daimyo. Check this, Lash. He actually went out onto the stone. Is this the Uma Bannerman build? A little bit surprising against Limitane opening. Which you should be expecting, right? And also, because your opponent hasn't played Pond, you can't raid him. Which Lash should be fully aware of, right? He's scouted in. You can see there's no greed coming. Everyone always votes against Japan. I mean, they do often get quoted as the trash civ, right? Funnily enough, this time around, Japan has 88% of the votes. So I think they'll be just fine. And Numu does it different. Nani? Longbows is a little bit surprising here, folks. You don't really see LB with Spear. I mean, in fairness, your opponent shouldn't be going Onimusha against Limitane anyway, so I guess you're not as paranoid about that. Lombos is going to be better for hitting the gold. You definitely see the thought process there. Tricky part with this type of spawn, though, like how you hit the gold. I guess there's one angle here that works, and Lash has been a bit greedy. He didn't add in the second outpost like you normally do against LB rushes. Yeah, I think, considering he saw the Limitane, Lash is also expecting javelins. The other reason why javelin contract makes a lot of sense here, and is just kind of the bread and butter expected, is the camels, right? Like, it's a very organic play to just get the camels spammed in extra, because then it offsets the Uma Bannerman scaling timing and gives you a way of contesting directly into the Mountain Samurai. Overall, very surprising direction, but we know Numu loves this type of strategy. We've seen him execute this against some of the best players. It is going to be the Kyro Siphon timing. And in fairness to him, it might be quick enough here. Lash doesn't even have enough gold to go castle yet. Uma Bannerman is going to strike first, though, so first blood through. And I mean, that is a lot of the gold he'd need to have actually been ready for the tech up. Numu does it right underneath Lash's nose, says, hey, this is coming. Accept it. Wouldn't have minded him sticking the spears inside the ram, but I think the Uma Bannerman complicate matters. And check this, Lash. He just skips past the issue. He's gone out into the gold. Outpost in the meantime is going to be going down, burnt to a crisp. Now, Numu should get a little bit suspicious here. Because if I was Numu, I'd be looking at this thinking, well, he gave that over very easily. As a guy rushing castle, he seemed very willing to just walk away from that. Yeah, I think for Numadon, he saw this spawn with double gold and thought it was GG. Crafty bugger going that far out. Lombos will at least be able to strike in and get a kill. And you will just start torching down the forges. I mean, worth doing here, really, if you can. Right? Just stops your opponent getting under mesh, reducing the Lombo damage. Lash. Got him with 2 HP there. Numu is just going to start torching into the farms. Oh, he caught the villager! Yeah, so tricky thing sometimes. Oh my god! He did it again! Alright, I don't know. Like, I honestly don't know personally how to replicate that. I thought that was just a random bug, but Numu looked like he intentionally done that. There's a weird interaction where sometimes the flamethrower, instead of targeting the building, can target the villagers. Or like, rather the burn damage doesn't hit the ground, it kind of hits them, if that makes sense. Because it's meant to be a tickle of 2 damage per second. But he just full-on Flammenwergered them. Are you ready to be Flammenwergered? Yeah? Yeah. Seems very appropriate because we're watching Lash. Oh my god. This is brutal, man. Floating Gate's coming in, but Numu now with 3 eco lead off those 4 worker kills. Farm's already gone. I mean, the problem is, like, he moved out of his base for gold. He's going to have to move out now for food. This is ridiculous. I gotta give it to him, man. Numadon is so good with Byzantines. This guy is scary for this type of build. But do I think it's going to work against, like, the top 4, top 6? Probably not. Not frequently, anyway. Anyone below that, it just feels like they are a fish waiting to be flambéed. I don't know if that's what you're doing to fish, but it is in this game.
Yes.
Yeah, so he's now up on the fishing. Numu is starting to stockpile resources a little. More Limitane are coming. Housing. Becoming a problem here for Lash. Because he may have moved all of his food workers and his gold workers out of his base, but where are we getting wood? Lash, like, oh my god, dude, he's fully blocked. No, not like this. Yeah, definitely go for a wide arc. Don't get burnt again. Mad Samurai and Numa is going to be coming in here. He just needs to get this ram killed. The little ram that could. He's living his best life. Well, looks like the Longbos are going to start getting mopped up. More Limitane are at least on the way. And yeah, the injured Cav, you can't afford to lose him here. However, he has got a little bit of space. He needs to be gathering wood ASAP. Lash has been housed for quite a bit here. I don't feel like we're playing an RTS anymore. I feel like we're playing a story adventure game about one special ram, you know? This thing is so scary. Korean barbecue, didn't know about Japanese barbecue. Oh god, wait, if he kills the stables. Remember, that's Yorishiro right there, the value of it. Shinto is going to start healing. Smart read there, actually. Numu didn't finish off what he started. Mad Samurai are going to start coming out. I mean, Numu just needs to get up in age now. The Matani count looking good. Oh. Grabs one of them there. On top of that, Limitane have found the fishes. So Lash gets his last drop off in this area before realizing he's going to have to do a full Benny Hills. And Noob is actually hunting for that. I don't blame him, man. Like, he's close to his own age up, and that right there is, like, what, a third of Lash's economy, if you find it? No textiles either. This is such a brutal game for Lash. So he's going to split his villages up a bit. Take some risks where he can, but he is going to get discovered in both Are you kidding me? Numu saw him in both locations. Lombo's going to cut off the main bulk. That's going to be them all dead. These ones are getting chased to oblivion. You can already see that he's got the Mad Samurai coming, but against this many Limitani, you just can't fight it. Yeah, it feels like the problem here for Lash is, like, the game is incredibly hard. I get it. But he's spent all this hardship trying to react to the play that he can't actually block, right? Instead of, for example, taking these Mad Samurai across the map and beating the crap out of Numadon, who's also now in Ponds. So Limitane are going to get intercepted, but not quick enough. The villagers are dead. This game is over. Lash will likely call GG the moment the tech completes. Only upside is he's still got, 5 Mad Samurai here that can be healed up. Downside is, oh look, longbows in my base. Hey, guys, chill. It's only a 20 villager lead, you know? Oh, I mean, he's got Sistans buffing him by 14%. It's only like, 25 villager lead. He has to go for flash. Longbows. Nice target in there. And the bannerman's been removed. If he can just pull this away from the banner aura, it'll be easier to stand his ground. Instead, he goes to the snipe on the Shinto. The wall's not going to matter. He could even snipe the injured if he's quick here. We'll get that target fire in. Can he get one more? Not quite. So Mad Samurai will mop him up. And that's it. Here we go. The little samurai who could. What is a 20 villager lead between friends? Little samurai that couldn't. Sorry, I misread the title. He's even getting the walls up. Numu's new wave is going to be heading across the map. And Lash, I mean, that food income has not really been impressive. Still not impressive. 171 food income a minute. I'm going to get a dive in here. Akratoy has been activated though, so smart choice coming in from Numu. Mad Samurai won't be able to just immediately wallop down. Looks like the walls have been broken through, but more spearmen are coming, right? So Lash will get a bit of chip damage, but just as much pain in return. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I see you've come to raid again. Yeah, it's kind of rinse repeat, isn't it? Oh, I'm still having flashbacks to what the first one done. What do you mean there's another one? The worrisome part as well is not like Numidan is all in on this, right? Like he's got a healthy eco lead, he's got olive groves being set up. No relics bar what, one? At this time? It was pretty rough for Japan, have made it back to the base. And congrats on those buildings, which you buffed the production on but didn't repair. Oh boy. Well, he's queuing up the Dark Age Samurai, which is ambitious. Sorry, Hardened Samurai in the face of Lombos, which is very ambitious. I mean, he will at least get the veterancy out. Villagers are being pulled for the repair. Okay, so in fairness to him, Lash will be able to pump his Samurai. But also, in fairness to him, Numidan has already just queued up crossbows. Well, this is a brutal start to the series for Lash. I thought he'd be, you know, I was like, hey, let's have some fun. Let's let Lash play another series. He started the day with a rough one against Anatan. And this game right now just looks like I'm bullying him. I'm paying people to beat him up. Makes me a pretty bad person. He's had so many Lombos again already. Right. I mean, this is Golden Horn Tower, but he can easily queue up more soon, right? Like the Olive Grove count inflating. Fishing is also, remember, giving him some olive oil here. Relics already now starting to come home. Now, Lash did lock into. He's decided not to actually build a monastery. Instead, he continues to just gather 500 gold a minute. Because if you can't give your people food, they can always eat gold. You know, we learned that in Game of Thrones season 1. Was it season 2? That Targaryen was very thirsty. Samurai. This wouldn't be so bad if there wasn't 2 crossbows killing him. That's it. Game 1, the first appearance on Oasis. And it feels like it's more a reminder of just how scary Numidan is on the Byzantines. Oh, God. All right. So, 1 game done. Biz versus Japan. That'll be a win for the left. So, next game can be either Cliffside or Highview. Let's have a look and see which one they're going to pick. Gamba's real here? I mean, dude, someone made off with the bank. Yeah, Nimu with the big boy win. Good lord. Bet was for the game or the series? The bet was for the game. That's what it said for game 1. So someone's off to a cha-ching start. One sec, so I'm getting spammed on Steam. So I'm getting pinged on Steam. I need to turn myself to disable notifications. There we go. All right. Let's see. Where are they taking us next? Yeah. Cliffside. So game 2 is going to be Cliffside. Yeah, sorry. I was getting told. Apparently, someone has been impersonating me, pretending to be my Smurf account. Basically on Dota 2. There was someone that went around last year where people were pretending to be Dota 2 talent and then scamming people. Yay. So Malians Yuji for game 2. Cliffside. I mean, this should be... I don't know, Malians do okay here. It's weird because Cliffside, right? At the same time, having the Malians means you've got quite a lot of safety with javelin spam. But you could just usually play pro scouts, go fast castle, right? I think PG spam is pretty strong here on Cliffside. Steam's a scammer paradise. Dude, everywhere's a scammer paradise nowadays. Name a platform where people ain't getting scammed these days. I'll wait. Everybody's getting scammed. It's like Oprah mode on the scamming. Oh, one second, I need to turn the heat on. Woo. God damn. That's a fair point, Fat Blob. We are pretty good bang for buck. All right, game 2 starting now, though. Let's hop in. A fake pro people's voices in Discord? I haven't seen that one. Jesus. All right. Live? There we go. But no, it's like, and the dumb part is that you've got platforms like what Twitter has done the last few years, where actually it just makes scamming even easier than it's ever been before, right? A lot of it's kind of messed up. Oh, let me get predictions set up for you guys. Oh, have you heard? Apparently there's rumors of a Sleeping Dogs movie. Huh. Wait, people legit actually think they're... Okay. I think my favorite one was the other day. Did you guys see, like, Viper posted there's apparently someone pretending to try and, like, be him and scam people? Alright, let's get to it. Alright, game 2 of the playoff series, where we're going to be seeing a lot of Oases. We take a small break from it, though. We head into Cliffside. Malians for Numu. Lash on Juji. Yeah, Juji coming out here. I mean, I thought they might be a decent civ, potentially for Oases. Malians, not too surprised by that. I don't think there's anything that alluring to them on the new Oases map. Reminder that this is going to be a series where Oases, the map we just saw in game 1, will be played in total 3 times. This map, this matchup, I feel like we're just going to be seeing a little bit of pro scout shenanigans and probably a fast castle from Juji. Palace Guard should do really well here to be spammed out. Wonder if Numu's going to be able to handle it. I don't want to say it's outright like Juji dominate currently with this one, because I think there is some potential for you to just play into Musafadi. But let's say, you know, Lash just tries to open with some PG, a little bit of Zhug, and then go to castle. Could be a problem for Numu. Medigarden in this map spawn. Oh, dude, you take... Oh, yeah, you take that right there. Like that. Oh, that makes your... That just makes your toes curl right there, right? That is capturing everything. We've got a few trees in there, but you got 50 stone, 25 gold, 36 food. The dream. Sometimes this map really does just deliver the outrageous ones. Manta on the other side. We'll just get you the 75 no matter where you put it. I mean, that's pretty good, actually. Most players will see these type of spawns. They'll be a bit too far away, and it's just not worth going for. But it's so close to his base, you can't resist it. Look at the deer spawns, though. Wow, that's actually... I'd say overall, that's a really balanced deer spawn. I'm kind of impressed. Cliffside can sometimes just throw you a little bit of a weird one. But this is, I think, as kind of as fair as you could ask for, to be honest. So I think for Numu, you want to play quick into the pro scouts here. Sometimes you do see people just blow up scouts first. I don't know if it's really worth doing against Yuji. Because if you don't prep pro scouts straight away, you're going to be miles behind. Because with supervision, they was just way too quick getting it. What do you guys think about Juji in their current state, by the way? It's crazy how quickly some of these civs are turning around. I think Juji in the last two patches has gone from being like one of the worst civs to easily one of the best. Broken? Look at that. I guarantee no one would have called them broken like 6 months ago. Who's better, Pro Scouts, Juji or Malians? Juji's considered to be a little bit better. Malians is more of a Pro Scouts denier into Pro Scouts themselves because their Warrior Scouts are superior. Whereas Juji's all about hoovering as much as they can. And this is a really nice beginning for them, right? It's just more cost efficient than what Malians can do with Donzo's spear production already coming in. Nerf Medguard? I don't know if the solution here is to nerf Meditation Garden again, if I'm being honest with you. I feel like the Meditation Garden is already like... I think that's not the problem anymore. The problem genuinely is supervision. Supervision it just does way too much. It's like one of the most powerful mechanics in the game. It actually might be the most powerful mechanic in the game, if you ask me. So, looks like we have got pro scouts coming in from Numu. They start adding in those initial scouts, even upgraded them first to try and be a blocker. With Spearman already being in play, it's going to be a little bit difficult for him to do. What he wants to do now, just shove these deer away, make it more complicated for Lash to try and retrieve. Lash, yeah. He's going to try to make sure there's no shoving from Numu. The most powerful mechanic in the game is pooping out a cannon with level 4 JD. Really? Is this the hill we're going to stand on and die on? That's like saying the most powerful mechanic is Wololo because you had 50 units standing in my Wololo and didn't move them, you know? It's like, well, I mean, yeah, in fairness, sure. Because, like, how are you getting that level 4 Jean? Oh, God, this spin was getting swarmed. Well, this wasn't part of the plan for Lash. 2 spears should be enough to kind of be scary. Numu, however, is switching into Donzo's. Yeah, Lash heavily delayed his timing into Pro Scouts here, right? Like, he's had it, but hasn't been using it at all. Oh, did we do predictions? We did, didn't we? Yeah. 74% of you vote for Lash. So Numu's going to win, right? Because I'm pretty sure last game, 88% of you voted for Lash. You missed Cliffside. I think Cliffside's a decent one. I'm trying to think, like, there's some maps in the current map pool that I'm just not crazy on, right? Like, correct me if I'm wrong, we have Hill and Dale in current rotation, right? I'm going to die on this hill and moan about Dale. I think Hill and Dale is just not a good map. How did Haywire make it to ranked? I think they wanted to get a bit different, you know, creative, I guess. The Garia was an interesting revisit. I didn't mind the idea of them trying to bring that one back. So, kind of crazy how good Medigarden can be when you get the double stone spawn. Like, we're 7.5 minutes in. He actually hasn't touched stone at all. This is all passive gen. At this rate, he can just afford a TC. Dale better than Cliffside. Whoa. Okay, that is a controversial statement, sir. In what way is it better? I guess if you like super duper long games, right? I think we had this discussion the other day, though, right? Some people do actually love Hill and Dale because it gets them their very, very long games. I'm not saying you shouldn't have long games. I'm just saying it should like require you to be present to earn it, you know? You shouldn't be able to alt-tab out of the game, open up a new episode of The Boys, and semi-watch that while semi-focusing on the game. Hill and Dale does that. Every time you get it, it's first English. I mean, but like, I feel as if that problem is not a Cliffside issue. That's a community issue. English is still the most picked civ across ranks, right? So like, it sounds like your hate is that English always gets picked. So we've got a clash on the west side. We actually have javelins getting added in now. Lash is going into the Juke. And it seems like he's nibbling at the bait a little bit here. Nimu is going to be slow on his own scaling, with Lash going to be out before Juke, though. You have to be careful. If you give Lash one decent fight here, he'll take it and go Castle Age. It's Cliffside-ish because your gold can spawn in ridiculously lopsided ways. I don't feel like I see those gold spawn issues as much anymore. And yeah, you know, this goes back to the idea of like designing maps for competitive versus designing maps for casual. I don't think that Hill and Dale is a good competitive map. It's a great casual map, right? Just like you know, we wouldn't use Turtle Ridge in comp. That'd be silly. We'd use it in free-for-alls because we're crazy, but like you wouldn't use it in a 1v1 environment. It would be a bad idea. But for, you know, casuals to play in a 1v1, like not trying to be in a tournament, not trying to be a top level pro, yeah, it makes sense. Same reason why like some people like Mountain Pass. I get told those people exist. I'm still not convinced they actually exist. So Lash has got a pretty big army right now, but he's shuffling all the way around back for that pit mine, isn't he? Yeah. I mean, Numu, he has got ranches starting to fill up here after the pro scout shenanigans. I don't think his army's that scary, though. Yeah, he kind of skimped on the javelin production. He's compensating now with the double archery range pumping. Sorry, make it triple. Quadruple? Yeah, this shows you how worried he is for good reason. There's a lot of troops standing up at your door right now. Undermesh is also being prioritized. Steel Dagger come through on the other side from Lash. No signs of him teching up, changing the script at all. We've got a lot of stone being generated at this rate. We'll eventually see a keep drop. He's going to commit in. Good news about spearing like this is the javelins can't just wipe you, right? So your opponent would have to commit to the fight. Bad news is the javelins will most definitely wipe Zhug. So that's sniping down. Repeated crossbows are focus firing on the Donzos. You can see Lash is desperately trying to get to that back end of the fight, but unable to do so. This is going to be a big fat L. Overextension galore here. Lash, you have to remember, although the military count was neck and neck, a lot of his wasn't actually in that battle. So a big win in the fight from Numu. Now, Welter's oyster, right? From this type of position, you don't have to necessarily scale more troops. You can just rush castle. He's already got 2 ranches full. I wouldn't be surprised if you just start seeing him pumping out the cow now. So what could Lash have done different here? I don't think there was a necessity to go in, per se. Castle almost felt, I don't want to say free, but there on the menu. Always does with Yuji. I mean, the pro scouts, you pretty much divided the goodies. The other thing that was really good from Numu, though, is the way he hid the additional archery ranges at the back here. You know, you expect some javelins, but when it goes quadra production, it can catch you off guard like this. Goals behind it takes too much, so much time to tower rush opponent, maybe even in castle. Oh, what, on this map? Well, the whole catch for that is that's why you scout, right? So if you want to outpost rush, you shouldn't just be like, I will always know I will be able to outpost rush. You should have to scout it. So I don't mind that logic, right? Like, it's a short map to scout as well from this location, just to run across. And there's that second TC. Oh, on Dale. Got you. The problem... Okay, you know what the problem on Hilldale is? The problem on Hilldale is that there's not a way to destroy cliffs. If we could actually siege down cliffs, I'd be fine with Hilldale, I think. Like, still... Don't get me wrong, it still has crap spawns. Like, the gold veins are not well balanced at all. But I'd be more intrigued by it. Lash. In trouble here. Just doesn't seem to have enough space to break through, right? The Donzo's lasting a little bit too long. The second wave is now coming. A few swimming on, we're going to be able to break into the javelin line. But the backstab is coming through here. Numu's not even A-clicking away. He's not even trying to kite. Javlols may be a problem here. Lash is looking pinned, man. I mean, he may have went 2TC, but like for what? Like you've done 2TC pretty much because Meditation God baited you into it, not because you had an upside to leverage. I feel like this is a classic example where having a Meditation God actually kills you. Now that sounds weird to say, but be real about this. In what world would Lash have went 2TC if he wasn't generating 50 stone a minute and the resources were just sitting there? Having more actually got him killed here. Now the dive comes through. I mean, double TC usually pretty impactful, but javelins are so obnoxiously tanky. Behind this, the ranches are filling up. I'm not really sure what Lash is meant to do from here. It's more on Numenor screwing up than anything else, but I don't see that happening. What I see is a man getting ready for Castle Age, and one who's about to get buried. This is kind of worrisome, right? Like, thinking about Lash's draft, this is a ridiculous pick that shouldn't have got through. He's still got one more in the Roose. I imagine he's going to be pulling that out for Game 3 in Oases. Kanimu, knowing you're going to be against Roose there, maybe we see some sort of English all-in. Possibly French. Lash is likely going to call GG the moment the tech completes. Numenor on fire? Oh, dude, the guy's been looking incredible at the moment. So, tech complete. There, yeah, dude, like, tech's complete and you got all these javelin in your base. GG gets called. May I have a stompy slobber knocker here? Oof. 2 games in a row. We do have a play all 5, remember, so we've still got more to come. Oasis is coming back again. Let's see. What does he want to pick? I think here it has to be the Roose, right? The Roose would definitely make the most sense. I'm trying to think of another way it could maybe go. Because you could change the order. Like, you'll definitely pick... Actually, I'm not sure you are definitely picking. Because he's got high view as well, right? It's like, high view can make sense for Roose. It's weird. Every single remaining map is good for Roose. Now, admittedly, two of the maps are the same map. I don't really see any of his other picks making sense for Highview. We might see Lash try OOTD now. He does like that civ. He finds it very comfortable. For Numu, I'm still expecting probably English here. Or French. You save English for Highview, maybe. Dude, he picked it. Oh, and it's kind of rough. If you looked at Lash's draft and your opponent picked English, what would you be worried about him picking the most? Get your guesses in, guys. What would be like the... Oh, crap. It would be the person that did not have a good time with Anglais historically, no? Jean. It's Jean. So the problem with Jean is she gets sniped in battles by a classic like Lombo spamming comp. In French, English, I think that's very French favored now because of the scaling TC. But you don't have a scaling TC, so your trades have to be impeccable. Like, we might see the king, just because the king gives the rejuvenation, right? But you could still see archery range spearman afterwards. So it's a very curious game. Let's get ready. They are loading in now. So we should be hopping in just a second. Also, Jean doesn't get the benefit of just like, you know, cheaper mills and whatnot, right? To gather off of the food from the ponds. Yeah, kind of a lot of... Jean is a big womp-womp, it feels like. Bro, can I join the game? Someone's taking a while to load. There we go. Why does it feel like Numenor is reading Lash's mind? We're back on Oasis for the second time this series. English versus Jean. That's right, they're here to burn her again. This is a rough matchup. Despite what Jean might have been able to do real life historically, in AoE 4, English can have a field day in this one. Very easy to snipe her out as the feudal age goes on. And although French does really well against English, it's due to their scaling economy. You don't have a scaling economy here, Jean. So we're going to have to see Lash being incredibly aggressive. Predictions going up in a second. Little Gambaholics. There you go. I'm wondering, like, what gives? What was the plan with this pick, per se? Right? Like, I don't fully see the picture yet. Because, like, you think about the unique things on this map, the big thing is, like, all these ponds all around you that you can leverage for extra food. Really big deal. Gold tends to be, I'd say, quite exposed. I haven't seen overly defensive golds. They're usually front-facing or a little bit further out on the flank. Some of them can apparently even do that on the spawn. That's a new one. Okay. But usually I'm thinking, like, what civs can use the ponds and how they can use them. So English seems like a blocker pick to pond usage. You could argue Jean is the same. But then if they're both meant to be civs that are anti-fishing, like, which one benefits more? I do wonder if maybe we see Numu think about eventually adding in docks, because a lot of these ponds do have enough room for you to drop a dock. And that would be 1,500 food, right? It's like a Himiyama type effect. And it is going to be that big King's build. So smart choice here, right? Like, there's still potential for 2TC. And, okay, yeah. He's going to take it. I wondered if we would just get, like, a full feudal force. You know, you hunker down, wear them down, heal up, and kill. Instead, he's just going to look to eco bloat and force his opponent to commit to him. Don't you just love how no matter what you try to do to the meta, English players deep in their brain will never change? I mean, they did once upon a time, right? They used to be Lombo rushes, but ever since they discovered that they can do 2TC, oh my god, are they obsessed. Every single time. Probably a 2TC here as well, right? The boar is slap bang next to his gold. I'll be seeing dollar signs of that. So I noticed a heavily favored vote towards Numenor. The last two games, I think you guys, the majority was to Lash, wasn't it? So I think that means now Lash gets to win a game. I just realized as well, with the back trade post, like, you can't even consider Chamber of Commerce builds. English pickers have brains? Whoa! Yes. We don't discuss what's inside them. Oh, my head today. I don't know why. I've woken up with... Well, not woken up, but... Got into a really rough headache. I think it's this matcha latte stuff, and I don't know why it gives me a headache, actually. Weird. Someone make some proper matcha latte. I freaking love it. So, Lash, how are we looking on the sheet? 9? I know you're German, but come on, stop yelling it. So 13 sheep on the other side. Numidan doing a little bit better. Realistically, in the mid game, Lash, like, you know, two choices. You either play the Pawns or you play Pocket Eco, you play Pro Scouts. But here's the thing, guys. Pro Scout sucks. There is only 12 deer available on this map. It's not a good Pro Scouting map. So with that in mind, you're going to have to play Pocket Economies. And there's going to be an annoying little king trying to kill you. Meanwhile, for Numidan, he's going to be playing Powder Cake, sitting calmly in his own base. TC drop is going to be the gold. The boar, oh, that was cheeky. It's actually hidden. I don't know if you'd noticed that straight away. You guys see that, right? It walked into the trees, and because of the terrain around it, its outline kind of blends in. So every time it hides in the trees, you might not even notice it. Looks like we do have boar shenanigans over here. We've got survival techniques being prepared. 8 villages have been pulled. So you can see the intent from Lash. Taking an offensive line here. Love that move from Numu. He body blocks with the scout to guarantee there's no 1-2 tap from the knight. And that is a lot of gold. What? What was he after here? 13 on the gold is kind of crazy. This is Pro Scouts. This is, oh, no. No, with 12 deer, there's no way. Okay, yeah, he's just waiting for the board to be pulled in. I was about to say, this was going to be crazy if so. So, villagers, we better get the shivs out. And that is a very valuable TC. Kind of hit the jackpot here. So, Eco makes a lot more sense now. And Lash has a very difficult point on the map to try and contend here. Now, he had a similar length. Like, the ball was here, he could have pulled it like here. So, you could argue the English got an outrageous ball being a little bit close to their base, but it wasn't overly different, should we say. Nice first blood drawn there. Lash does get a kill. It's going to need a lot more, though. Diving in. It's so difficult to go in on the 2TC of the English. He's doing a good job of blocking any jump onto Jean here. And remember, Divine Restoration is coming off cooldown in 10 seconds, so this damage is going to be kind of irrelevant. Feels like Numi needs to add in some more troopers here. Does snipe the scout, so well played there. I wonder if it's worth just shuffling to the other tree line at this stage. The problem is he doesn't have wheelbarrow. I mean, he doesn't even have a mill to get wheelbarrow. Going to be backing off the trees now. And it is going to be the archer range build. Okay, I am invested. This is what I want to see. It's a really easy peasy way of dealing with Jean. And also, these French knights over time just going to get grinded down, right? It's going to force him to commit and dive underneath 2TC. At this stage in the game, that's not great for him, right? Like, you've only got 4 knights. It's not like you're diving with, say, 10 to 15. And then by the time you have 10 to 15, that's when we should see Numidan adding in Iraqs as well. I do like the way that Avali took a map that kind of feels like it was very clearly inspired by the Oasis from Age of Myth, but gave it its own character for full. All right, 1s if you think Numa's going to win, 2s if you think Lash is going to take it. Chivalry's coming in for Lash. It's not really got that much value right now, though. I mean, he's trying to save on the Divine Restoration for later. Definitely needs to start prioritizing blacksmiths with what's happening here. Like, if you're trying to dive a TC, you need undermesh anyway. Double archery. I can't believe this. He's against mass knights, and he's legitimately just building lombos. You would never do this against a French player. But against Jean, why not? What's she going to do? Dive you and die to double TC arrow fire? He's going to get Gangus banked here. Good, quick rotation to pull away, though. I'm trying to think how we fix the English issue here. Because my feeling is that they're just going to keep doing this meta. Doesn't mean it's going to always be optimal, but it's always going to seem semi-viable. Maybe... it's the king. Fundamentally, it's the king, right? I think if the king wasn't horseback, maybe if he's like a chunky man-at-arms, it would... I don't know if that would make it better, per se. It would stop the ease of just raiding, but it might make it more all-in-y and a bit too strong, because then if he's men-at-arms with good health and healing, right, you can't just snipe him like you can with spears. Why is it an issue? Well, the king. The king and 2TC. Like, 2TC is an issue in the same way that, like, Pro Scouts is on a lot of maps, right? Like, if you can't counter the play, it's bad. I'm not saying English TC can't be countered. It feels very hard to counter for a lot of civs, though. Right? Maybe less so right now, but that's because they play Pro Scouts. But you're seeing when you take Pro Scouts out of the equation, English returns to being a godly civ in these situations. That's what's happened here. So Lash is getting ready for Castle Age by the looks of it. Not a bad idea if that's the case. Yeah, he's got that many on gold. Definitely should be happening. He's up to 11 knights, so rushing Royal Institute here could be a game changer. The risk is you do then have to wait long enough that Numidan should be able to get White Tower up, but he would be basically pinned in his base. You'd have the whole map to yourself. I wonder actually, Numidan... Yeah, he's running out of food quite fast here. He's only got 3 farms. He's munching through the berries. There's no other resources safely grabbable with your army size, right? So, like, the problem here for Numu is, like, he has this big eco lead, sure. But he's going to need to make that farm transition ASAP. And although the farms are cheap, it's still an expense that gives a bit of a window here. If Lash maybe considers going into Rams, like, 2 Rams could break this. I guess the tough part is, like, Ram play usually feels better when you have archers to back it up, because then your opponent can't repair the TC. Whereas Lash barely has any archers. You can see the way that Lash is trying to approach this as well, right? Like, one mistake, one slip could just lose easily the game. Especially now that it's a 17 worker lead. But dive does come in. Nice house block idea. Needs to stop that spin count from blowing. At this stage, I'm starting to feel more and more like Lash benefits from just going Castle Age. He's struggling to find that dive point. Which makes sense, right? It's a very balanced tree line spawn, left and right side. So it feels difficult to sneak in unnoticed. Wrapping a little bit wider slows you down, especially now with archers in the comp. Is there any TC range overlap? Oh yeah, those 2 TCs protect each other. Should have dived when there was 4 spears like 2 minutes ago. Yeah, I think he freaked out because he didn't have undermesh. Instead of now we have siege engineering coming. I mean, he needs this ram gone by 15 minutes, basically. This TC rather gone by like 15 minutes. I don't even know if he's got enough archers to build rams that quickly. You ever get that feeling like you're building and you're building and you're building long time to basically just the biggest fizzle ever? It kind of feels like in 2 minutes we're just gonna hear the wah, 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 wah noise, right? Ram's coming in now, I mean. You're basically just giving more time for Numidan to bloat, to having the type of economy he needs to just flood spears. He's loving life right now, man. It's crazy that Lash has 25 knights, and he's not either A, diving already, or B, just using it to go for the castle play and just get a god tier army, right? Triple ram. Man, we have talked about this before, right? Like 3 rams is feels like the golden number to secure TC kills quick enough. But it's here, your timing's so hard. I mean, Numidan's even found time to now go for the blacksmith decks. Nimesh also on the way. Army's gonna start squaring up. Interesting that Numu didn't gather the ball, by the way. I know his front side, I mean, yeah, actually in fairness, Jean would have sniped them one by one, right? Clash comes in anyway. Spearman. Start to spread out a little bit here. Divine Restoration is going to be used, but Jean immediately gets sniped. So no level 3 to be found there. However, the spear count is struggling here. TC also in trouble. Dive's going to be going deeper. Knight count still looking relatively healthy here. And Numu, it looks like he's lacking the spear production here. It's only double racks. King's going to get sniped. Will be a peel back. The TC looks like it's going to crumble. It's 14 worker kills, so plenty of damage done, but Numu is still ahead by 14 at this stage. Jean looks like she did just get brought back there, so it's going to be on her way across the field. Missing out on the action, though. Chivalry is going to start tickling in, and I mean, Numidan at this stage, what's the idea? With 800 food income a minute, in theory, you could think about White Tower, but with Lash so close to your base, I don't think it's that simple. Might I say we don't need to nerf English teams? Okay, it's still a boring playstyle to watch, right? Regardless if it loses here, and it is going to lose. Lash is able to strike back. We're not just going to get a Numu stomp. But yeah, we should still nerf the 2TC English build because it's boring. Sorry, I got something stuck in my throat there. Nice. Glad to see Lash getting back on the board. See, I'm telling you guys, when you vote one side, it goes the other one. Third time that's happened. Happy for Lash, though. Good to see him actually able to score one in. Look at that reaction. That man is happy right there. He's actually hungry. So am I. I should have thought to do that. Eat and play. But should be getting ready for the next game. We're going to be returning to a different map. This time it's going to be Pigeon's View. And when we take a look at the draft, Numu's got, what? French, IU, or Delhi left? Probably a Delhi pick here. Just feels like a given. Lash going Roose is going to be interesting. I feel like, at the highest level, Delhi can eviscerate Roose, but you go down just one tier and it feels like Roose are rolling Delhi. And it's a really good map for Delhi at that. So maybe that rebalances to like a 50-54. Munching on poor English peasants. Tell me about it, dude. I mean, like, you seen how big those French knights are? What do you think they feed them? English people, clearly. So I think I'll start predictions now because we'll probably be in game in a second. Bloody hell, my throat. So game 4, God of Thunder. I'll start predictions now. As a big proponent of pigeons, are they raptors? When you give us a machine gun, yes. Without, not so much. Okay, dude, it's actually French Roose. Why did Numu not pick Delhi? What was he worried about here? I guess, like we talked about, like Roose having so much resource on this map had him worried. That means, like, what? You saving Delhi for the third game on Oases? I mean, what does Lash have? Mongols isn't going to feel good. OOTD is going to feel probably quite weird. It's a game for bronze medal? In a way, yes. It's like a third place show match to also preview the Oases map for KPM M12. So it would be cool to do something a little bit extra this week to have a look at a new map. Yeah, let me mark it in. So reminder, guys, high view, it is going to be French versus Roose. I mean, this should be really good for Roose. So I've got a feeling we'll be going into game 5 with a 2-2 scoreline. Sorry, did I have it still saying best of 7 on screen? Let me update that. Good idea. Yeah, I don't know how sustainable it would be. I'm not sure how many people are, like, deeply interested in it, so we'll figure it out. But it could be intriguing. Do that more often. Like, it's a variable, and like this week's stream was really short. We done literally a semifinals and a grand finals in 3.5 hours. So doing like this made sense. But like, for example, if we have a week where the stream's already 6.5 or so hours long, doesn't make as much sense, right? So I'm not sure if it will be always doable, because it's also then you have to make sure that the extra players are available. And like, what do you offer them? I mean, for these guys, I was like, I've got $10 I can offer, and they were fine with that. But it doesn't mean people are always going to be up to that. Also, just like complicates the prize pool, because in some ways I don't know if I feel bad. Like, do I feel bad? No, because I think the split was it 150-50? No, it's more than that. I'm trying to remember the exact numbers. If semis are playing on another day, so you don't just have grand finals. Well, the goal is I don't ever want to have only grand finals on the Thursday. It's like, once again, like when you have that issue, it's so complicated to last second organize to adjust, right? If you pay me with a smile, there we go. I smile face there. It's even like imprint for you. Boom. Got it. So I'll MSN. If you ever actually win these, I won't give you money. Thank you. I'll take the money myself. Ooh, all right, flip that around. Well, this might be a good sign for Lash. He strikes back in game 3, and we head into high view with the Roose. Yeah, a little bit surprised. I thought we might see Roose on Oases. It seemed tempting with the hunting cabins for fishing, but the reality is it's high view, man. It's too tasty of a morsel to sink your teeth into. The amount of gold gen you get on this map is ludicrous. Numidon has gone for the French in reaction. The Francais, definitely an interesting choice. Since France, I want to say on average, do quite well on Pigeon's view. In this particular matchup, I think it might be a bit tricky though. Right? Like, we're talking about a map where Roose, in this matchup, I want to say you take the map out of the equation, Roose can still do really well, which is the fast castle rush. You add this map into the equation, all the extra gold gen, French might have their work cut out for them. The one upside, the exposure of the spawn, right? Like, you are sitting on TC on a high ground surrounded by stealth forest. There's a lot of room for interception. The tricky part is when we're in a pro scouts meta, it's kind of easy to see everything because there's going to be probably a dozen scouts between the two of them scurrying around the map. Looks like we do have Lash being intercepted. Does see the enemy scout now. He's already getting quite a lot out of this though, right? Numu only has 9 sheep so far. Meanwhile, 13 for Lash. So it looks like Numu, I don't think he's got much back here, right? No. This is pretty rough then. It looks like at this rate, he's going to end up with maybe about 10 sheep in total. Which is just going to force him 100% towards Pro Scouts, I think. Wonder how well Numidon knows this map. I mean, it's basically like just an improved version of High View. It's like, as a core concept, if you played High View, play this. We just made a better version, you know? More interesting spawns. And yes, this is Pigeon's view. Might be a slight possibility expected trade in the corner. True, because I think this is the first time that Pigeon's view is returning to the map pool for the weeklies since he started playing them. But he didn't build a chamber of commerce, so I think we're safe. Golden Gate on the other side, everything just pretty much standard. Honestly, this is the type of opening with Roose where you wish you had a fast forward button for the first like 3 or 4 minutes. Because I don't really see a world in which he gets forced off of his tech timing. Especially with those deer spawns, actually. I mean, you could argue that Numidon can camp it, but it's tricky to get hit quick enough. Like, realistically, what Lash should be doing right now, I think maybe the one criticism is, if you look at what he's doing with his scouts, why is he not shoving deer? Right? Just get the scouts all back here now, push the deer in. Instead, he wasted a lot of time burning a mining camp. I don't think that was worth it. He could have had one deer stack shoved in, the second one halfway. Pro Scouts comes in, you pick the second deer stack up, everything's underneath your TC, and then all of a sudden you're starving your opponent because he has to split his own deer with you 50-50. I already queued up. Pro Scouts to follow afterwards from Nunu. Is this a new map? New was in returning to the weeklies because it wasn't here last week. Yes. I am kind of at the point where I'm shrugging at the devs and be like, why don't you just take what we created here and replace Highview with this? Because I don't think there's anything that Highview does better than this map. Pigeon's View is just the improved version. So Numa has got his scouts on the way, but currently they are outnumbered, so that's to slow things down. Pro Scouts isn't in yet for Lash, and you're starting to see the problem of why he should have been shoving the deer, right? You're going to get a little bit stuck here. Highview does stalemate trade games better. And would you like to raise your hands if you like that? Well, the improvements on Pigeon's View is that the 2 sacred sites are central, instead of one being in the corner each and then one center. And then the trade posts aren't in the corner either. They're in the center of the map. So basically, a lot of the things that bog Highview down and make it a really bad map that just drags games unnecessarily have been fixed in this. It's not that you can't get these things. It's that you have to work harder for them. Or in the case of sacred sites, when you control the map, you actually have a win condition now.
Sí, comprendo.
Yes, I am still alive. I was like, you know what? 3.5 hours is a pretty quick stream. So we decided to log it a little bit longer. Lash now dragging the goodies home. So Numu is just going to play for his own safety. He's basically using the knights to intercept on the enemy side. He has forced a spear commitment out of Lash. This is a good start actually for Nimidon. What are your guys' predictions, by the way, for next week? Who do you think is going to win KPM M12? I mean, these two are signed up. They'll both be present. Of course, they made it to the semis, so they were automatically qualified in. I think Anno's looking pretty scary. B losing like he did was a big surprise. I think Cat just wasn't really ready for Anno's type of style there. MSN got this. There it is. We got Voldy. I think Core signed up again. Sass said he's taking a break. Kiljadi's back, by the way. Spear's just kind of being tossed away here. Gets a decent amount of damage in the Knights, but isn't able to finish them off. Both players are starting to stockpile resources. Numu's leaning into more archers, not a bad idea. Counters the spears, also can counter horse archers if you have enough of them. Yeah, Lash is just hoovering it, man. What do you guys think about a Roose variant Civ? What could it be and what could it do? You know? That one's kind of got me curious now. So I'm thinking like, you know, we keep talking about new civs and like what could get added. I mean, obviously we're going to get more variant civs and you have to think like what's left to do? Delhi, Roose, English. No, let's go for like a third ABBA one. Bring the Bunty game. No, never bring that back. Hi, Trade House coming in. Get your numbers in, folks. Ukraine can be the variant. So, I thought that's where people will go. I don't know if, like, with the current world political landscape, people might find that a little bit insulting. You know what I mean? Normans maybe for English. I mean, you avoided the one that would insult Scottish people and English people. Well done. Wolves going up from Numu. So this should be Royal Institute usually from this type of position. I think Numu's going to play Guildhall instead though, and camp. Cossacks? Man, I feel like any time I hear the word Cossacks, I immediately just envision that RTS. Am I the only one? I can't be. Oh god tier RTS. Make a more religious-oriented Roose Civ? Maybe. I'm trying to think what that would be. Based on like Roose territory, like I'm trying to think what you could actually snatch away and have them be instead. There's a little bit of chip damage being done here, but nothing substantial. It is indeed going to be the Guildhall. So Numu is looking for the opportunity to extend the game. Makes a lot of sense here, right? Like if you can bypass into Imperial Age, you got to be feeling pretty confident. High Trade House is 160 gold, by the way. Numenor is in a perpetual state of hit me, please. Always being resisted. Archery ranges are slowly getting laid in, though, so he knows his timing to back up here, Lash. He's starting to prep those horse archers. Mongol variant? No. Not only unit game is Magadite. Every like unit is a different like cavalry variant. You know, an entire civilization of like horse riders. And that'll be the Delhi variant as well. An entire civilization of elephants. Just call them the Elephanto people. Literally, the people are elephants. All right, we're getting a bit too myth-like here. So this stage, this is where Numenor has to be really scared. It's why he's actually prepared really ridiculous walls here. That's like a pretty absurd wall to commit to at this stage of the game. Guildhall is going to give him the longevity deeper in the game as well, right? So his goal is just to try and take what he can from the map, hunker down, and then likely switch into Arbitrary around like 15 minutes and play for the imp. True. Novgorod would be the one. Good shout there, True Space. Because Roose don't have any unique trade mechanics at all. Maybe they could be a civ with some element of mercenaries as well, I'm thinking of. Like, you just pay gold for. To get temporary units. So it's almost like a hybridization of what the Kremlin does in, like, Byzantine mercs, right? It's like Lash is finally getting ready to go for those relics, but in fairness to him, Numenar's already beaten to the punchline here. Doesn't really have the type of spears you'd want to try and commit directly into an engagement. Looks like he's going to try anyway. Sees the Mongol, knows he has to dive there, so gets baited into it. Does get the kill, but costs him quite a lot here. Only able to snipe one of the knights in return. Yeah, actually that worked out really well for Numu. He's even pivoting to the north side now. Love the positioning on the scouts as well. Numu just completely aware of like the moves trying to be made here by Lash. Goodies are now being snatched home. Could have neutral market mercs including another civ. Yeah, maybe. Don't know if you have to go that extreme. I'm thinking like temporary units, but yeah, it could work as well. The Amerindians to AoE with insane light cavalry and archer cap. Wait, I don't think I know those ones, the Amerindians. Huh? A little bit of back poking here. Looks like the archers are already blocking it though. I mean, Numu's doing a really good job of leveraging his scouts after the pro scout element. Doesn't feel like Lash is able to get these rotations he really needs. First relic already home, second one's coming. He's losing the relic war. And remember, as the game goes on, he's also losing the eco race in general. You can already see a very healthy 6-villager lead for Numu. On top of that, a guild hall that's going to find its value by 20 minutes. Oh, sorry, you actually meant the American Indians. Okay, got you. I thought you meant something from, like, India, because we were talking about Delhi. Vicious dive in here. Yeah, Lash needs to put his spectacles on. He's running a little bit blind in these forests. Wait, what? Imagine playing Roose and not having vision. It's kind of crazy, but it's actually happening in this game. Lash at least scaling horse archers still quite well, but, you know, Numenor's not really falling behind. So Steel Dagger now on the way. It's a big inflation in damage. Guildhall just slowly ticking as time goes on as well. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like areas that I haven't highlighted that we could bring in on expansions. I think I mentioned before, like some like Kema would be really cool. Because we actually don't have any Southeast Asian civs in the game, right? We have like China. I guess you got Japan from the north, right? There could be some interesting angles, or maybe even just another one from India. Bengali? No chivalry? It looks like he hasn't. No, he just completely skimped on it. Arbitrary switch up is coming. We also have horsemen being prepped. On top of that, Guildhall is starting to stack up to a point that will become noticeable. I gotta give it to him. Numa's timing on these walls is just disgusting, actually. The more you think about it, like it's a very, very ridiculously long wall for the current meta. But it counters the entire game plan for Roose here. He hasn't been able to raid at all. I think we're getting Aztecs and Inca because of the Atacama map. Maybe. I do like the idea of it, just to combo with Spain and Portugal, like I've said before. I don't know. I don't think we need to focus that much on hitting the timeline per se. Oh, damage here. Actually, it looks like... Wait, what? I look away for a second, and Lash has just scaled that eco lead ridiculously. That horse archer raid was huge. Oh. My, oh my. No. I don't think Numenor even noticed that. The wall was incomplete. Just praised him on getting this insanely long wall in. Apparently, he never did. The horse archers were able to boogaloo their way in return. The knights are going to do the same. Lash went to TC. And has nothing at home to defend him right now. Horse archers are on the way, but they're taking their time to turn up. As Numenor turns the heat up in the Roose base. 7 worker kills going to be found here. Make it 8. It's going to cost him the knights, though. He still has this really big threat approaching, right? We're up to 44 horse archers now for Lash. So, Nimu is a little bit exposed, folks. He's gone 2 TC as well. However, he's also gathering stones, so we're looking at a keep drop here. He did complete the wall in the end. There won't be any jump in back there. And if he just keep drops the forward in this perfect location and short walls the east side, the horse archers won't have an attack point. What we will probably have is a very deep game now, because I feel like everyone has anchored down and is thinking about Imperial Age. Are you guys thinking about Imperial Age? Be honest, you are, aren't you? Secretly, deep down, you can't help it. You thinking about the feel of it, the touch of it, the smell of it? I mean, if we do want to see Imp here, it's going to need a lot of farms. Numenon's already prepping for that, but Lash is just pretty much trying to eat off the land. Yeah, he's going for the boars. Ethiopia could be interesting. I think I talked about like Ethiopia being interested because of their Coptic, right? Or they like at one point in history they're definitely Coptic, which is like a form of Orthodox religion. Maybe you just give them some of the like Roose warrior monkish elements, but you get like a warrior camel monk. An idea. Actually, I don't know if Ethiopians had camels. Castle is being dropped as we speak here. Looks like Lash. Could the time be right for this? It actually might be. He's a bit hesitant, but Numenor has to back away. He can't get it up. And now he has to fight it. And the burn comes in straight away. He's poking at it. All such as are going to have to start a step away. Decent number of Arbitrarian archers, so enough to scare him off. Looks like Lash won't be able to stop the castle going up. Good and an ambitious idea. Looks like he's now starting to switch the script a bit. He stopped producing. This would be a very greedy way to try and go Imperial, right? I mean, you could theoretically drop a castle landmark. No, there we go. He's switching crossbows. That plays into the Roose hands, no? I mean, in fairness, you do at least have horsemen to support. It's kind of funky that he's going crossbows when you can see there's no reason to, right? Numenor didn't spam more knights. He's gone through a few horsemen. Rest is ranged. You watched Lash play a Roose game yesterday, commit to a Sacred Site win. It's possible we're looking at that, right? These type of walls, he's trying to carve up the map, make it very difficult for his opponent to get in. And these walls are super effective at this stage as well, because remember, Numenor didn't commit into burn damage, right? He has practically no melee, right? So no way of burning through walls, let alone fortified power save walls. Oh no, it's the idea we talked about with cannibal civ spreading. You guys just struggling more and more to resist the temptation. To have a civ that can eat other people. Power up. Good. Good. Let the temptation spread. It's like, you know, you're in the middle of a fight and there's just a dude on the ground. We're stealing ideas from Warcraft 3 now. With the ghouls, right? There we go. Red Pass actually coming in to try and block the Sacred Site win condition. However, an ambitious choice of location here. I think he's going to switch it. Yeah, he does. He cancels and goes the other side. He saw the moves. I think Lash kind of revealed a little bit too much of himself there. So Red Pass is indeed going to be going up. And Lash, he sees it now. But he's in completely the wrong position to block it. Oh boy, oh boy. He actually, wait, he cancels and commits it deeper. Yeah, but there's no way you can stop it. It's 48 villagers building this thing. Like, oh my god. Couldn't really commit more if you tried. The villagers even being pulled here is going to be a mistake. Lash will back away quick enough at least. The tech up complete now. And congratulations, welcome to the machine gun. He's going to head into the gap, though. Maybe he could find a few worker kills in the back to make this worth it. Lash's problem is he has Sacred Site control. He doesn't currently have the economy to get him up in age, though. This is kind of a temporary 2,000 food income with what he's been doing. He's at least getting a bit more believable now, though. He's up to, what, 22 farms? Horse archers aren't going to be able to raid the backside. Yeah, why is this game going to take an out? Dude, my throat is so sore. Why? I mean, I kind of done this to myself. I was like, hey, there's like 700 people watching. Let's make sure that they remain thoroughly entertained. Give them more tournament games. I was trying to be the good guy. I should have just been the bad guy. I should have been as filthy as the Red Palace. Look at this. I think that was a building. Trevs are now showing up, so Red Pass is going to start getting sieged here. You can see Numenor is really struggling to just keep track of these horse archers. Half of the horsemen are going to be shuffling in. Dude, he's going to lose all the archers here. He's at least trying to focus fire down the horse archers to make it a bit better for him. Numu's army is pathetically small here. Yeah, he hasn't fixed the farm issue yet. He's adding in more, trying to go up to about 25 to 30 farms here. But Lash, I mean, he already made that transition, right? His economy is indeed in a much better state. I wonder for a while, why do you do finals on Thursday and not on Fridays? It felt more like organic to a midweek system, I guess you could say. I mean, maybe it's someone re-review. Maybe there's more interest in Fridays. But I don't know if it would really have changed much, per se. I get the idea that, like, it's Friday night, everyone's home. But I almost feel like, compared to Thursday, Friday's the night where more people want to go out and socialize. You know? Also thought Friday for the first round would be more inviting to, like, new players coming and playing. And the final kind of cherry on top is, like, even when there's tournaments going on the weekend, there's going to be a lot of players that maybe are already eliminated, and it would give them something competitively to focus on those days. I don't know. There was layers to the cake. Part of it was also there was an original structuring that would have envisioned another channel being involved, and it was so that, like, using that channel would be viable. Looks like the horse archer raid is at least going to get cleared up. We're down to 3.5 minutes on the clock, though. He never decapped. Yeah, Lash is just punting it all right now. It's tricky, though, right? The Gatling gun that is the Red Palace just does such a good job of tearing you a new one here. You can see Lash is desperately just trying to get that one little tickle to get a kill. Anything that comes under here just instantly dies, though. Yeah, I don't think the trap's going to be quick enough. No, like, this is expensive a new move. But it looks like the decap feels almost guaranteed at this stage. It's just, I feel like Lash had an advantage. And then the more he done this, the more he just lost it. He was so obsessive over the sacred size, it may have just cost him the game. Horseman wrap in. And because so much the army was punting itself underneath the Red Palace, there's nothing here to defend them. All trebuchets down. Oh my, oh my. And how the tables begin to turn here. Need 25 farms. Still not crazy late game economy, but the Guildhall pops have definitely helped out a lot here. Lash needs to help himself out and get an age up here. Lagging behind. But yeah, I think the thing with the midweek muster is I wanted to focus on it being about the weekdays. I thought maybe it would just also be easier in the early round scheduling. I think it was the biggest deal on why I chose Friday to start the weeks. Gives extra wiggle room to the first rounds. Because, like, what's your alternative that you're saying there, right? It's like, I mean, you could allow people to play from Saturday and then round of 32, you cover that in round 16 on Monday. I don't know. I think it's fine the way it is. I don't think viewership expectations or anything changes necessarily. I'd also say that the current format gives more wiggle room where if we keep growing, we can do more organic things like, you know, community like free-for-alls and whatever on Fridays. He's so obsessed with this thing. I mean, in fairness, like, Lash isn't falling behind on economy, at least, right? Like, his food income is good. The villager situation is balanced. It does feel like he's just punting more units into this than he needs to, instead of just taking the more reasonable win of going into Imperial. Almost like he's, like, overly scared of something here. So he's getting ready for the age up now anyway. Balls coming up. Ambitious ones at that. Might take a little bit too long, especially if Numenor realizes they aren't complete, which he does. Oh no, he didn't complete it. There's also a nice little gap to slot into the tree line here, which he's going to discover. Most of Lash's army isn't even reacting to this. He actually pulls the crossbows to deal with the horsemen. Bold. Very bold. Even with textiles, I mean, at this stage, these are elite horse, remember, 16 damage per strike. He won't be able to just camp on this for a bit. The spearman will gradually try to mop him up, but there's a lot of extensive ground here for them to now go hide in with the stealth forest. Nico lead starting to show itself with Numu. He's prepped the cannons. Gold is being tapped aggressively fast here, but remember, he still has got the 2K and then the 4K behind him. Is on the way. High armory is now going to be coming in. And the goal here for Lash should be to be a big boy Mango player, right? That should be his win condition. You move. Now trying for his own little level up with the biology coming in. Okay, raw bloodlines. So one tricky thing here, of course, is Lash can't always truly protect himself, right? Like, fortified walls will last a little bit, but you don't have stone walls. So there is a lot of exposure points here to worry about. The problem as well is, like, Roose, in this situation, usually like to play in deep into Horseman and eventually Streltsy. I don't see him being able to necessarily justify Horseman. Eco is not quite good enough for Mangoes. I mean, he's got the 4K here. He's got an 8K over here, right? And then he's got plenty in reserve. I think he can make it good enough to justify. Especially if he's been doing the right thing with his hunting cabins, which he has, which is you place them in the stealth forest and then place farms around them. Right? So 20 gold here, 14 here. He's basically been able to start stockpiling additional resources off these farm placements. This is gonna be a long... Oh, you mean the working power? I don't think you immediately panic rush, sure. But, like, I think Mangoes can make a lot of sense here with your opponent going into Arbor. Especially considering, like, he doesn't seem to want to go to Horseman, right? It's like Spearman plus Mangoes feels like quite the winning play. The worry is, like, if this drags out too long, there's a growing risk that Numu will just go and trade. Why are you blaming me for forcing this map upon us? They could have ended the game. They know how to select all army and then A-click in the enemy base. They could have done that. Both of them had the option. They done this to themselves. And as a result, done this to us. I'm innocent? That was convincing. There's a castle drop coming in. Numu, he's getting all the gold. It's actually crazy how much gold is just being kind of generously donated here. Horsemen are going to dive blindly into the tree line and find the workers, but there's textiles there, so they will be able to complete. Especially considering the horsemen dragged him north side. So castle up, Numu. Can go for the garrison. Where the hell's the rest of the army, though? It looks like he was getting ready to attack the west side. In fact, it looks like he's committing to that idea. So what's Numu's in his mind? Because there's no way you're easily reaching the farms here, right? Like, it's double wall layering. It should be hard. He just basically built a keep to lose it. Like, it's weird that he didn't want to directly contest when he's got these arbitrary, pretty much inferior, all upgraded and shiny and spankly, right? Maximum damage. I mean, I know it's Streltsy, I know that can be scary, but you just have a lot more firepower with the crossbow stirrups. Can start poking him now. Does have the Incinerators. Remember, he does do some damage to these buildings as well. And we have adjustable crossbars for Numu, so it's not actually going to be Lash only doing it. We are inevitably heading into the mass Mango Wars. Oh boy, what a unique strategy. I've never seen... Oh, okay, I'm going to go there. They always find a way to whip them out in high view, don't they? Even without trade set up, by the way. Kind of just feels like Lash is playing Master Defender and Numu is playing Master Attacker, right? Like, Lash had that really good raid attempt with the Horse Archers much earlier, but since then, I'd say has been pretty lackluster in his presence. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Horny jail. Someone put him in horny jail. I see that comment. We do have stone walls now, by the way. Or attempts at it. Once those are up, I think that's where you're going to see Numu looking for trade. You won't be trading left side because you've got the red pass over here, right? So you have that kind of fallback point. What is happening over here? Ah, there was an attempt at mining camp. But there was a rude disruption. Alright. Predictions. What minute is this game going to end at? Wood running out? Oh, yeah. Wood's going to... Like, dude, they're almost out of wood, man. It's just a matter of time. Like, you know, there's only like 2 hours of wood left here. They'll get through it soon. Against 8% civs, there'd be no way that the French can lose with all this map control. Welcome to Roose. In Roose Central. I'm still shocked Roose even got through. You can very clearly tell that Numenor thought he was going to bait his opponent to picking it on Oases. We do have a little gap in the wall again. The amount of walls Lash is committing to. He's becoming the onion, man. You have an insane amount of spears coming out from him now, by the way. Look, we should count our lucky stars that no one has started trading, because then this would never end. Five more mangoes in queue from Numa now. I mean, does this game even end if one of them overcommits into mass mangoes? I'm not convinced. They've both got a lot of food and gold to work with. There's a breakthrough coming in the walls here. Numa is moving the army over. So the highest bid was 90 minutes. Oh no. I'm going to go with like 46. And pray it's quicker. That's coming in here. Has got the cannons. And oh, that's a freebie. The horseman jumps straight on top of the mangoes. Lash caught at the most awkward of times there. Armors are going to get hit once. So definitely a little bit lackluster on the micro from Numu. The mango is still alive. Will finally be taken out. Looks like he's going to be able to push it back, so Lash has to retreat. We still have had raids in the base, but the damage is dead. Our players are allowed to trade with each other. This is why I will keep an eye out for your name and block you from playing. You have the armor tactics coming in now, plus the Bombard edition. So these are basically your ways of sniping out mangoes, remember? Numu's now up to 6 mangonels. It's kind of crazy, actually. Like, it's a winning comp for him because Lash hasn't been going horseman. He's been going full infantry, right? Like, he could easily just get wiped in these fights. Meanwhile, like, it's very difficult, as we saw there, for Lash to get away with the mango play. Because if he slightly mispositions, the horsemen immediately punish. I need to eat. These guys just don't want me to eat. What are these walls? I mean, I get stonewalling in, like, you know, slices across the map. You know, like, your slice, center slice, their slice. This is definitely a new way of doing it. Can you trade with your enemy's market? No, you can. I think he was asking if he's allowed to. You can trade with an enemy market. But in terms of rules in a tournament, you know, it's never a problem that's come up, per se. Right? There's never needed to be, like, a rule of, like, you cannot do this. Because in a 1v1, it would be kind of dumb. You know? Like, just a tiny bit stupid to do if you wanted to win the game, you know? Just a teensy bit silly. No, not so stupid it might work. You stop right there. I've got a march forward here by Numu. Is he done just turtling down? Lash is adding in a lot of bombards. God. 5 and 5 more queued up. Well, there's one thing for certain at this rate, and it is that I will be asleep for game number 5. In fact, the combination of hunger and tiredness is making me imagine just being wrapped up in a nicely toasted giant hitter. But my fear is if I do that, there might be a giant that would eat me. Struggles with my brain. Mango shots coming in on both sides. Good hit onto the harbor, but the mass event at the back for Numu is clearing the way quite quickly. Horsemen not quite able to shuffle in, but all the spearmen are dead here. Mangoes should be able to just shove this back. Yeah, not ideal for Lash. I mean, the good news, at least he gets his Streltsy away. It's a lot of spear to be lost so quickly. Well, there's a lot more. Mangoes are trying to move in to force that fight. Bombards are looking for the counter snipe, but the Mango shots come in! Half of them dead. Still half of them to fall, and they're about to as well. The reload is going to be there in a second. Tries to dodge the wall up, unable to do so. Lash, barely any Streltsy left, and surely this should be the break-in that Numu's been looking for. Jumps on in with the Horseman. Cleans up the siege. Numu should be able to just start shoving through these wood walls now. So the lesson here was Mango's win. I think that's the lesson we take away from this one. Is Numenon going for a wonder? He's doing whatever he wants, honey. He's trading. Wait, is he trading? No, he's not. It's just the villagers are doing weird things over here. I thought they were trading. Well, I'm shocked there's still no trade at 42 minutes into Pigeon View. Let's go look for the burn through on the wall on the east side. 3,000 gold now being tapped. I mean, Numenon has gold Dominion, right? Lash is just building trash at this point. Spears and horsemen, it's all he can afford. We just come straight back to mop up what little siege Lash can afford. Oh. Oh, this was quite the slog. He's even adding... No, cancel the sprills, Numu. You're not in a game against one of the 3D clan members. You don't need to lean deeper into the dark side. Castle drop now coming in. Bit of a messy fight. The horsemen are trying to peel off, but I guess this many villagers. Is this quick enough? Also, do you not now just lose the main fight? Yeah, and the next wave comes in to assist. Cannon is going to force the cancel, though. So blocker over on this side. Well, out of nowhere, Lash suddenly has like 1 million horsemen and spearmen. Welcome to late game Age of Empires economy. And suddenly after I'm like, Lash can't afford more siege. Okay, yeah, just out of nowhere, let's suddenly just inflate gold like a crazy amount. Because you know, 43 minutes in the game where your opponent basically had most of the deep veins and most of the gold on the map, it makes total sense as Roose with Masterozzi and Bombards and Mangoes that you still somehow have 4,000 gold basically in your base. Yep, just Roose things really. What a civ. Yep, what a civ. Oh, look, more hunting cabins in the stealth forest. That's going to be even more passive gold. Everyone's like, it's happening. KP's breaking. I just wanted my food. So I predicted 46 minutes. I think I was ambitious. I mean, it looked believable for like 10 seconds, but here we are. So here's the thing. We don't really see the late game conundrum as much anymore, but can we agree when we still see it? It's like, what do we do with this? I think it's always come down to the economy in Age of Empires 4. There's so much of it. It feels eternal. I mean, hell, if you're playing Roose, it is eternal, right? With the passive gold and the fact that food is infinite. Wonder, dude, Wonder is like the most underwhelming, let's solve this problem thing ever. Can I get you guys in a secret? I hate that Wonder is our super weapon. Actually, it's not a secret. I think I've said that quite willingly, ably, and loudly. Constantly. There's a lot of these. Alright, ones if you think Lash is going to win this, twos if you think Numa's going to take it. Freeze if you don't care and just want to go to sleep. Resumable Sacred Site timer. Do I just do it? Do I just actually like host a tournament with resumable Sacred Site timer and force it on the competitive community? Like, what would people's objections really? I guess the one objection that's reasonable was Delhi. That's the problem. That is the one problem. Mango wallops. And he's got a lot of bombards to work with. The Mangoes still feel like the kings. I think Lash may have too many bombards. Why does he have 10 bombards? He's up to 12 bombard. Oh my god. More bombards than you'll find in a Gungan army. This is getting ridiculous. Like, you know, he may be holding back the Mangoes, but he's essentially losing everything to Arbitria now. We somehow still do not have trade, by the way. Numenor just doesn't need it. He's got a guild hall that's sitting on 7,680 gold. Please help. That this feels... I don't want to say done, but progress, right? I'm not imagining it. That this is good progress. Right? Maybe? Well, he is in on the farms. So he just has to kill all his workers and then murder 40 horsemen, and then we're good. Wait, where are the next troops? No, 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 no. Army's gonna be like, you guys, you're fine. It's been a long day. You don't need to do a 5th game. It's Jova and then this. Come on. Well, Numu, he's out of gold. Almost. He's just got to get through the extra 9,000 he's got waiting to be pulled. Half of his army is siege. Oh. And it's not even like it's, oh yes, OP mass mangoes. No, 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 no. 2/3 of the siege is bombards. Well, the horseman might be able to put a nail in the coffin here. Lash is down to 87 economy. He's basically blocking himself from building more villages right now. He's full military wazooed. I mean, this is going to push him to need to end the game, right? In fairness, if these bombards just wheeled into the base, the problem is the red palace over here. And trade is underway. Numu has 12 traders currently. So he's never running out of gold. He's never running out of gold. Ironically, in a bronze place, 3rd place match. Where are we going? I guess he's aware of the trade, right? Anyone just want to get a little stick out and like just poke them, like just die? Someone do something. You know, at this stage, I almost want a mod that just basically starts depleting their coffers. Like spend it, damn it, fight. How many golds in the guild hall? Oh, only 10,000. Yeah, he'll be dead by Christmas. Angerwalt's coming in. If he just gets a few hits on that back. Numu's not paying attention, though. Lash, he's getting rid of it all. Has to back up a little bit here. But that's a lot of wasted siege. Numu, there's a big opportunity to strike to the center of the bombard formation. Neglected to do so. Just enough spinman left here to hold back against the horseman. He has 16 bombards. What is happening? Had 16 bombards. Yes. Good, Anakin. Good. Nice. We just need to do that 4 more times. Maybe 5. What you just tune into? Oh, you know, me being like, hey, short stream for the grand finals today. I guess I'll give people more entertainment. And then me being like, why'd I do this? Could just call it a day. Wasn't even like it balanced out the metrics where I'm like, oh yeah, grand finals, you know, you want that to be your strong show day, right? So we'll stay live because like 600-700 people like really want this extra like series. I mean, they're all here now. Felt like it was a short day. You guys deserve longer. And people are like, don't care, 3rd place anyway. High view, ain't got time for that. I don't blame them. This game was never ending. All straggler trees and stealth, no dense forests, screw large wood. Yeah, dude, like I've been begging the devs for years at this point. Just nerf wood. Literally take trees and take 50 wood off of each tree. Just do it. Try it. It's for reals. Oh, how different the game would be. But would it be different in a bad way? That's the question. So Numinon is out of gold, guys. Oh, but wait, is he? Oh my god. It's only 10,000 more gold to get through, you know? Okay, I'm on board. I mean, you know, the horseman hasn't really been changed anything, and we do have 10,000 gold, so let's queue up the knights. I'm so close to just like stepping up, going inside, toasting my pitter, and coming back out with the pitter and the hummus. God damn it, why did I say it? Now I'm thinking about it. What are you guys eating right now? Make me feel bad. Make me feel hungry. A rich person would have just ordered a pizza. I'm too cheap. Toast my pitter to have with hummus. Uh-oh. I don't think Numidan's gonna really freeze. So many bombards. Oh, the knights are in though. Finally they arrived. Numu had to cull part of the herd. He lost all the siege, but he gained Le Carré. Swing those baguettes, you glorious mother duckers. We are officially at the halfway mark of Highview. Hey, what's up, Digital Alchemy? Thank you very much for the 10 gifted, mate. It's very important that people subscribe so they don't have to worry about the ads. God knows how many would have ran in this game. How much does a pizza cost to tag at rich food? Dude, you going like Domino's pizza? Like, well, 20 quid a pizza? Takeaway does feel like rich people food these days, my friend. Go back maybe like 10 or 15 years, I grant it to you. Yeah, takeaway, anyone's involved in that. Not nowadays, no. Numu, is this finally the end of the game? Lash still has way too many bombards. However, Numinon could always kill them and let him queue up more spears. However, Lash only has 1,600 food income a minute, which is only enough for 20 spears a minute. And I think he's losing a lot more than that per minute. Lash has no gold. Oh, wait, Lash legitimately has no gold. I mean, he has the trickle, right? But he can't force pump 2,000 gold income. Surely, this is it. Down to 75 eco. Look at him. He's hemorrhaging right now. Under 100 pop. Bombards have been found, and yes, it's done! It's done! Screw you, Highview, you're gone. Okay. Sorry guys, that may have been an overreaction, but it's done. Get this mat, dude. I should really start drinking during streams again. Thank you, Digital Alchemy. Appreciate the gifted sub, mate. Oh my dear God, we still have one more game. I don't feel okay, Mr. Stark. Like, getting me a drink would be a problem, though, because I haven't eaten. So I've got nothing to soak it up. Oh. I got way too excited at that game finally being over. Jesus Christ, that was like 50 minutes and nothing happened. Okay. So. Final game. Lash is, what? Probably OOTDing here? Numu's Deliing, I think. He has Delhi or Ayu. Lash has OOTD or Mongols. Because your opponent has Delhi, you don't want a Mongols. So it has to be Order of the Dragon Delhi. My liver would soak it up real good. Yeah, but I need that pita bread to soak it up real good, you know? Oh my Gideon. Dude, games like that really make me consider accelerating the variety stream day and implement that in the streams, you know, where we're like, Dave, we're going to check out a new strategy game because to watch another Highview game, I might want to kill myself. That was ridiculous. I mean, sometimes Highview games are really entertaining, but that one just felt, you know, like you could kind of see the writing on the wall, but it was going to take you a hell of a long time to get there, you know? One more game? No. So we done a play all 5. So one more game to play. Another Oasis is going to be coming out. And it is going to be Delhi Mongol. All right, might be a very quick game. I mean, you know, basically, like, I think at this rate, well, actually, Highview can't be quicker than the rest of the series combined, but, like, not far off. So, I should be getting a lobby now. We hop in game. Mongols, Delhi. Let me do prediction payouts for you guys. Sorry for the very loud screams. I was overly excited about the end of that game. Very, very excited about the end of that game. Ecstatic. Over thrilled. Mental cartwheels. Boys getting a lobby now, so predictions are up. We should hopefully be getting in game in a second. Jesus, I should have just eaten a protein bar. I feel like I'd done this to myself because in my mind I had like a reasonable length that the stream could have been, and we exceeded that length because obviously we're like, let's organize an extra match, and thus I didn't eat adequately. Because I was like too focused on like, yo, you know, like numbers were going like this. Let's try and maintain that. Now I'm just hungry, man. So, boys are getting in the game. Let's hop across. One more game. Look at that. Wood lines, but not lots of wood lines. Wood, but not incessant amounts of wood. No Roose. No trade. I think we have a good in here. Folks, welcome back to the deciding final game, rather, between Numidan and Lash. Numidan has one free of the 5 on offer. Lash can still get one back under his belt and get a little bit more payout as a result. Realistically, this is probably Numidan taking 4. Delhi versus Mongols is a hard one for Mongols. I'm not really sure what you're meant to do, per se, here. Delhi can't be tower rushed. They cannot be negotiated with in the mid-game. They just tend to vibe their way through to a pretty dominant position here. And this map, I don't think it's going to be an exception. You've got the potential for even a lot of fishing. You know, Delhi should be seen as the civ that's able to rotate around the map. if Mongols can't actually block out those rotations, I think you just call curtains, right? Like, for me, I don't really see Lash or Mongols being able to play a defensive format because this is the hardest civ to play defender on. This is like Blade's map, but with watering holes. In what way? What do you mean Blade's map? I don't know which one you're talking about. This is Avali's creation. Good old Oases. So what's Lash's win condition? I don't think you could do Silver Tree at all in here. He's probably going to try to go Keshik Spear. Maybe force your opponent onto archers could be good. Definitely going to have the Deer Stone so you can kind of like just block out and run away from the Ghazi easy peasy. What? Oh, this changes things a little. But I'm not sure it changes things in a positive way. For Lash. Isn't this just more oppressive than Dome of Faith? I mean, in theory, this means if you can, like, beat your opponent on the initial, like, fight, you could be favored here, right? Because you can then bypass into castle, feel a lot better. But it does feel like it's going to be a really big ask to try and survive the initial fights. Drag giant walls and it goes through any impediment? Yeah, it did. On top of that, like with this map, these trees don't get in the way either. So I've got the Uber coming. But wait, so was there actually originally an intent to even think about Rax? I'm surprised Lash even entertained that idea against Delhi. Delhi is possibly the worst civ to try an outpost rush I can think of in the game. Like, well, English is number 1. I think Delhi's number 2. Because the scholar pull, right? Like they just heal through, they don't care. It's been a hot second since we've seen TOV builds. Normally, you still open with the Ghazi just because they're just such great rotators early on. Remember, this map only has 2 secret sites. They are very, very widely spread apart. So it's quite a reach to try and actually secure them both. But realistically, you can wall these in fairly easily if you play Tower Victory because you know you're going to be blobbing infantry eventually. We did see a fall off in the popularity of walling in secret sites, I feel like, for a bit towards the end of the TOV meta, but recently, even with the Dome of Faith, it's been returning. Alright, how did you guys predict? 71% for Numu. A little bit surprised, actually, like, you know, it was that close. I know it doesn't sound close, but, like, for this matchup, it feels close. I usually say on paper, this is 85, maybe 90% for Delhi. There are some maps where Mongols have a chance, but I'm not sure that Oases is going to be one of them. Yeah, it's going to be Stables opening. And Lash, he is going to go back for the racks anyway. Yeah, so he doesn't try to contest with Keshiks. Interesting. He probably wants the most cost-efficient trade out possible here, right? Because you know Delhi's going to be building a lot of momentum early on. In fact, quite a lot of momentum already built. What happened here? There's no way it took him that long to wield the TC across, right? He's behind by 2 villages. And it's not a fake 2 villages, it's 2 villages actual. Why can't Delhi be tower rushed? Because they'll pull shivs out and go and kill the villager. And scholars will be able to heal the targeted villages, right? So Spearman can't win quick enough. In theory, you can tower rush, like, you know, eventually, but by the time you do, Delhi have enough for their initial 2 scholars, if not 3. And then they just counter on a delay. First Ghazi out. Khan's going to be chased away here. We do have Spearman now on the way. Immediate archer switch from Lash. There's the Keshiks I was expecting. Sorry, from Numeran, and then Keshiks from Lash. God, my throat's dry. A little bit surprised, actually, we didn't see Lash try and maybe shuffle out onto the fish. I guess they're a bit too far away on this map. The reason why it'd be cool is because obviously you have the Gur, which can move with you, so you can always just pack up and leave. You get harassed. I wouldn't be surprised if he does that in the mid game. Still a little bit tricky with Ghazi Raiders coming. So a bit tricky for both players, actually, when you consider Lash did go into the Keshiks. It's going to be the 1-1-1 build. And we talked about this, right? Like, when you play Tower Victory, you want to get away from Gazi. You want to get into as much infantry as possible. We're already going to be marching out. Sanctity is about to complete. So look in the first sacred site. Get some gold ingots in the pocket. Very peaceful start to the game, actually. It's interesting because you know it's going to all turn into chaos by 11 minutes. Have we got to move out for pawns here? There's a villager shuffling. Okay. It's just should be the archery range. He's going 1-1-1-2. I think he's already mirroring the move out to the west side by Numu. Double Keshik is going to be here. And 2 spearmen, but I mean, there's no archers to counter those spears. Archers are going to be training out against Lash's spears quite well, though. We've also got the Skull giving a little bit of heal supplement in this fight. So 1 spearman remaining, and as long as he has 1 here, the Keshish can't commit. So a terrible fight there, Lash. Just taking a full L in that engagement. Does at least keep the Keshish alive. That's the one upside, but that was a brutal loss of any momentum that he was looking to seek. Numu. Now in position, capturing the sacred site, will go for the wall in. Yeah, and we know how Delhi goes from here, right? Especially the Tower Victory build, even more so. It's a compounding issue. Like, you lose once, oof. You lose twice, cuts. We're already very much past the oof point. Not far from the cuts. Lash isn't out. He does still have options. The most obvious one would be to try and raid your opponent at home. Problem is, with this wall in, Numu doesn't have to stay on that sacred site. Doesn't need to send more troops out necessarily. And he also is already moving out for flank resources with the outpost drops. A lot of food here as well, right? 1,000 in deer, he's got 1,500 in fish rather, and 700 in berries. Wall is complete on the 1. I mean, this will just be a rotation now to the other side of the map. Lash has at least been skinning Keshiks and keep them alive for the most, so that does mean he'll have a way of burning through the walls. You like this map? Yeah, I think it's a pretty cool map. I think there's a lot of risk that has to be taken, right? It's not just a map that gives you everything for free, shall we say. Which I'm always positive about. I think those are good types of maps to have. Crew's coming in like we talked about. Numu doesn't seem interested in the second sacred site as much as he's interested in Lash's base, though. Now that's an interesting, unexpected pivot. Lash has to be expecting a move across the other sacred site. Instead, it's going to be targeting him at home. Watches in. Let's get looks around at the UV. This cuts the ability to produce new units. In fact, he should be looking to pin him here with the spears, but not quite doing so. So it looks like actually Lash will eventually lose the Uvu, but he at least gets the troops out. It's buying time for him to come back. He's going to leave 1 Keshik to burn through the remainder of the wall. He wants to try and just get rid of that extra gold. Move down. Production next on the hit list. Army is here, but Lash? I don't know if you can take this fight. He has at least got Yam to kite out. And the Spearmen are getting baited out of position here. He's just A-clicking to glory though, right? It's kind of crazy that even the movement speed is not marrying. The attack speed seems to be more threatening here. Archer's trading against that backside Spearman. There's not many left, so actually, yeah, Numu, a bit of a questionable engagement in the end. Thought for a second maybe the attack speed was going to make it worth it, but the lack of spears to hold here. Keshiks are going to be shining supreme. Lash now able to chase this away. There's a second wave of Spearman building, but it's slow to arrive. Nice idea there. Hides in the berries. The great read as well from Lash, man. He understood he couldn't play Archer and Archer. He prioritized the undermesh first and paid its dividends. Just needs to try and snipe whatever injured ones he can. Gotta be careful, though. Both of them have exhausted themselves, but realistically for Lash, like, you know, Keshiks on their own is going to be a problem. 2 spears could kind of solve you. So he's showing a little bit of respect here. Decap did at least come in, so Numidan doesn't have that extra trickle of gold. Lash has solved for the move out issue by just going for mass pastures, so he will not be leaving his base ever in this game for food. And I'm surprised more players haven't tried dropping the docks on these ponds, actually. Considering there is enough room for one in there. Usually you can do it without actually deleting any of the fish. Alright, 1s if you think Lash is going to win, 2s if you think Numidan's going to win. Are you guys noticing a problem here? J'ai de petit problème. Why is Lash behind by 5 villagers? He's getting a bit distracted. He may be winning some of these fights, but he's losing the basics of macro. Not producing villagers constantly. Remember, Numu also went for textiles. So there should definitely not be a 5 eco lead. There's no fishing, it's just all villagers. Let's maybe break into the sacred site again. Can't. Oops. Not the way that's meant to begin. Why would you say Dumu? Where'd that come from? We're saying Numu. Nickname for Numidan. I think Numidan's just looking ascendant now. Like, this is getting pretty blob-worthy, right? Like 26 archers, 16 spearmen. The Ghazi just kind of feel overrated at this stage. Dumu or Numu, no difference, Swede is Swede. So de and ne are not different. Just want to check your ears. Keshiks. Hello. Exactly what Lash needs. And he gets him in position with the block. Good start step there to actually continue the block. 5 worker kills found, and all of a sudden, economy's even. However, that does mean that Lash is not at home. And Numidan is looking to raid the pantry. We don't have an APM tracker on here. I don't know what you're on about. And APM trackers are different. There's ones that just count any click rather, and there's ones that have meaningful APM trackers. Interesting. He's not even trying to dive the economy. I guess the issue here, right, is Yam just gives a lot of movement speed, so he can kite you out. So he's going to cut the production. Second wave of troops is scaring away the Keshiks. Lash. He has got a lot of Keshiks currently, but no more scaling going on here. Be careful. We've been here before. Numidan lost a lot of spearmen last time he went for this engagement. We're being 16 Keshiks. You can't really afford any losses at this stage. He's getting a little bit baited. Keshiks try to commit in. The spearmen do get the fight they're looking for, though. 4 of them immediately removed. However, the spear count has been halved. Archers are trading out in the middle of this, though, and the attack speed difference really is just stacking up at this stage. It's forcing Lash's hand, right? We're reaching a point where he can't just dance around the fight. He has to just A-click commit. And that feels like a loss. Yeah, I'm struggling to see a way out of the hole at this stage for Mr. Lash. A way for him to lash back, if you will. I mean, Numu still has just enough spears to remain scary. The archer blob is starting to mass in favor of him. Looks like Lash is looking for a buyout into Castle Age. Ballsy. I mean, it can work, but usually the way it works is when your opponent isn't standing right outside your base with a bigger army than you have to defend with. He's gradually trying for the walls, so we'll get the second Sacred Site to also lock in. Siege Engineering now being prepped by Nimi. Lash is going to march out for decap again, though. I wonder, does Numidan react to this or just go into the base again? Looks like it's going to be reaction instead. He's shuffling over. How is Lash actually not dead? I mean, he's threading a needle here, right? He's almost ready for the castle play. A Kurotai could be game-changing in this engagement. Numu is on the chase. Looks like he's going to bail on the decap. Does it kind of feel like Numidan's maybe missing his window here? Definitely. I mean, Kurotai now coming in. 17 working on it. What does Numidan do after this? You know, he's playing spread out food on the map. That means Keshik's individually going to be better raiders with the castle variety coming in. Main fight is going to feel impossible. Sure, you've got the better attack speed, but Kurotai is going to balance that out with the attack buffer. Do devs ask my opinion about patch? Yes, I am the lead designer secretly. Don't really get asked my opinion per se. They don't directly seek me out. But I have provided plenty of feedback in the past. So, tech out complete. Numu did just continue to scale an army. He's looking to blob on economy now, trying to get a castle. The veterancy of Keshik's is in. Really is a game changer in these type of fights. Veterancy of Archer's still lagging behind, but the Kurotai buff is there. Armor is going to get activated. And the Spearman, there's just not enough here. Nah, he's going to get wiped. Numu, he's just trying to do his best to trade out with that backline before it gets upgraded as well, but the damage kind of just feels like a big shrug. He's going to peel back. Doesn't want to get out of range of the Kurotai buff. Veterancy is triggering in about 15 seconds. House of Learning is on the way for Numidan. Why is he attacking? He's trying to pin his opponent so he can get away with everything else. Trying to punish him before the full upgrades come through, but this is the value of Kurotai, right? It's basically like having your veterancy in already. Now the Keshiks. This should be the chef's kiss moment. He's trying to target fire them down, but just with the +1 ranged armor, you're reduced to nothing. It takes you 175 hits to kill a Keshik. Even more when you consider they're going to attack you in return and heal up throughout the fight. So tech up is least complete. Numu is going to start queuing up the crossbows. Kurotai is already packed up and on the way, though. And that's going to be it. He does it. He pulls it back. He gets a win. A second win for the series in Oasis. Final score will be 3-2. So Numu still getting the majority of the little prize pool we have on offer here. But Lash able to bite back. Hopefully you guys like what you're seeing here. Oasis, the new map that's coming, KPM M12. We'll be seeing a lot of it this week. Definitely a map that's quite promising. Also a week that has me questioning if I should have brought back High View. Alright. I am going to rapidly end the stream because I'm starving at this stage. I've got people bumping me about things behind the scenes. So we should be back, guys, at about 2:30 to 3 my time. So 3:30 to 4 p.m. CET is when we should be going live. We're going to catch a lot of the round of 32s live and maybe some round of 16s. If I still have my throat in good condition. But yes, check in then. We should be live. Thank you for tuning in, guys. I'm going to end the YouTube side.